Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had the power of God of Thunder and had mini harem. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Deku, God of Thunder by NickTheHuman. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Midoriya's heart jumped into his throat as he asked the question, "Can someone like me?" He shook, but suppressed the quivering in his fingers. This was his chance to ask his hero. Without a quirk, Midoriya pressed his eyes shut, unable to look at the symbol of peace. Be a hero. The whipped around him at the height of the building, and he felt his entire body quake. His heart was pounding in his ears, fear coursing through his veins. He wanted to ask All Might this for years, to get his perspective. All Might opened his mouth to speak. The scene ran through Midoriya Izuku's mind again and again as he ran through the city streets, burnt notebook in hand. He sniffed hard in an effort to stop the tears that were already flowing and allowed his legs to carry him through the streets until he didn't recognize where he was anymore. How long had he been running? What time was it? He didn't know, and he didn't really care. No, you can't be a hero. The words echoed in his head over and over. It was so final, so absolute. The name Deku seemed more fitting now than it ever had before. He really was a quirkless nobody, wasn't he? I guess when All Might tells you, that's really it, Midoriya choked, not watching where he was going. This is, of course, always a bad idea. He fell, his foot striking something, tripping and hitting the ground, which was at least a bit softer than he had been expecting it to be. He pushed himself up and wiped his eyes, looking around. He swore he was still in the city. But now he was surrounded by trees and grass. Civilization was nowhere to be seen. He turned and looked behind him, seeing a tree root that had erupted from the ground. That had been the culprit to trip him. Better a root than crashing into a tree. There's not a forest around here. Is there? He asked no one in particular. He was met with silence at the inquiry, and Izuku could hear the faint rustling of forest animals all around him. Hello? He called into the woods. A few animals skittered and rustled the leaves around him, but there was no answer. He could hear the faint trickle of a stream from somewhere nearby, but couldn't pinpoint the location of the sound. However, in the distance, he could see a light from a clearing. Maybe that's where I came in from. Midoriya wandered through a thin, beaten path towards the light, a little embarrassed that he had allowed himself to lose track of time and even his location in his breakdown. But as he approached, he realized that this clearing wasn't civilization. No, he had come across a small pond of crystal clear water. In the middle of the pond, there was a rock of sorts jutting up from the water, perfectly centered and surrounded by the tall trees of the forest. There, sitting on the rock, was a large hammer of sorts. It was a simple hammer. A rectangular block of some sort of metal, the wooden handle pointing straight up into the sky. Midoriya looked into his reflection on the surface of the water, seeing his red, puffy eyes. He wiped them on his sleeve. Izuku. He jumped, looking around. Something had called to him, but no one was anywhere to be found. Hello? He repeated. Take the hammer, Izuku. Midoriya's eyes shot up to the hammer in the middle of the pond. I don't think I need a hammer. We have one at home. Take the hammer. The words made his heart flutter, for whatever reason. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to listen. This must be a dream. Logically, he should have turned and ran, or tried to wake himself up. Still, what was the harm in taking a hammer? He set his backpack down, and waded over to the water. The pond was only waist deep, and his clothes would dry. Midoriya Izuku climbed the rock in the pond's center with ease and looked down at the rather intimidating weapon. He grabbed the handle, expecting the hammer to feel heavy, but to his shock, he lifted it easily, holding it up to eye level with one hand. It felt well balanced in his hand, and he waved it around lightly. Is this a prop or something? He wondered, aloud. He ran a finger over the surface of the hammer, which confirmed that it was indeed a solid, metal hammer. Stranger still, it almost felt warm to the touch, despite being metal in the middle of the woods. Well, he called out to whatever voice had been speaking to him. I have the hammer. Now what? It was then that a bolt of lightning came crashing from the crystal clear blue sky and struck the young man dead in the chest. Am I dead? Midoriya half screamed in a panic. A reasonable response to being struck by lightning. He blinked a few times and gasped. No longer in the mysterious woods, Midoriya found himself in a mysterious hall that stretched taller than any building, stained glass windows all around him. The hall itself was empty, save for one man sitting on a throne at the back of it. The man was far different from any Midoriya had met before. He looked like something out of Viking folklore with a winged helmet, a braided beard, and long blonde hair that was beginning to turn gray. He had a metallic eye patch covering his right eye, and his face was rugged and scarred from many battles. He was looking out a nearby window, deep in thought, and hadn't seemed to notice Izuku's presence. Intimidating was the first word to come to mind, although he appeared to be asleep. Midoriya approached him cautiously, holding a hand out to wave. Hello. Sir, I think I'm lost. Maybe dead. Do you know where I am? However, at Midoriya's appearance, the Viking snapped away and looked at the boy and gave a broad grin. "Oh, there you are. I was waiting for you." Midoriya looked over his shoulders. No one else was here. The hall itself was about as big as a church, and just as echoey, so the absence of anyone else felt even more pronounced than usual. He pointed at his chest and asked, "Me?" The Viking bounded down the steps to meet Midoriya and gave a warm smile. "Of course you. You have Mjolnir, don't you?" "Mjolnir?" Midoriya asked, more confused by the minute. He held up the hammer. "You mean this?" The Viking examined the hammer. "That's Mjolnir, legendary weapon of Thor, the god of thunder." "But I'm not Thor, god of thunder." Midoriya furrowed his brow. "He disappeared after the Avengers all retired or died hundreds of years ago." "Well, obviously you aren't Thor Odinson," the Viking laughed. "I'm Thor Odinson. Pleased to meet you, Midoriya Izuku." He held out a hand, which Midoriya shook after a moment of hesitation. "I'm dreaming, aren't I?" "Not at all. See?" Thor gripped Midoriya's hand tightly. "Ow." The teen yelped, retracting his hand and shaking it out. "There. Proof. Now, you're probably wondering why you found my hammer and ended up in the halls of Asgard." "Well, yes, but that at least answers where I am," Midoriya replied, rubbing his hand gingerly. He looked around. "This is some kind of prank, right?" Thor laughed and shook his head. "Oh boy. This is going to take a minute to explain. Why don't I just show you?" Thor raised his hand, and Mjolnir flew from Midoriya's hands into the Vikings. Thor pointed it at an open window, and suddenly the hammer began to glow blue and crackle with electricity. A bolt of lightning flew out of it and soared through an open window, creating a thunderclap that knocked Midoriya on his ass. "What?" Midoriya cried out. He sprung to his feet. "Holy crap, you really are Thor." "I should have started with that. Yes, I am Thor. That is Mjolnir. And now," Thor handed the hammer back to Izuku. "Now you are the god of thunder, and Mjolnir is yours. You are also Thor. I mean, a Thor." Midoriya stared up at Thor, still in utter bafflement. A few seconds passed before, again, Midoriya uttered, "I'm sorry, what?" Thor chuckled again, running a hand through his hair. "I know this is a lot to take in, but I am aging, as you can see. Once upon a time, I used my strength to protect Midgard, Earth as you call it, Asgard, and the rest of the 9 realms. But years ago Valkyrie retired, and I find that ruling Asgard is getting harder to do, and I felt that it was time to pass the mantle on." "And you chose me?" Midoriya blinked in bewilderment. "No, I did not choose. Mjolnir chooses who is worthy to wield it. In the hands of anyone unworthy, it cannot be lifted or wielded. It's already begun to transform you into a worthy figure for the god of thunder. Look at yourself." Thor was right. Midoriya looked down at himself and really looked at himself for the first time. His clothes all felt immediately tighter. He was not a bodybuilder by any means, but muscles were now on his lean frame, and he felt noticeably stronger. "This can't be real," Midoriya reasoned. "Most hero theorists just thought you were an alien or you had an advanced quirk for the time and thought you had delusions of being a god. There's no way." "Wow, that's a rude thing to say to your mentor," Thor scoffed. "I'm here saying I'm going to train you on being god of thunder and you call me delusional. You're lucky I'm used to this sort of disbelief. See for yourself. I do believe you're needed back on Midgard. I'll see you soon." Before Midoriya could respond, he felt himself be whisked away, his vision filled with all the colors of the rainbow. Suddenly he was thrown back onto the pavement, the sun beating down on him. He was back home, and it didn't seem like any time had passed. Next to him, Mjolnir sat next to his backpack. But he had no time to question this over the sounds of screaming and explosions. All thoughts were erased from his head as he recognized one of the screams. Kachan. Midoriya appeared outside the alleyway and was met with a scene of chaos. The sludge villain All Might had saved him from earlier was running rampant again, and a plethora of pros were all around. But none of them were advancing. Why? He squinted closer and saw. Bakugo was in the thralls of the sludge, the same way Izuku had been when he had been saved by All Might. How did he get? Midoriya began, but then it hit him. It was his fault. He had grabbed onto All Might, and he must have knocked the bottle loose. He slapped himself on the forehead. Of course I did. I have to do something. His legs moved without thinking for another time that day as Midoriya charged forward, but something else did too. He grabbed Mjolnir by its thick, leather strap, and spun the hammer around by his side. He could feel something welling up in his chest. Something in his chest was warm, surging through his veins. It made the hair on his head and arms stand up and charged the air around him. He could feel it. Midoriya grinned widely as pro-heroes shouted for him to get back. He couldn't hear them over the sound of lightning pulsating in his veins. This was a power unlike anything he'd ever felt before, and it was magnificent. The sludge monstrosity turned to look as he tried to suffocate Bakugo, and for a second his eyes widened in shock. You. Get off of him! Midoriya shouted, turning the hammer so that it was spinning in front of the villain. A pocket of concentrated air surged from Mjolnir, emulating the Texas smash he had seen from All Might earlier in the day. At the force, the villain was pried from Bakugo and the streets, splattering against the side of a building with squelch. You little brat! The villain cried, peeling himself from the wall. Bakugo looked up at Midoriya in shock as the green-haired boy lifted his hammer to the sky. From the pouring rain clouds, a bolt of lightning came, as if it was called by Midoriya, and struck Mjolnir. Izuku roared, pointing the hammer towards the sludge villain, and blasted him with a bolt of lightning that blinded the entire street. All that could be heard was the sound of his screaming. When the crowds and pros regained their sight, the sludge villain was splattered against the ground, unconscious and smoldering. Midoriya himself was nowhere to be seen. Gah! Next time give me a warning, Midoriya cried, collapsing in the halls of Asgard, at the foot of Thor's throne. The Asgardian roared with laughter. Well, I wanted to get you out of there before anyone had any questions. So, how was your taste of being the god of thunder? Another classic Thor adventure, right? Izuku caught his breath and stood up, dusting himself off. He stared at Thor, and the only question he could think of now was, why? Why what? Thor asked. Why did I send you to do that? He shook his head. Why am I worthy? He looked down at the hammer in his hands. Worthy. But I'm a quirkless nobody. Thor grabbed his shoulders, making Izuku jump. Exactly, come, sit down. To Midoriya's surprise, Thor sat down on the steps leading up to his throne and beckoned for Midoriya to join him. He complied, still wondering if this was some sort of dying dream as he choked to death on sludge. Maybe All Might never saved me. Maybe this is just my brain coping with death. Back when I would adventure on Midgard, Thor explained, there were not many superpowers. Or quirks, as you call them now. Some of the people who did have these abilities, we rallied together to protect Midgard from those who sought to destroy it. Those were the Avengers, like you said. Midoriya nodded, feeling somewhat numb from the day he had. Right, the oldest recorded hero team in heroics history. Thor puffed out his chest. The very same, not to brag, but I was definitely the strongest Avenger. What are you doing? Thor looked at the boy in confusion as the teen dug a small notebook out of one of his pockets. We learned about you guys in quirk history. I even wrote a research paper about whether or not your ability to control lightning was proof of you as an alien or an early quirk emergence. I have so many questions. What is your hammer made of? Do you generate the lightning, or command it from the sky? Like is it inside of you? Alien. Thor scoffed. I'm Asgardian. Slow down. What differentiates Asgardians from humans? How long is your lifespan? Does that mean Loki is still around? You're just like Banner, Thor groaned, clasping a hand over Izuku's mouth. Stop nerding out on me. Besides, you wrote the paper. You probably came to some pretty good conclusions. Midoriya thought back to his own opinion on the paper. that the mighty Thor was just an early emergence of quirks who let power go to his head and called himself a god. He decided not to disclose that, but, according to our classes, Hulk was. Midoriya began. The Hulk was what? Thor asked, huffily. The Hulk was of the strongest Avengers. Never mind, Izuku replied, scratching the back of his neck. Sorry, we were supposed to talk about why I'm worthy. That's what I had been talking about before you went into science mode, Thor laughed. Anyway, back then, there weren't many who had the power to stop evil, and now you live in a time where almost everyone has the ability. And the people who are the most able only seem to care about it doing so for coin or fame. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with the glory of battle and the spoils of a fight. But you? Thor grinned. You're the one of the only Midgardian whose entire drive revolves around saving others. Midoriya looked down at his own plans, setting Mjolnir down on the step below him. So you think I'm worthy of being a hero? Because I want to save others? Thor shook his head. Not just me, Midoriya. Mjolnir deems whether or not you were worthy. I thought you were worthy, so I put it there, sure. But you're the one who proved it. Mjolnir thinks I'm worthy. Midoriya sniffed. And then, a tear leaked out of his eye followed by many more. Before he knew it, he grabbed Thor in a hug and bawled. Thank you, Thor. Whoa, hey, stop. You're getting me all wet. Thor gently pushed the smaller boy aside. You're more emotional than that old man of spiders. Anyway, don't thank me yet. We'll need to train you. Train me? Izuku asked, rubbing his eyes. Won't I get trained at hero school? With your powers, I could get into UA easily and... Thor laughed heartily and clapped Midoriya on the back. What, you swing the hammer around twice and think you can get into some sort of hero school? Don't be daft. You're still an amateur. You, young Midoriya, are going to learn to fight like an Asgardian god of thunder, because starting today, that's who you're going to be. I'll see you tomorrow, young Midoriya. I'll send the Bifrost for you after your classes. Oh, and leave the hammer at home for now. Before Midoriya could ask anything else, Thor clapped again, summoning the Bifrost to take Midoriya home. Before he knew it, he was outside of his apartment building, Mjolnir in hand. Izuku stared up at his building, then back down at his hammer, and then back up again, trying to process the events of the last hour. 1 hour. 60 minutes. And he had gone from, Midoriya, quirkless loser who should kill himself, to, Midoriya, god of thunder. I've got to be dreaming, Midoriya muttered to himself. Oi. There you are, you shitty Deku. Or maybe this is a nightmare, Midoriya groaned. Inwardly. He turned around to see Bakugo Katsuki marching up to him, a scowl across his face. Or, as Izuku liked to call it, his default face. Bakugo stopped in front of Midoriya and paused, looking at the hammer hanging limply at the shorter boy's side. But he shook that off and launched into an angry tirade. I don't know how you managed to vanish after all that bullshit, but I didn't need you to save me today. Okay, Kachan, I believe you, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his head. Of course you didn't. Sure. Just stay out of my way, Katsuki screamed. You're still a shitty useless nerd, even if you found some stupid support crap. Give me that. Kachan, wait, Izuku yelled, but it was too late. Bakugo had grabbed for Mjolnir, and pulled it from Midoriya's hands. But something weird happened. The second Midoriya let go, Bakugo lurched forward as the hammer fell to the ground with a massive crash. Bakugo grunted, pulling on the handle. Hey, how did you make this so heavy? Midoriya blinked, realizing that this happened just the same way Thor had described it would. Bakugo was not worthy to wield Mjolnir. Something in Midoriya's brain clicked, he was worthy. Bakugo wasn't. Midoriya grinned as Bakugo grunted and bent down, grabbing at the hammer with both hands and tugged. Mjolnir, however, did not budge. Kachan, let me see, Izuku began, but he was met with an explosion to his chest, which knocked him back a few feet on his ass. Bakugo stood up and scowled. If a weak little shit like you can lift this, I should be able to. Bakugo squatted down and tugged on Mjolnir once more, to no avail. Izuku stood up, and scowled at the pain from the blast. Watching Bakugo struggle with the weapon, when usually everything came so easily to him, made Midoriya chuckle. Slowly, he reached a hand toward Mjolnir. But when he opened his palm, another curious thing happened. Mjolnir lifted from the ground, flipped over and flew straight into Izuku's hand in a second flat. Even better, when it flipped upright, it bonked Bakugo right in the nose, and sent him back onto his ass. Izuku wrapped his fingers around Mjolnir's handle and grinned. Ow! Bakugo cried, clutching his nose with both hands. A small trickle of blood seeped out. "What did you do to my Notha?" Midoriya smiled down at his hammer, and gave it a light toss into the air, flipping it once and catching it by the handle again. "It's my hammer, Kachan." He turned, giving his childhood friend a small wave. "See you tomorrow." Inko frowned at her son. Had her afternoon tea expired? Perhaps this was a fever dream. Can you run this by me again, son?" Izuku frowned back. He'd tried to explain this to his mother as simply as possible, but he couldn't really blame her. Would anyone believe the type of day he'd had? "Maybe I should just show you." He set Mjolnir down in the kitchen next to her. "Try and lift this," he advised, taking a step back. Inko raised an eyebrow at her son and frowned. "I mean, okay, son." She reached down with one hand and gave a tug, the hammer not moving an inch. She reached with both hands, still failing to get even a shudder from the weapon. "My goodness, that's heavy. How'd you carry that back here?" She backed up and tried to use her quirk on it, but it was too large to attract. "That's part of what I've been trying to explain, Mom," he sighed. "Now stand back, okay? I want to show you part of this new quirk, I guess." Inko took a few more steps back. Izuku held out his hand and Mjolnir lifted from the ground and flew to his grasp in an instant. She gasped at the speed of which the heavy weapon snapped into his hand. "Oh, so your quirk works like mine on that hammer?" "No, Mom, I can only do that for the hammer because it's part of the God of Thunder." "You're missing the part where I met Thor." Izuku groaned. "Look, watch." He spun the hammer around a few times in his right hand, trying to emulate what he had done earlier in the day. It was a little harder without the adrenaline of a villain attack, but he managed to generate a small bit of electricity in his left. A tiny crackle of lighting danced around his left fingers. "See, God of Thunder, and look." He rolled up his sleeves, showing the new muscles that had formed. "I swear I haven't been working out." Inko frowned, and Izuku grimaced at the look on his mother's face. Mainly because he recognized it. It was a look she always gave him when he talked about wanting to be a hero, in spite of his quirklessness. A look of pity and sympathy met him, of which he wanted neither. "Honey, I know the business with Katsuki today was scary, maybe you were just confused by something. Thor has been dead for centuries. Your new quirk is very neat, but we should go see a doctor to talk about it. I can make an appointment tomorrow." Izuku felt his chest deflate. Deep down, he knew that in his mother's shoes, he probably wouldn't have believed him either. Still, she was denying what was right in front of her, at least partially. "Yeah, sure thing, Mom." He shuffled off to his room, content to at least try and see what sort of information he could dig up about Norse mythology and Mjolnir on his own. Midoriya Izuku had never been popular at his middle school, though he was used to people talking about him in some way or another. The words, nerd, fanboy, otaku, and quirkless, followed him around like his shadow, with no way to get rid of them. Bakugo and his friends usually made sure of that, as anyone who said differently found themselves under scrutiny. But all sorts of whispers seemed to be at Midoriya's back today. From the second he entered Aldera Middle School, he could feel eyes boring into his back and a murmur that followed him everywhere in different voices, but the same questions. Was that him on the news? Couldn't be. Where do you think he kept the hammer all this time? Think he's been lying this whole time? Ew. Why pretend to be quirkless though? But when he turned around to see who was talking about him, they all turned away. Are they embarrassed? Or scared? The thought made him squirm. He didn't want people to be scared of him. He wanted to be the kind of hero who saved people with a smile. Just like All Might, he muttered to himself as he sat down at the cafeteria with his lunch. I haven't even thought about All Might since running into him yesterday, Midoriya thought to himself. He crushed my dreams just like Kachan and everyone else. Midoriya reached into his backpack, sitting beside him at the lunch bench, and pulled out one of his old notebooks. He didn't write much about older heroes and quirks, if only because they weren't around much anymore to write about. But he had looked into the Avengers before. Who hadn't? He flipped to Thor's page, and compared it to the things he'd looked up the night before. Thor was one of the strongest Avengers and heroes of Earth during the early quirks and heroics era, he muttered to himself, adding a few notes in his margins. Thought by many to be just a very strong man with delusions of godhood, he called himself the Norse god of thunder, the same Viking god. Midoriya paused and added a note, and he actually is, turns out. Anyway, he was very popular for the time, if not always knowledgeable on Earth customs and practices. After a few years, he became known as one of the more jovial Avengers, despite his raw power and love of battle. After the deaths and disappearances of many of the original Avengers, Thor himself disappeared, seemingly without a trace. Many who believed his claims of godhood believed he returned to Asgard to rebuild it. That was about as much as he found about the man himself, and Midoriya had to wonder what he'd learn about Thor later that day. That was Asgard I was in, right? What happened to him? He hasn't been seen on Earth for hundreds of years, and we haven't had a god of thunder since. Why me? Why now? Excuse me, BWHA. I mean, yes. Midoriya replied, jumping. He had reason to jump, of course. No one ever stopped and talked to him. But now, a girl a grade younger than him was standing across from him at the table. Can I help you? That was you on the news, right? The girl asked, sheepishly. She held up her phone and played a video clip. Midoriya fought back a groan. There was, apparently, a very clear clip of himself running towards the sludge villain to save Bakugo. Full freckled face and green hair, it was unmistakably him wielding Mjolnir and approaching the sludge-covered maniac. Maybe. Midoriya shrugged. I can't. I'm gonna go. Shoving the rest of his rice ball into his mouth, he grabbed his notebook and backpack and quickly made for the exit, unaware of the girl watching him leave intently. She wasn't the only one. Bakugo and his lackeys had been watching him all throughout lunch as well. Considering the reception he'd gotten throughout the day, Midoriya was definitely ready for the day to be over. The sunshine felt good on his face and he paused for a second. Thor was going to send a bike frost for him. I guess that's how I got to Asgard in the first place yesterday, right? The clear skies cast a little doubt in his heart. Still, he figured he may as well walk home, and if he was getting summoned, it'd happen whether he liked it or not. Oh, shitty Deku. Midoriya grimaced and turned around, seeing Bakugo flanked by the two lackeys. He always had two lackeys. They were hardly ever the same two though. Why yes, Kachan. Where's that shitty hammer? Bakugo grunted. A nerd like you shouldn't be carrying around support gear. Without thinking about it, he immediately replied, it's not support gear. At his words, the sky darkened as a few clouds rolled over the sunlight, casting a shadow across the schoolyard. Bakugo rolled up his sleeves and let his palms crackle threateningly. Oh, what was that? He grit his teeth. I know the nerd doesn't think he suddenly developed a quirk. Izuku could feel his pulse quicken in frustration. First his mom, then Bakugo, who had literally seen him defeat the sludge villain not 24 hours earlier. What's it to you? He blurted out. Just leave me alone. Bakugo stepped forward and grabbed Midoriya by the collar, the same way he had before telling the shorter of the two to take a swan dive off the roof. But with faster reflexes than normal, Midoriya popped his arms from inside Bakugo's to break the blonde's grip, and shoved him back. The two glared at each other, but nothing further could occur as a thunderclap broke in the air, and a bolt of lightning screeched from the heavens to strike Midoriya in the chest in a burst of rainbow-colored light. Bakugo and his lackeys all fell backwards in shock as Midoriya was gone. Oh, I'm back here, Midoriya half screamed as he landed in the Hall of Asgard once more. Midoriya my boy, he jumped as Thor clapped him on the shoulder. There you are. I didn't pull you from your classes too early, had I? Midoriya turned and got another good look at Thor. He was just as he remembered him from yesterday. Tall, broad shoulders, with wispy hair that had signs of aging. The lopsided grin on his face didn't fit any sort of godhood, seeming incredibly good-natured. Izuku shook his head. Nope, class just got out. Good good, Thor nodded, leading the boy towards the throne. Now, I see you already figured out how to summon Mjolnir to your hand when dealing with your mother and Kachow. Midoriya practically tripped over the air and did a double take. Quote. Kachow. The blonde bully at your school, Thor scowled. Truly a reprehensible wretch. Anyway, that saves us lesson 1. Why don't you summon Mjolnir now? The two stopped in front of the throne of Asgard and Midoriya nodded, looking around. But aren't we a galaxy away? Or at least a lot of planets. I don't know the distance between Earth and here. Can it travel that far? Thor gave another lopsided grin. Well, you tell me, God of Thunder. Try it out. Midoriya turned, unsure of whether it was worth it to correct Thor about Bakugo's name, and looked to an open window. He raised his hand to summon Mjolnir, the same way he had with his mother and Bakugo the day before. He could feel a tingle of something in his hand and hear a faint rushing noise. It only took a few seconds for Mjolnir to zoom through the window and fly into his outstretched palm. He felt a warm buzzing shoot through his arm, having been separated from the weapon all day. Oh wow, he gasped, so you really can summon this from anywhere. Well sure, Thor chuckled. I can, but you can too. Right, Izuku winced. Sorry, still wrapping my head around this whole, I'm the God of Thunder, thing. It's a big change, to be sure, Thor nodded. Come, there's someone I want you to meet. Midoriya followed behind Thor, wondering where to start on his questions. Possibly not the best place to start, he asked, where have you been for these last 300 years? Thor hummed, looking at the boy. I'm surprised you'd ask about me, Midoriya. Well, you were one of Earth's mightiest heroes. There are death records for many of them. Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, but you just vanished, Midoriya replied. There were a lot of old conspiracy websites about what happened to you. Midoriya paused, seeing a rather crestfallen look on Thor's face as the two passed through an entrance hall. They had gone down a few flights of stairs at this point. Ah, those are names I haven't heard in quite some time. Yes, after losing so many allies, I left Midgard. And well, what happened to me, I will detail to you later. It's a long story, truth be told. But some odd years ago, I returned to Asgard, and decided it was time for me to rule rather than play hero. That's when I sent Mjolnir to Midgard to find a successor. As they opened the doors to a courtyard, a husky, female voice interjected, and about when he kicked me off the throne. Midoriya turned, and with a yelp, just barely ducked out of the way of a spear that was chucked at his head. A taller woman with darker skin was standing in a training circle in the middle of the courtyard. Thor let out some booming laughter as he pulled the spear from the ground. Valkyrie, and you seemed glad that I did, if I recall correctly. Come, Midoriya, meet my second-in-command and fiercest warrior. Placing his free hand over his heart to steady his heartbeat, Midoriya followed Thor to the middle of the courtyard. Valkyrie looked down at him and gave him a look over with a scrutinizing gaze. This is the whelp chosen by Mjolnir. Thor's look became more stern. And he wielded it instinctually against a villain quadruple his size. He was granted some muscle mass by Mjolnir, but his form is unskilled. He looked to Midoriya. Valkyrie shall be training you in combat, and in a few days, I shall train you in the art of adventure itself. Midoriya raised both eyebrows and looked at Valkyrie with a gulp. Oh, okay. Should I change into my gym clothes? He held up his arms. I don't think the school wants spears ruining my uniform. Thor and Valkyrie both laughed. Nonsense. Thor shook his head. We'll get you suited up for battle. Come, young Midoriya. Midoriya followed after them, back into the Hall of Asgard, still unsure if all of this was real. He hoped it was. There's no way this is real. Midoriya shook his head, looking down at his new training gear, as it had been coined. There were a pair of form-fitting black pants made of durable material and, if Thor was to be believed, enchanted to be even more so. His upper half was covered in scaled armor stretched down to his wrists, and his torso was covered by black breastplate. What was incredible was, despite the fact the armor looked heavy, it was incredibly lightweight. That's made of mithril, Hence why it's so durable despite its lightweight, Thor explained. To my knowledge, the material is unobtainable on Midgard. He held up a red cape. You sure I can't convince you to wear the cape? Midoriya shook his head. No capes. They tend to just lead to trouble. All right, come then, young Midoriya. Thor grabbed a sword off the armory wall. 2 arms. Valkyrie waits for us. The blonde god rushed out, leaving Midoriya to look down at Mjolnir hesitantly. It still didn't feel real. Midoriya Izuku was thrown on his back violently, and a spear was shoved mere centimeters away from his throat. He let out a wheeze as the air was driven from his body. That sucked, he moaned out. Valkyrie let out a hearty laugh. Nonsense. That was far better than last week. You almost got me a few times. She reached her hand down, which Midoriya gladly accepted, and hoisted him to his feet. Your form is a little better. But you need to try to not focus solely on the hammer. Your whole body is a weapon. I guess that makes sense, Midoriya sighed. You use all these weapons and end up kicking the crap out of me half the time. This drew another laugh from Valkyrie. Observant, which is good and bad. You take too much time analyzing your fights. There are times when this is a good thing, but in the throes of battle, you have to go with your gut. Your battle instinct. I don't know if I have one. Midoriya asked. Thor, who had been watching from outside the ring, scoffed. Nonsense. You acted without hesitation to save Kachao. You just have trouble when there aren't real stakes. Perhaps this would be a good time for our first journey into mystery. Valkyrie quirked an eyebrow at her friend. Are you sure he's ready? Against what I have planned. Surely, Thor nodded. I will be with the boy as well, in case things go wrong. Come, Midoriya. Midoriya picked Mjolnir off the ground and followed after Thor, through the entrance hall and out into the whole of Asgard. Having come around for a week now, he was still getting strange looks from the Asgardians, but people began to heartily greet him along with Thor. It was almost strange how similar the average Asgardian was to a Midgardian. If Valkyrie was to be believed, their cultures had integrated a lot due to Thor's influence. As they began to cross the fabled Rainbow Bridge, Midoriya asked, So where are we going? Aye lad, we're off to recover a treasure that was stolen from me many moons ago, Thor advised. A great beast awaits in another realm, and together, we shall reclaim my honor and war spoils. Aye. Wait, like a monster? Midoriya asked. Monsters aren't real. Okay, my bad, monsters are real, just in other realms. Midoriya yelled, ducking behind a giant boulder with Thor. Apology accepted, Thor chuckled, not at all concerned by the growing heat just on the other side of the rock they were on. But hey, on a scale of monsters, a skeletal dragon that breathes purple fire is pretty cool, right? Another classic Thor adventure. I guess. You've got the hero's instinct, Midoriya, Thor explained over the roar of purple flames that was licking the sides of the boulder. It awakens when there's danger. Wait for an opening, and strike the beast down. Quote. Midoriya nodded, taking a deep breath, and waited for the flames to subside. He jumped out from behind the boulder, spinning Mjolnir by his side, and chucking the hammer towards the head of the undead dragon. The dragon ducked, and reared back for another blast of fire, and that was when Izuku called for Mjolnir to return. The hammer burst through the back of the skeletal beast's skull, and the rest of it collapsed onto the stony terrain, dead. Thor emerged as well, clapping heartily. Bravo, I like to call that the boomerang tactic, an excellent move against beasts and those unfamiliar with your skills. He walked right past the skeletal remains of the dragon and into the mouth of the cave. Now come, let us secure our spoils. Midoriya followed after his mentor, and asked, What did that dragon steal from you anyway? Thor. As he entered the cave, he had to squint at the reflection of hoarded gold and jewels in the mouth of the cavern. Holy crap, I guess all those myths about dragons were true. Even in death, this beast couldn't be persuaded to part with its hoard. Huzzah, my treasure! Thor's voice cried out, emerging from a pile of gold with a That's a gold PlayStation controller. Midoriya asked, bewildered. That was the treasure. Thor beamed back at the boy. This was my best one. It brings me luck when I smite others. Now come, let us line our pockets with gold. Midoriya watched as the king of Asgard turned and began cramming gold and jewels into his trousers. Thor is a bit goofier than I was expecting, sometimes. Still, he shrugged and began pocketing as much gold as he could carry. It'd be nice to help his mom out with a few things. As spring gave way to summer, and summer gave into autumn, Midoriya explained to Thor that he would have to register and try out for UA's hero course one evening before being sent back to Earth. Ah yes, I think you'll be prepared. Thor agreed. Still, hundreds of years later, and Midgard still requires licensing for heroes. You think they'd have learned? Yeah, I remember reading that there was a lot of struggle about the Sokovia Accords and them getting repealed. What side were you on? Midoriya asked, curiously. PFF'd. I was off-planet, Thor waved a hand. I had better things to do while Tony and Steve threw tantrums. Ah, hard to think of a time where heroics weren't integrated into the public systems like that, Midoriya rubbed his chin. But about that, I have to register with a quirk, and your power isn't exactly a quirk. Would I call it weather manipulation? Electrical manipulation? That doesn't explain Mjolnir though. Thor furrowed his brow, already feeling a full-blown mumbling session coming from Midoriya. Midoriya, there are records of my feats on Midgard. Call your power god of thunder. This is nothing you need to hide to try and conform to a box. Anyone is free to sign up, correct? Well, yeah, you have to sign up and pass the examination, Midoriya confirmed. I'm just worried they'll see it and not believe me. It took you 2 weeks to believe you had this power, Thor quipped, dryly. If they don't believe it, just show them. He added a pat to Midoriya's shoulder. You've mastered so much, save for flight and full weather manipulation around you. Have faith in yourself, Midoriya. You're right, you're right. Midoriya nodded. I'm signing up tonight then. When are we going to work on weather manipulation? Tomorrow, Thor smiled, and it will be the brunt of our week, I expect. Changing the weather is one thing, but maintaining control is a whole beast. And I want you to know, I am exceptionally proud of how well your training has gone. Izuku could feel his face heat up into a blush. Thanks Thor. That really means a lot to me. I wish my mom could hear you say that. She still thinks I'm just running off to the gym or something every day. Thor's face fell into one of shock. Wait, she still doesn't believe you. Even with all the abilities you can use with Mjolnir. Well, I can't show her much in the apartment, Thor, I'd wreck it. Point taken, Thor grunted. I'll think of a way to rectify this. Good night, Midoriya. With a wave of his hand, the Bifrost took Izuku away, leaving Thor to ponder. From the entrance to the courtyard, Valkyrie leaned in the doorframe. You sure have taken a soft spot for the boy, haven't you? And what's wrong with that? Thor shrugged to his longtime friend. I've no natural heir, and the lad is to succeed me in Asgard. Fair enough. He's a likable lad, and quick to learn, Valkyrie relented. Still, you know what this means for you. Eventually Midgard will find out you're still around. Let them. Thor scoffed. How they handle the news is on them. Midgards are always quick to dismiss the supernatural and forget it ever happened. I just hope it doesn't cause Midoriya any trouble, that's all. Valkyrie added, straightening herself out from the doorway. Someone always wants to take advantage of power. Or it puts a target on their back. The next day, Midoriya left Aldera in a good mood, which had been happening surprisingly more often as of late. It helped he wasn't suffering all the quirkless insults anymore, and he had a lot more to look forward to. He'd officially registered for the UA entrance exam, and with that only a few months away, things were looking up. At least, he thought that way before an explosion rocked his upper shoulders, sending him a few feet forward, sprawled against the pavement. Gah! He was given no chance to recover either, as two bodies quickly pinned down his arms and grabbed at his hands. As his vision and hearing returned, he realized those two bodies belonged to two of Bakugo's lackeys, holding down his arms and forcibly trying to close his fists so that he couldn't summon Mjolnir. Katsuki himself stood above him, looking down at him with a look of disdain and malice. "TCH," he grunted. "That's what I thought. Without that hammer, you're still a shitty Deku, aren't you?" At the words, Midoriya struggled, trying to pry his hands open or throw Bakugo's lackeys off of him. But even with the increased muscle mass he had gained under Thor's tutelage, he couldn't force the two teen boys off his arms when they were spread out like that. He just didn't have the leverage. "Tell Itchy and Scratchy here to get off of me," he growled. "I'm not a Deku anymore. If you have a problem with me, say it to my face." Bakugo turned and looked at Midoriya as he lay on the school walkway a few feet away. Looking up, he saw a crowd was drawing around them. A smile snuck across his face, the kind of smile reserved for when he was showing how strong he was. What was the point of being the strongest without an audience, after all? He looked back down to Izuku. "Fine, Deku, you think you're strong enough to get into UA, just because you put on some muscle and found a support item I haven't figured out." "Get him, Bakugo," sneered one of his underlings. Bakugo bent forward, placed a hand on Midoriya's chest and let loose an explosion, sending ash and smoke up Izuku's nose as he struggled and yelled in pain. But, despite it hurting like hell, like an explosion would to anyone, it wasn't nearly as bad as he remembered. The pain gave way to frustration and anger, and Midoriya began to thrash against his captors. "Get off!" Bakugo seethed in anger that his victim was still fighting back. "Just stay down," he barked, unaware of the blue sparks and crackles that were emanating from Midoriya. The lackey on Midoriya's right arm noticed it though. Bakugo. Shut up," Katsuki barked, before attacking again. Two more explosions rocked the ground, causing the pavement to shake and rubble to smack against Midoriya's forehead. The pain mixed with frustration, and the green-haired boy could feel his heart pounding furiously in chest. It almost sounded like a rumble as the blood rushed to his ears. "Know your place, nerd," he could hear Bakugo yelling over the ringing in his ears. Bakugo stood up and gloated to the crowd of students who had gathered around. The pain and laughter from Bakugo's words mixed with the anger Midoriya was already feeling. He heard thunder in his ears, and the beating of his heart on adrenaline sent a feeling of pinpricks along his entire body. His arms felt like they were on fire, and for a minute he saw a look of worry cross the face of one of the boys holding him down. Hey Bakugo," the friend called. "Shut up," Bakugo sneered. "I'm busy." It was unfortunate that he chose not to look back. If he had, Bakugo might have noticed that Midoriya himself was changing. The boy's normal green eyes were now glowing blue, and his hair was standing on end. Midoriya wasn't sure why these particular words came to mind, perhaps because Thor talked about having said them so much in his early days. But as Bakugo raised his hands to show off another explosion to the class, Izuku opened his mouth. The shout that came out shook the entire school. "I say thee nay." At the words, clouds formed in the sky, covering the schoolyard in darkness. Lightning cracked, thunder roared, and the heavens opened up to pour rain down upon the entire middle school. Bakugo tried to form an explosion, but the heavy rain completely put out any flames he tried to ignite. With a surge of strength, Midoriya turned, throwing the two boys off of him, sending the two lackeys flying into the air. He stood to face Bakugo, drawing gasps from the students of Aldera Middle School as electricity crackled all around him. The two once friends glared at each other with gritted teeth. Midoriya marched forward, seething with anger, eyes ablaze in an icy blue color. Bakugo, to his credit, matched the steps of his counterpart, until they were only a foot or so apart, glaring at each other. Midoriya raised his hand so that it was level with Bakugo's head, a few inches to the right of his shoulders. Within an instant, Mjolnir flew to Izuku's hand, the weight of the hammer on the same level as Bakugo's head. It was only for a brief instant, but Izuku could tell the message was received loud and clear. In that moment, Bakugo flinched, his anger falling and giving way to a look Midoriya had never seen on the taller boy's face before. It was fear. "Don't you ever," Midoriya growled, a voice far more booming than it naturally had any right to be, "ever touch me again." Lightning began to light up the sky around them as the winds whipped up. The rain turned to a downpour, and many students began to flee in terror as thunder seemed to shake Aldera itself. Neither Midoriya or Bakugo moved from their stalemate as the weather continued to worsen. The situation could have turned very dangerous. It could have turned into a bloody fight. But it was at that moment, Thor sent the Bifrost to summon Izuku to Asgard, leaving alone Bakugo to fume and stir in his embarrassment. "That son of a bitch!" Bakugo kicked the ground in frustration, drawing laughs from the students who were still gathered around. Dash 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 dash. It took Midoriya a moment or two to calm down once in the throne room of Asgard, and when he did, he saw Thor looking at him with a smile that wasn't full of its usual vigor for battle. "So, you summoned the storm," Thor mused, voice quieter than usual. "And without Mjolnir or any training. That's truly an impressive feat for someone so inexperienced." Midoriya began to panic, immediately sensing some disappointment in Thor's voice. I'm sorry, Thor. I didn't mean to. Thor grabbed his shoulder gently. "Hey, you don't need to apologize. You were defending yourself. The problem was that you were about to turn that thunderstorm into a hurricane if that continued. That's why I pulled you out of there." Izuku blinked a few times, not realizing how bad things had gotten. It was getting pretty bad, huh? Crap. It could have hurt many people." Thor cut him off, gently. "It didn't. No one got hurt, it's fine. A small storm that will blow over soon is all that it will be, I saw to it. Look, let's go sit and talk for a bit, shall we?" The two turned and sat on the stairs below the throne. Thor looked down at his own hands for a moment. "I, too, first learned how to summon a storm in anger. I'm not surprised that it was in the same vein that you learned as well." There was something of a melancholy tone in his voice as he told the tale. "What do you mean?" Midoriya asked. "When I was a boy, my brother Loki." Thor glanced down to see Midoriya had already taken out his notebook at the mention of the god of mischief. "Put that way, we're not doing the nerd thing right now. Anyway, Loki and I didn't see eye to eye as children, brothers as we were. When we were teenagers, I was lured to the seaside far from home by the call of a siren." "Was that Loki?" Izuku asked. Thor nodded. "That time, yes. Usually a siren either meant a good fighter. Well, ask your parents." "I'm 15, Thor. I know what sex is," Midoriya deadpanned, though his cheeks took a red tinge at the word. "Good. Saves me from a very awkward talk," Thor laughed. "Anyway, when I arrived, Loki arranged an avalanche near a cliff. Rocks pinned me underwater. That's kind of terrifying." Izuku gulped. "PFF." Thor waved dismissively. "That was one his tamer attempts to kill me, in the long run. Anyway, fearing for my life and enraged, I called forth a tsunami. Nearly killed Loki and myself." "I see." Thor nodded. "This Kachao child, you told me, briefly, that you two grew up together. Used to be friends, correct?" Izuku nodded back. "Yeah, we were. We were really good friends right up until he got a quirk and I didn't. Everyone was so blown away with how powerful he was. I'm not sure what happened, but at one point he just started acting like everyone was beneath him. Like he had something to prove. And we haven't really been friends since. When those broken bridges between us are severed, sometimes we seek closure and reconciliation. That's a sentiment in both Midgard and Asgard alike. Sometimes Loki and I could only get along after we had a chance to come to blows. Sometimes not. But ultimately, you might need to learn when to let someone go and realize the bridge is burnt," Thor advised. "Maybe you two shall make amends in time, but you don't need to nail your hand to the plank to do so." Midoriya stared out into the palace, thinking over Thor's words. "I'm not sure these issues could ever be resolved. I think Bakugo could be a really good hero. But he's totally selfish. It's all about power and winning to him. Seeking power above all else tends to lead to ruin," Thor replied. "But that's his own path to follow. You need not decide right now. But you may want to pull this weed out from the root." After a pause, Thor added in a dry tone, "Frankly, I think a fair number of your self-worth issues stem from his torment, and given the chance, I'd throttle the boy." This gave Midoriya a laugh. No one ever talked about Bakugo that way, and it was refreshing to have someone look out for him. "Thanks, Thor. I'll keep that in mind." "Good," Thor exclaimed, clapping his apprentice on the back. "Enough lectures. Let us work on control of these abilities. Which means controlling your emotions as you use them. You have an exam coming up, the first step to being a great hero worthy of the title God of Thunder." As Thor turned away, Midoriya got up to follow and summoned Mjolnir to his hand. This power, amazing as it was, came with a heavy responsibility and a lot of risks. Summoning a storm was just something he'd learned not to have to take lightly, and only with a clear heart. Izuku, wake up, you have guests. Midoriya Izuku groaned as he woke up mid-morning on a Saturday afternoon. Who would be visiting him? While the bullying had stopped, no one at Aldera was anyone he would call a friend. Tiredly, he threw on some clothes and walked out to the living room, stopping in his tracks to see a man with black hair and in a suit sitting on the couch opposite his mother, and a strange, rodent bear creature sitting next to the man. Both were sipping tea that his mother had prepared. Izuku, Inko said, worryingly, these men are here to talk about your application for UA. His pulse skyrocketing and fingers feeling shaky, Midoriya turned to them. Why yes, sirs. Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. The rodent piped up in a cheerful tone, my name is Nedzu, and I am the principal at UA. This stern-looking gentleman with me is Aizawa Shota, one of the first-year homeroom teachers. Izuku bowed. It's an honor to meet you both. Oh, what wonderful manners, the principal chuckled. Now, we receive many applications to UA every year. And while everyone is free to sign up and try out, something was flagged in our system this year. Now, you seem to be a smart lad with good grades, any guess as to what that might be? Midoriya gulped. That my quirk was listed as God of Thunder. The slightest scoff came from the man called Aizawa, who Midoriya could swear he recognized, but he said nothing. Nedzu kept his jovial tone, though. Very good. Perceptive one, aren't you? Now, we occasionally get someone trying to claim they are a descendant of an older hero to try and tilt favor, but I can't recall anyone claiming that they themselves were the second coming of Thor. However, when I looked into it, I found some very interesting news footage. Aizawa, on cue, held up a phone, which displayed Midoriya intervening in the sludge villain attack, creating both an air blast as well as a lightning strike. Inko, apparently, had never seen the footage and gasped in shock. Izuku. Mom, I tried to tell you. He reacted, confused. I showed you that video the same day. The video definitely lends some credence to your claims of succession. The reason I came was to discuss this possibility that you are the God of Thunder and this is the same power set. To verify, I suppose. Is it all right if we go to a private location to test this out? He held up his briefcase. And I'm aware how unnerving that sounds, so I brought all my credentials to prove I am who I say I am. Let me see them really quickly, Inko asked. Of course, Nedzu nodded, opening the case and handing a stack of papers to Inko. While we do that, Midoriya Izuku, could you show me if it's true that you can summon the weapon with just your hand? Sure, Midoriya stuttered, turning and opening his palm towards his bedroom. Mjolnir came around the corner and into his waiting hand a moment later. Oh, fascinating, Nedzu exclaimed enthusiastically as he handed a stack of papers to Inko. Is that telepathic, and does it only work with your hands? Why yes, just my hands, Midoriya nodded. And I don't know if it's telepathic, I sort of have to will it? If that makes sense, it only comes when I want it to. Interesting, Nedzu nodded. After a brief pause, he turned to Inko. Are you satisfied? Sure, she nodded, turning to her son. Are you okay with this? If it helps me get into UA, of course, he nodded. Gathering their shoes and belongings, they followed the principal and Mr. Aizawa out to the road, where a limo had been parked. It was a bit exciting, since neither of them had ever ridden in one before. And Midoriya nearly began shaking with excitement when they pulled up at the site where the entrance exam was going to be in a few weeks. Once parked, they followed the principal inside, to a gymnasium-like room. This isn't where the entrance exam will be for the heroic students, Nedzu forewarned. This is actually where support students put together things for their exam. But it will provide a private space. So, Midoriya, explain to me how you came to inherit the powers of Thor. Well, it's going to sound pretty unbelievable, Izuku warned, but I grew up quirkless. I've been quirkless right up until, almost a year ago now. When the thing with the sludge villain happened, I was He paused, and Nedzu noticed a very hesitant and pained expression in his eyes. The rodent made a mental note of this. Midoriya had gone through something that was very difficult and hard to discuss. It was, It was a bad day, Midoriya muttered. He went on to explain he ran off, upset, and lost track of where he was. He didn't get into what had happened with All Might, but it was very clear to both teachers that he was omitting some information. He explained the strange wooded clearing he found, the hammer in the pond, hearing it call to him, meeting Thor, and the rest. He also explained how he had been training with Thor. When he was done, there was a pause in the gymnasium. Aizawa turned to Nezu. So this is a waste of time, right? Powerful or not, the boy is clearly crazy. Midoriya's heart sank and panic set in very quickly. But before he could respond, a light flashed in the gymnasium, beckoning in another presence. I would choose your next words carefully before insulting my protege, lest you make yourself an enemy of Asgard. All eyes whipped around to see Thor himself, standing in his old hero suit. It was a bit snug in the midsection, but it was unmistakable. How did you get in here? Aizawa barked. This is a private, secure location. Oh my god, he's real, Inko muttered, backing up and feeling weak at the knees. Aizawa, in a swift motion, grabbed his scarf and flung it at Thor in a strange motion. Midoriya was awed at the speed of which the scarf turned into a restraining tool that probably would have worked on any normal human. But as he pulled the scarf to try and snag Thor, there was no give at all. Thor didn't even budge. The scarf fell to the floor in a heap around the Viking. A restraining device? Thor asked, chuckling. You Midgardians have gotten very creative with your tools in the last few centuries. I bet this works well against anyone who is not the king of Asgard. Can I help you? Thor was sidetracked as Nezu, who seemed the least nonplussed at the situation, had walked over and began to examine the Viking god. Oh my, was that the Bifrost you used to get here? I've read about the phenomenon extensively, but I never imagined I would get to see it in person. Thor looked up at Midoriya, confused, as the small dog here in charge. Not the tired scarf man. Izuku nodded. Nezu seemed unfazed by the reaction. I didn't imagine that with our discussion, the genuine Thor himself would show up. How are you still alive? Do Asgardians have lengthened lifespans? Thor answered, a bit deflated that a mouse person had stolen the thunder of his dramatic entrance. Compared to a Midgardian, yes, our lifespans are incredibly long. We are then later reborn in a cycle called Ragnarok, though the passing of Odin has thrown things off considerably. Because of that, I needed an heir to the title of God of Thunder. So that is why Midoriya has been chosen as your successor. And did you choose, or was it all Mjolnir? And the forest clearing, that was a conjuring of the hammer? Nezu asked. Thor laughed. Mjolnir chose, and the forest clearing was a conjuring of the hammer. He looked up at Izuku and pointed to the principal. I like this one, he gets it, I don't have to explain things to him. Thor and Nezu talked a little bit more before the rodent shook his head. We are getting off task. Thor, is there a way I could communicate with you? I'd love to discuss Asgard and your exploits privately. But we are to focus on Midoriya's education. I have integrated email into Asgardian culture. And what did you want to ask of Midoriya? Well, now that I have confirmation of the nature of Midoriya's claims, I wanted to test a theory. Nezu answered. He walked to the center of the gym and set down a small box from his pocket. He hit the button on the side, and it expanded into a training dummy. I had Power Loader construct these portable training dummies with our support class. This should be electricity resistant and nigh indestructible. Midoriya, I want you to show me a few things. Just your lightning abilities, if nothing else. Aizawa, see if your quirk works on him. What quirk? Midoriya asked. Never mind that, Midoriya, just zap the dummy, please. As hard as you can. The teen paused. Are you sure? Of course. Midoriya looked at Thor, who just shrugged. Midoriya clutched Mjolnir in his hands, and immediately began focusing as much power as he could. A quick blast could be done almost instantly, but he spun Mjolnir at his side, which helped him focus and generate his power. After a second he pointed the hammer forward and let loose a lightning strike, far larger than the one he had used against the sludge villain. The testing dummy promptly exploded. Inko shrieked as it went up in smoke, but Nezu cheered, clapping his paws together. Oh marvelous, that certainly packs quite a punch. The principal turned to Aizawa. And Midoriya turned to Aizawa and noticed the teacher had been glaring at him with red, glowing eyes, which made his hair stand on end. The teacher relaxed and his hair fell. I was using erasure on him the whole time, Principal Nezu. It doesn't seem to have an effect on his abilities. Something clicked in Midoriya's mind. He recognized Aizawa. Wait a minute, you're Eraserhead, the underground hero. Your quirk disables other quirks when you're looking at them. Aizawa raised his eyebrows in surprise. You've heard of me. That's a bit off-putting. I try and keep my identity and abilities guarded. I'm a bit of a hero nerd, Midoriya admitted, blushing. Growing up quirkless really made me admire quirks and heroes. It's why I want to be a hero one day. Inko, who was just now recovering from shocking, nodded in agreement. He's been trying to emulate All Might since he was just a young thing. At the name, both Izuku and Thor frowned slightly, again only Nezu picked up on it. He changed the topic. Well, then that certainly confirms the hypothesis that Thor, and now Midoriya Izuku's abilities, fall outside of the realms of quirks. Quite fascinating. I'll be honest with you, Midoriya, I'd like to just offer you a spot in the school on my recommendation. You need not go through the testing. Both Midoriyas gasped. But isn't that unfair to everyone else? Izuku asked. I have to agree with him, Aizawa interjected. We're far past the recommendation stages. We can certainly admit Midoriya, but he has to take the test. Oh, deadlines and bureaucracy, always the death of me, Nezu groaned. Very well, it will mostly be for show, but you will take the test as scheduled. In the meantime, I think you should really think about whether you want to present yourself as the next coming of the God of Thunder. What do you mean? Midoriya asked. Being considered a god among Midgardians, they expected highly of me. Thor answered. A being they believed to be mythical was real and tangible. Much was expected of me, and my failures were held under heightened scrutiny. Almost as much as the man of spiders. He furrowed his brow. I'm not sure why the press hated him so much, to be honest. Anyway, much attention will be focused on you once it becomes widespread. Midoriya looked to his feet, turning the words over in his mind like a pebble. Well, that's fine with me. I always wanted to save people, and with a smile on my face. I want people to see me and feel reassured. I mean, that's how people felt when you showed up, right? The question took Thor by surprise. To be honest, it's been so long I practically forgot. Alright, well, then you have a lot to live up to, Nezu advised. He approached Midoriya and extended his paw. It will be a pleasure helping you reach that potential in our school. Provided things go well on the exam, he said with a wink. Midoriya shook the principal's hand. Thank you, Principal Nezu. 2 weeks came and went, practically flying by as Midoriya's excitement took hold of him. Midoriya stood outside the building for his examination, staring up at it as his feet drug underneath him. This was it. Despite all his training, he still couldn't quell the butterflies in his stomach as he approached. Not helping was the fact that he hadn't slept well at all the night before. He kept having the same dream all week, that he would wake up, and that Mjolnir was gone. In the dream he was no longer worthy, and he went back to being a quirkless nobody, a useless Deku. But that was not the case. Mjolnir was always there when he awoke, and he held it at his side as he walked to building he'd visited a few weeks ago. About the only thing he hadn't mastered was flight, which Thor had told him took a little time. Something about harnessing the wind energy within himself. I got this, I got this, I got this, he repeated in his mind. The mantra, ever present since he had left his home, was vaguely calming. That was, until he tripped over his own 2 clumsy feet. I don't got this. He braced himself for imminent death of pavement and embarrassment, but it never came. Suddenly, he halted at a 45-degree angle, something tugging around his midsection that held him in place. The tugging got stronger briefly, and pulled him back onto his feet. Looking down, Midoriya saw something long and pink unwrap from his midsection and retreat behind him. Following it, he saw it was in fact a tongue, and that was recoiled into a girl with long green hair, who was hunched over slightly. Even without the hunch, she was a bit shorter than him, and her hands and eyes seemed a bit larger than the average teenage girl's. The keyword here was, girl. Did a girl just touch me with her tongue? On instinctual reaction, Midoriya made some sort of odd sound between popcorn popping and a chipmunk squeaking, and covered his reddened face behind his arms. The girl tilted her head curiously at the reaction, poking an index finger to the corner of her mouth. Hero, sorry about using my tongue to stop you. I guess that's kind of gross since you're a stranger. Just thought it would be better than face planting. Realizing she was just trying to help, he cleared his throat to try and catch his composure. Thank you. Midoriya managed to bow slightly, returning his arms to his side. Even as he straightened out, he couldn't muster the courage to look her in the eyes. I guess with how nervous I am I tripped over nothing. Thankfully, the girl looked up at the building past him. You must be trying out for the hero course too, hero. Midoriya managed a small nod. Thankfully, the girl with large eyes noticed, preventing the need for him to speak further. I wonder what they'll have us do. I'm pretty nervous, hero, she said. Despite her claim, and Midoriya's nervousness, this took him aback a bit. Her voice was anything but nervous. It was a stoic, croaky voice. If anything, it took him out of his panicked stupor a bit. If she could be nervous and not be a stuttering mess, then Midoriya probably could manage the same. Me too, he admitted, the redness falling from his cheeks a bit. Thanks again. My name is Midoriya Izuku. He extended his free hand to shake hers. Nice to meet you. No problem, she riveted. Nice to meet you too. Good luck today, hero. And I'm Asui Suyu, hero. You can just call me Suyu, though. The two turned and began walking towards the building. Another croak came from the girl, and Midoriya was about to ask if it was part of her quirk, but she asked first, so what's with the hammer? Is it part of your quirk, hero? I thought we weren't allowed to bring weapons. Yeah, it's part of my abilities, Midoriya replied. UA knows it's part of my powers, I had to talk to them about it ahead of time. What's your quirk? It's called frog, she replied, sticking her tongue out about a foot over her head for show. She retracted and added, it's not just the tongue. I can go anything a frog can. To her great surprise, Midoriya met her with a lot of excitement. Whoa, like any frog. That sounds so cool. I mean, that would give you enhanced leg strength, the ability to cling to walls, the enhanced swimming. You must be really strong in the water. Can you make poisons too? I know not all frogs secrete poisons, but that would give you an edge in close-range combat, since the leg strength probably couldn't overcome a foe with enhanced endurance, so. He had devolved into a full fit of muttering, Midoriya. He snapped out of it and looked up. You were muttering about my quirk, hero, Asui said, a bit alarmed. It was a little creepy. Midoriya winced, feeling his face heat up. I'm sorry Asui, I grew up quirkless for a lot of my life, so I'm kind of a fanboy for unique quirks. Sorry. She tilted her head in surprise. Hero, it's okay, to be honest, I'm not used to people showing interest in my quirk. It's kind of weird. The big eyes and big hands kind of freak people out. I can secrete poison, but it's mostly harmless. It can cause skin irritation at best, if I want it to. Oh, and like I said, call me Suyu, not Asui. Sorry Asu. I mean, Suyu. Your quirk is really cool, Midoriya assured her, shaking his head. I bet you're going to ace this exam. And your eyes are really pretty, so it's weird for someone to call them weird. He hadn't really thought about what he said until Asui made a long croaking noise and blushed. She stuttered out, thanks, Midoriya. It hit him that he had complimented her eyes and he immediately turned red as well. I didn't. I mean, they are pretty, I just didn't. You're welcome Suyu. Cease this flirting before the exam immediately. Both the greenettes jumped and turned to see a tall, blue-haired boy with glasses marching up to them. This is the highest institute of heroic learning. He was waving his arms around, practically seething. And you're over here trying to distract this lady with your degenerate flirting. By now, everyone around was watching Midoriya get scolded. If his face wasn't red before, it certainly was now. That's not what I was trying to do. Before the blue-haired boy could keep going, the voice of present Mike ushered them that the exam would begin soon. We should go, Midoriya said to them both, turning and running inside. Hero, right, Asui muttered, walking after him. You will treat UA with the proper respect, Blue Boy barked after him. What are you waiting for? Get going. Midoriya turned back from where present Mike was standing to see the rest of the examinees were all taking off running to hunt down the robots. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, taking off running while spinning Mjolnir at this side. The written exam, while hard, he at least figured he passed. Most of the questions he felt confident about, but there were enough throwing him off that he still felt uneasy turning it in. Part of him still felt rattled at how he'd been scolded for flirting. He turned a corner that many others seemed to have ignored, and was immediately met with a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer coming down the alley towards him. Midoriya slammed Mjolnir to the ground, and lightning exploded from it, a bolt hitting both robots and reducing them to smoldering debris. 5 points. He charged down the path to see 2 1-point robots emerge from corners and begin firing lasers at him. He whipped Mjolnir at one and rolled to the side. With one smashed, he recalled Mjolnir after the roll and shot a bolt of lightning from the hammer before the second robot could fire again. 7 points. He emerged from the alley into a larger street, and looked around for more of an opportunity. Midoriya heard explosions and yelling coming from his left, and instinctively ran towards it. Momentarily, he forgot this was a test. It sounded like someone was in trouble. More voices became distinct. Apparently this was where all the robots were. Charging down the streets, he saw a blonde boy surrounded by 3-pointers, destroying them as he shot a laser out of his stomach. He seems to have this under control, Midoriya thought, but no sooner than this crossed his mind, the boy doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. My tummy, he cried. As he crouched, 2 more robots loomed over him, ready to strike. Midoriya wasn't sure how vicious these robots were programmed to be against entrants, but he wasn't about to find out. Look out, Izuku cried, leaping over the boy and smashing a robot to pieces with a crack of Mjolnir. As he landed, he shot another bolt of lightning at the remaining 3-pointer, which promptly melted into a heap. 13 points. Hey, are you okay? He asked, turning to the blonde and extending a hand. Laser Stomach Boy took Midoriya's hand and stood up, still holding his midsection with his other arm, but smiled almost as brightly as his laser. Oui, mon ami, my hero, merci, my green-haired friend. The French-speaking took Midoriya by surprise a bit. Oh, no problem. Good luck out there. He peeled off, running down the street away from the boy, and he could hear the sounds of battle coming to his right. He looked down another alley to see a silver-haired girl surrounded by robots as well. They looked like 2 and 1-pointers, and the girl was swinging debris around her in the air, waving her hands around as she did. That must be a telekinesis-type quirk, he thought. From the amount of debris, she had taken out a fair number of them before one struck her in the back, knocking her down. Midoriya leapt into action. I say thee nay, robots. Jumping high into the air with enhanced Asgardian muscles, he spun Mjolnir at this side and shot multiple lightning bolts down, hitting all the robots surrounding the girl. Nice, that's like 9 more points. He landed in a circle of destruction, next to the girl who was covering her head defensively. Are you okay, miss? He asked, adrenaline almost helping him not to stutter. He reached a hand down to help her up. The girl looked up and Midoriya felt his heart skip a bit. Only one eye was peeking out from behind her silvery bangs, but it was an incredibly beautiful bluish-gray one that peered right into his soul. Her pouty lips gave him a faint smile, making his throat tighten. The girl stood up, taking his hand. Yes, thank you most sincerely for the assistance. His heart pounded in his ears, though the sound of screaming around him snapped him out of it. No problem. Let's keep it. The two split up, Midoriya trying to regain his composure. A 3-pointer from the other end of the street shot a laser, and he was able to roll away from it. Valkyrie would be proud, he thought to himself, throwing Mjolnir mid-roll. It hit the robot dead center, smashing a hole right through the center of it. 24, he counted to himself. A 1-pointer sprung from one of the buildings to attack him, swinging a blunt rod towards his head. Midoriya jumped back and went to swing back, but before he could the robot was shrunk down before he could catch it. Wah! Huh! He looked up to see a girl with black hair and blue eyes and shrunk the robot. She stepped on it like it was a bug. She looked up at Midoriya and gave him a thumbs up. Oh, thank you, he said, giving her a grin. He turned to find more robots, but shouted back, cool quirk. She nodded, pointing to his hammer. Dash 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 dash. Meanwhile, the teachers were in the observation deck, watching the results live. All Might was practically besides himself. He recognized the green-haired boy, and his name, Midoriya Izuku, seemed so familiar. Practically everyone's eyes were on him in the first place though, for how many points he was racking up. That's the kid you said was the god of thunder. Power Loader let out a whistle. Yeah, he's cutting through these robots like Swiss cheese. He's tearing through these like you did in your entrance exam, Recovery Girl chuckled, nudging All Might. Yeah, he sure is, All Might nodded. Interesting. On the screen, Midoriya turned towards the camera and slammed his hammer to the ground, destroying 5 robots with a burst of lightning. As he looked up, All Might recognized him. The same boy he told couldn't be a hero. It couldn't be. Dash 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 dash. Midoriya hit another robot with a hammer uppercut. He'd lost count, but he had to be in the 40s at this point. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream. No, not a loud scream. That's a collection of screams. That's a ton of people. He turned towards the source to see a stampede of other students charging towards him. It looked like almost every entrant was opposite of the two of them. Midoriya even saw the taller boy with the blue hair and the glasses. As he looked up past the crowd, he saw why. The 0-pointer. The obstacle to be avoided had been unleashed, and it was huge. Towering over every mock building, it clunked the space of about a block in one step. Even Bakugo could be seen using his explosions to rocket away from it, though he diverted off to the side to find more robots to smash up. They said not to fight it. He shuddered, turning to join the others in running. But, help, it wasn't so much just a cry for help, but one that was hurt. Looking past the crowd, he saw a girl pinned under the rubble. She had shoulder-length brown hair, and was struggling to push a large rock off of her, but her arms couldn't reach it. The 0-pointer was coming towards her, as were some smaller robots, and at this rate. Crap, he grunted, all right, here goes. He spun Mjolnir at this side, sending electricity throughout his entire body, charging his muscles. He ran, enhanced strength making his strides carry him further and faster. As 3-pointers began to surround him, he slammed his hammer against the pavement. Bolts of lightning burst forth, exploding the robots around him. Running forward, he whipped Mjolnir at the robot's leg joint. It hit with a crackling burst of lightning, and the leg of robots was knocked backwards, away from anyone. Off balance, the 0-pointer began to lean forward and fall towards Midoriya. He kept running and recalled the hammer. Adrenaline and lightning pushing him forward, Midoriya jumped with all the Asgardian strength granted to him as fitting his position of God of Thunder. Rocketing through the air, he met with the head of 0-pointer stories above the ground. With a heavy swing of Mjolnir, he struck the robot across its metallic face, causing electricity to explode above the testing grounds. Lightning crackled in all directions as the robot went flying backwards, falling apart in pieces on the ground below. Midoriya smiled, and spun the hammer around his head, yelling out a war cry in his victory. In his adrenaline and excitement, he hadn't even realized he was hovering in the air admiring his work. He lowered himself, slowly, realizing what he had just figured out how to fly, and tried to hold on to that feeling. He touched the ground to find that the brunette girl who had been trapped had managed to free herself from the rubble, and his immediate question was, "Are you all right?" The girl looked up at him, panting and tired, but beamed at him all the same. "Am I all right? More than all right. Did you see what you did to that thing? You were amazing. If you hadn't showed up, that thing would have crushed me." Midoriya could feel his face heat up, not used to ever receiving compliments. It was nothing. I wouldn't call that nothing. You looked like All Might with that level of power." The brunette cheered. Midoriya could feel his level of embarrassment rising, but a siren went off, announcing the exercise was over. "And that's time," Present Mike yelled from a PA system. "The test is over. Please make your way to exit in an orderly fashion." Any injured please remain where you are. Ah, I completely forgot the clock was still counting down. The brunette winced. Crap, I hope I did okay. Without thinking, Midoriya shook his head, I'm sure you did. The two followed a crowd of students towards the exit. How did you get out of that rubble anyway? Was it your quirk? The girl explained her zero-gravity quirk, and its drawback of feeling sick if she used it too much or on things that were too heavy. Midoriya, remembering his earlier interaction with Asui, held back his muttering, chewing on his tongue. That sounds so cool, he allowed himself to say, finally. Well, it's not magic electric hammer cool, but thanks. She smiled. Sorry, I totally forgot. I'm Uraraka Ochako. She held out a hand for a handshake, pinky tucked in. Midoriya Izuku, he replied, returning the handshake. Knees weak, he hoped his palms weren't sweaty, and that he'd be able to keep down mom's spaghetti later. He snapped his attention back to the gravity user. And nice to meet you. They left the building, and Midoriya almost bumped into Asui. Oh hey, Suyu. How did you do? Hiro. I think I did okay, she croaked, tapping her chin with her finger. To be honest, I sort of lost count, Hiro. But I don't think anything compares to what you did to the zero-pointer. Midoriya felt himself turn scarlet again as he rubbed the back of his neck. Ah, come on, I don't. You saw that too, right? Uraraka exclaimed, excitedly shaking her fists up and down. That was like the coolest thing ever, right? Hiro. I thought maybe All Might had come to save you, until I saw the green hair. Asui nodded. She looked at Midoriya and tilted her head. What is your quirk anyway, Hiro? Midoriya gulped. This was part of his nerves the whole day. Well, it's not really a quirk, to be honest. He lifted Mjolnir. I'm the god of thunder. Like Thor. But, the next one. His successor. The two girls fell silent for a moment, only for the silence to be broken by Uraraka giggling. Come on, there's no way. Thor is like ancient history. He winced, suspecting that this was the sort of reaction. I'm serious. This is Mjolnir, legendary hammer of Thor, the Avenger and God of Thunder. Hiro, where did you find it? Izuku thought, and realized the story wasn't helping his case. I found it in the woods, it doesn't matter. Look, what if I prove to you only I can lift because I'm worthy? He sat the hammer down on the sidewalk, drawing some odd looks from Uraraka, Asui, and some passers-by. Uraraka shrugged. All right, but I warn you, I'm stronger than I look. Sticking a pinky out, she leaned over and tugged on the hammer, which didn't budge at all. All right, but what if I do this? She touched Mjolnir's head with all 5 fingers, but the hammer did not float. Wait, how? Hiro, can I try? Uraraka pouted and stepped aside, allowing Asui to try and lift Mjolnir as well, though it didn't budge in the slightest. She let out a few grunts and shook her head. All right, now watch, Midoriya advised. As they stepped back, he opened his hand and summoned Mjolnir back to him, which flew through the air into his fingers. He flipped it in his hand a few times. See, only those worthy of the mantle of God of Thunder can wield. Uraraka snickered. I'm still not sure I believe you, but maybe you can prove it if we both get into UA. Asui croaked and nodded as well. Midoriya sighed. Fine. I wouldn't believe me either, to be honest. The three parted ways not long after, Midoriya heading back to his mom's car, only to immediately be chastised about who the pretty girls he was talking to were. Midoriya Inko had reservations about this whole God of Thunder business, as just about any mother would. Between her son going on about being the God of Thunder to being forcefully introduced to Thor himself at an evaluation for UA, her whole world view had to change in short order. Part of her was always thankful for Izuku being quirkless. She never wanted to have to worry about her son doing something as dangerous as heroics. Now, with him being thrust into the position of God of Thunder, it seemed almost inevitable. It was about a week after the entrance exam, she was finally able to put her feelings into words, son. She called out while making dinner. She could hear his footfalls as he made his way to the living room, and he soon popped around the corner. What's up, Mom? Did the entrance results come? She winced. He'd been asking that every day. No, I wanted to talk to you about Well, this whole thing with Thor. Sure Mom, what about it? He asked, leaning back against the counter. Am I spending too much time training? Well, no, Are you sure this is what you want? Inko asked as she checked how much longer was left on the oven timer. What do you mean? Well, you said you just found that hammer in the middle of nowhere. Now, suddenly, you have all these powers that aren't even quirks. And not only that, you'll one day rule over a place you really don't know anything about. Are you happy with this? You can say no. Inko explained. Izuku blinked back at her. To be honest Mom, I've never really thought about it. But I probably haven't because this is what I've always wanted. This is how I'll get to be a hero, like I always wanted. To save everyone with a smile. To be honest, I can't remember a time before becoming God of Thunder that I've ever been this happy. The words made Inko tear up. Was it that bad? The smile ran away from Izuku's face. I never really told you just how bad it was being quirkless. What do you mean, honey? Inko asked. You might want to sit down, Izuku sighed. I think we should talk about why me and Bakugo aren't friends anymore. Midoriya sat at his desk, breathing shakily. He looked at his new, plain alarm clock. He'd been getting rid of some of his old All Might merchandise after what happened the day of the sludge villain, and confirmed that 20 minutes had gone by since he watched the hollow disc that had been sent to him. His nose itched a little, which was probably what was calling him back to reality. He'd gotten a special message from Principal Nedzu himself. Greetings Midoriya Izuku, the image of the rodent principal stated. I know the test was something of a formality, but I have to say, I'm most certainly glad you took it. Midoriya felt an anxious smile creep to his face. That was surely a good sign. Not only did you get a top score in villain points at 67, you received the highest score in our hidden parameter, rescue points. We didn't disclose this to the test takers, as we wanted to see how heroic they would be with no ulterior motives. And you scored 90 rescue points, more than anyone in the history of the school. There was never a doubt, but I'm glad to welcome you to your hero academia. The recording cut out, leaving the room silent once more. Midoriya leaned back in his chair and covered his face with his hands, letting out a large exhale. With the breath leaving his lungs, it felt like he was expelling weeks' worth of anxiety and what-ifs that had been plaguing him. He placed his hands down, a smile on his face as he stood up from his chair. He flung open the bedroom door to see his mom waiting there. I got in. Inko gasped. You got in. I got in. You got in, young Midoriya. Izuku turned, raising his eyebrows at Thor, who was sitting on their couch in jeans and a hoodie as if he did this every day. I did. When did you get here? Oh, your mother emailed me when you received the letter from UA, so I came right away. But that's not important, Thor exclaimed. You got in. The Viking god sprung up off the couch and wrapped both Midoriya in a big group hug. We must celebrate this achievement. Well, I could make us something, Inko began, blushing from how close the Norseman was, but Thor was having none of it. Nonsense, he bellowed. Tonight we feast in the halls of Asgard. Wait, Izuku shook his head as Thor set both Midoriya down. You guys email each other. To say Midoriya Inko was floored at the sight of Asgard was probably an understatement. She'd had her reservations about Thor, especially after finding out he was real, but she hadn't even thought about the place Izuku had been going for all this time. Men and women in robes and armor were walking around everywhere, and for every weird look she gave them, she was getting the same in return for her own clothes. Although, a few Asgardian warriors seemed to recognize her son and would high-five him as they passed. Still, she was not one to pass up the hospitality of someone as seemingly generous as Thor. Asgard cuisine was quite different from Japanese fare, and she had to stifle some laughter as the king of Asgard himself took a large bite from a turkey leg barehanded. Izuku was talking to a warrior woman seated near the front. Apparently her name was Valkyrie and she had played an important role in assisting with his training and the goings-on of Asgard. Inko took the time to lean over and ask Thor, so what sort of training have you been giving my son? Thor dropped the turkey leg and grinned lopsidedly. All sorts. One of his earlier tasks was when He paused, seeing the anxious look on the mother's face. He was about to recount the Lich Dragon conquest for his controller, but he realized that Midgardians had forgotten about monsters. Ah, you know what? Maybe it's best he tell you. My training is informal, more aligned with the type of fieldwork he could expect as a hero. My second in command, Valkyrie, yes, her there, she has been helping me teach young Midoriya weapon handling and proper battle form. Valkyrie, who had overheard her name pop up, took a swig of ale from the tankard in front of her, before ruffling Izuku's hair. This bushy-headed kid's become one of my favorite sparring partners. He's got a real warrior's instinct. Izuku blushed and hid behind a leg of lamb. Inko tried not to look too terrified at the amount of information she had just been given. Apparently she had failed, as Thor reached over and grabbed her shoulder. One can't be a hero without putting themselves in danger. But I believe that's part of what makes Midoriya worthy. He'll leap into combat without becoming reckless. His mind is always working out the proper tactics. More than can be said for you, King Thor, Valkyrie snarked, causing some of the warriors to laugh. Izuku himself stifled a laugh, hoping Thor wouldn't catch on. Thor just rolled his eyes. I may be a hothead, but I always got things done, didn't I? I was just thinking that a lot of this seems like gladiator training, not hero training, Inko said quietly, so that just Thor heard. Thor rubbed his beard, pondering the words, before leaning in to speak to just Inko. You know, growing up, those two things were indistinguishable. I took part in many wars on my father Odin's behalf, hailed as a hero for all the bloody battles I won. But when I came to Midgard, Earth, I met a lot of brave men and women who showed me that distinction. Honor, valor, and kindness come with that title, not just feats of strength. Thor grinned at his ward's mother. Your boy has those things, I have no doubt they factor into why Mjolnir chose him. He has the inner strength to be worthy of the title. The only thing missing in him was battle prowess, which is where Valkyrie and I come in. Well, I can't say you haven't done a good job, Inko admitted. It's nice to see him able to stand up for himself. Are you going to be done once he goes to Ua? Heavens no, Thor laughed. It had been some time since Inko had heard such a hearty sound. I'll stick around to be the boy's mentor throughout his training. Have to make sure he makes the title look good. I've been in contact with the principal of the place as well, who wants to keep me integrated in his training. He took a swig of ale and puffed out his chest. Something about the school needing help when training a hero outside of standard quirks. Inko chuckled. The more she talked with Thor, the more human he seemed. Well, I'm glad. You've done a good job, and I'm glad you'll keep taking care of my boy. I'm not convinced Izuku doesn't take care of Thor half the time, Valkyrie sniped, drawing another laugh from the table. The end of his tenure at Aldera was approaching rapidly. As the weather warmed to spring, Midoriya, even as a usually diligent student, found himself staring out the window more and more. He looked at every cloud a little differently now. They were all an opportunity. Something he could manipulate into a storm. God of Thunder, I don't feel like a god. Midoriya mused to himself. Maybe I'll call myself Hero of Thunder for a while. Calling myself a god makes me sound like a real glory hound. It looks like we have 2 students in this class who will be entering the Heroics course at UA. Came the voice of the teacher at the end of the day. This ripped Midoriya's attention right back to the front of the class. Oh great. Bakugo Katsuki, a few of the blonde's friends whooped and made other obnoxious noises, and Midoriya Izuku. The class fell silent, making Midoriya squirm. While he certainly wasn't teased anymore, he definitely felt like an outcast at school. People avoided him like the plague, whispers pelting his back as soon as he was behind them. He may go to Ua being open about the whole God of Thunder thing, but he certainly wasn't going to advertise it to the middle school that made his life miserable for years. The teacher himself seemed a bit surprised. Well, good job, guys. Once the shock of his abilities had worn off, rumors circled around Midoriya, as was how teens that age were. Some had distrusted Midoriya altogether, claiming he had only pretended to be quirkless for sympathy, a notion that made his blood boil. He'd never been met with sympathy for that condition, and some were convinced that the hammer itself was support gear that he'd stolen, making his abilities a fraud. Midoriya wasn't sure which rumor irritated him more, but he was eager to leave Aldera behind. Perhaps the only positive of the whole thing was that Bakugo at least left him alone for now. Class resumed as normal, but Midoriya still was just itching to get home that day. A dark air of sorts seemed to hang above the class now that their resident rumor mill had achieved his goal of getting into UA. He was the first one out of the door when the bell rang, but no sooner was he outside of the door when Bakugo came up and grabbed his shoulder. "We need to talk, nerd." Midoriya tensed up. He hated this feeling. He was so much stronger now than he'd ever been before, but all the muscles in the world didn't seem to stop the PTSD he had whenever Bakugo grabbed his shoulders, and he couldn't stop himself from flinching. He did his best to fight back the anxious, jittery feeling as he turned around. He didn't need to be afraid anymore. He turned around and asked, "What is it, Kachan?" He was impressed by how calm he made himself sound. Bakugo glared at him for a second, before simply uttering the word, "Quit." Izuku blinked. "Quit? Quit what?" "Quit UA. Drop out." Bakugo growled. Like a twig snapping, the nervousness and fear was flooded by frustration and anger. "What? Why would I?" "Because I don't know how you fooled everyone into thinking you have this weird hammer electricity quirk, but you aren't fooling me." Bakugo seethed, grabbing Midoriya by the collar. The familiar smell of smoke wafted into Izuku's nose as Bakugo's palms began to sizzle threateningly. "You're a quirkless Deku, and you always will be." Using something Valkyrie taught him, he thrust his arms between where Bakugo was holding him and thrust them outwards, breaking the blonde's grip on him. With a forceful shove, he pushed Bakugo away, where the taller boy stumbled back a few feet before falling on his ass. "I'm not a Deku, Bakugo." Izuku growled with an intensity he didn't know he had. He thrust a finger out at his former friend and tormentor. "This has been my dream, same as yours, since we were kids. You know that. It's all we used to talk about. So I don't care how many nasty words or explosions you throw at me, I'm not quitting. I'll never quit." He held up his right hand and Mjolnir flew into it. "You better get used to seeing me in this hammer, because I'm going to be the #1 hero. Not you." He turned on his heel and stormed off, not remembering the last time he'd ever felt this mad in his life. Wiping his eyes on his sleeves one last time, Midoriya realized though that he almost felt like a weight had been lifted off his chest. It was an odd feeling, on the first day of UA. Both for his dream to be coming true, and for his mom and Thor to be walking him to the bus stop. Thor's disguise of sunglasses and a hoodie seemed ridiculous to Izuku, but considering no one had seen Thor in centuries, it was also completely unnecessary. Mjolnir in hand, Midoriya turned and smiled at his mother and mentor. "Well, alright guys, I'll see you after class." Inko, of course, could hardly say goodbye between some of the most vicious sobbing Thor had ever seen in his life, so Thor took it upon himself to clap his young ward on the shoulder and give a broad grin. Your first steps toward being a hero, and in the grand scheme, ruler of Asgard. Try not to blow them all away too hard, my boy." Izuku gave a laugh before hugging his mother. "Thanks." As the teen boarded the bus into the city, Thor found himself having to hold back waterworks as well as pride swelled up in his chest. "Excuse me, sir." Thor turned to see a tall, blonde, and lanky individual approaching him. "Yes. You seem like a strong guy. Could you help me load something into my truck?" "It will only take a second, I promise," the taller man asked. Thor looked at Inko, who was still a sobbing mess of emotions as her son's bus pulled away. "I'll be right back, all right. Perhaps some tea shall do us some good," he suggested. Inko merely nodded, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket as she turned back towards the apartment. Thor followed the blonde man a few buildings down the block, where a large box was waiting outside the back of a truck. Thor easily squat down and lifted the box, wondering what was possibly inside. "I've got one more inside, if you would help me," the taller man added. "If that's the last of it, sure," Thor nodded, following the merely skeletal man inside the building. Once inside, however, the skinny man turned and looked at Thor with a grimace. Puffing out his chest, he became muscular once more, revealing none other than All Might, face to face with the God of Thunder. "Hello again, Thor," the voice of All Might boomed. Thor's face immediately turned into a scowl. So it was you. Have the years been so unkind to you, Toshinori, or is that simply a disguise? All Might went to answer, but Thor was shocked that instead of words, a violent, bloody cough escaped his mouth. Thor stepped back in reflex, and All Might was quickly reverted back to his bony, skeletal form. Are you okay? The king of Asgard asked. Why yes, sorry, All Might wiped his mouth with a rag he kept on him. Not a disguise, I'm afraid. I'm a few years out from a bad injury. He lifted his shirt to show Thor the wound he'd received all those years ago. I'm afraid I'm on limited time as far as heroics go. Thor clicked his tongue. Well, while I know we don't see eye to eye on all matters, I'm sorry to see what has happened to you. Time comes for us all in the end, though the sands in our hourglasses all flow at different rates. That they do. That's why I wanted to talk to you, All Might said, pocketing his cough rag. I see you've found a successor. Have I? Well, it wasn't hard to figure out when a kid with your weapon showed up to the UA entrance exam and used your power set. All Might scoffed. We don't need to pretend. All right, so young Midoriya was chosen by Mjolnir to be my successor. What of it? Thor asked. It's a small world. I had an encounter with him last year. He'd asked me. He asked you if someone without what you Midgardians called quirks could be a hero, and you crushed his spirit. Yes, I'm aware of the story, Thor replied, curtly. Why, it was that same day he found Mjolnir between worlds and claimed the power of the god of thunder. Fate has a funny way of playing its hand. All Might's smile faltered. So, that's how it happened. I see. I'm glad he was able to find a way to achieve his dreams, then. Still, part of me was afraid you had made that choice on purpose, given our history. Mjolnir makes the choice, not me, Thor scoffed back. You know this. After all, it chose you not so long ago. All Might let out a long sigh and turned away from Thor. It did, and you know how I felt about mixing one for all with the power of the god of thunder. And it appears that the choice to reject the power is biting you. Mjolnir could heal those wounds of yours, you know, Thor pointed out. I stand by my choice, All Might retorted. It's too much power for one person. If One for All were to ever fall into the wrong hands, I'd like to know there's something out there powerful enough to stop it. Well, I never disagreed with that, did I? Thor replied. More of how you dismissed me. What of it? Why call me out here? Well, like I said, I wanted to see if Midoriya being your successor was your doing or some sort of divine prank, though that got answered, All Might sighed. But other than that, does he know that we're familiar with each other? He does not, Thor answered, earnestly. It had not come up. I'm not going to hide that information from him, Thor. I'm sure it will if I'm going to be teaching him. We can discuss that with Midoriya when the time is right, Thor replied. Speaking of, I suppose you'll need to find a successor in your own right, won't you? All Might returned the question with grimace. You aren't wrong. I'm hoping to find one at UA. Speaking of which, I should be going, but I'm sure we'll be speaking again soon if I'm teaching your successor, God of Thunder. Midoriya is God of Thunder now, Thor replied. And I suppose you're right. Thor grabbed the box All Might had left in that room with ease, and walked with the symbol of peace out to his truck. All Might got in the truck without a word and drove off towards UA as Thor watched the vehicle disappear amongst the sea of traffic on the busy street. The king of Asgard scoffed once it was finally out of sight, and walked back towards Midoriya's apartment. Something about All Might's presence seemed foreboding to him. He had a vague awareness from their old meetings that All Might's quirk seemed to attract trouble. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood outside of Class 1A. He hadn't talked to Bakugo since they had argued outside of school weeks ago. Maybe he won't be in this class and I won't have to worry about it. He slid open the door and his face fell, almost immediately. Not only was Bakugo there, but Angry Glasses Blue Hair was also there, and they gave looks of disapproval. Bakugo even stood up, ready to pounce, but before he could, Izuku heard a voice call to him, "Bonjour, mon ami." He turned and looked over, jumping back slightly as a blond boy jumped directly in front of him, shaking his hand energetically. "So glad to see you here." It took a second for Midoriya to register that he knew this boy already. Once it hit, he beamed and returned the handshake briefly. Oh hey, from the entrance exam. You had the laser stomach. I realized we were never introduced. The boy stepped back and placed a hand over his chest. Midoriya couldn't help but think the boy was rather exuberant in his mannerisms. Aoyama Yuga. Midoriya Izuku. As he stated his name, he saw a girl with long green hair seated a few desks away turn around. Their eyes met, and he realized it was another familiar face. He waved. Hey Asui. She smiled and waved back. Hey Midoriya, I told you to call me Suyu. He rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks tinged a bit. Sorry. Glad to see the two of you here. Whoa. He'd barely finished the thought before a mop of brown hair was hovering a few inches from his nose. Uraraka had seen him and had charged up. Hey Midoriya, looks like we're in the same class. Instinctively, Midoriya took a step backwards as Uraraka had gotten right up in his personal space. Why yeah, good to see you made it, Uraraka. Small world. Uraraka took no notice of his discomfort and went on, I'm so excited. I can't wait to find out who our homeroom teacher is or what he's like. As if on cue, the door to the room slid open. All the students turned to see a large yellow lump fall into the room and begin to snore. Yo man, what on earth is that? A blond boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair asked, incredulously. The blue-haired stern boy with glasses immediately began chopping the air with his right hand. Perhaps this is our first test on day 1. We must isolate and determine what sort of threat. But as he went on, the yellow lump rolled over, revealing a face in it. Midoriya blinked. It took him a second, but he recognized the face as Mr. Aizawa, and he was in a sleeping bag. He looked around to see all the other students nervously watching the snoring man. Realizing he was probably the only student who knew who this was, he sighed and walked over, gently nudging the sleeping bag. Mr. Aizawa, wake up, he said, cautiously. Eraserhead awoke with a start and looked up at Midoriya. Ah, so I didn't dream of making it to the classroom. Thank you, Midoriya. Oh, I'm sure, Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his neck. Do you need a hand up? No, to your seat, Aizawa replied sternly. With surprising agility, he kicked up to his feet while still in the sleeping bag. Midoriya turned and walked back to his desk, trying to ignore the 19 pairs of eyes that were giving him questioning looks of how he knew that Aizawa was a teacher. With all the tact of an unfriendly alligator, Aizawa announced his name, announced his zero-tolerance policy for anyone he thought didn't have potential, and then stated they were all going to skip the entrance assembly and head outside for something called a quirk assessment test. The students lined up, and were led outside by Aizawa. In the hall, they passed Hero Class 1B heading towards the assembly, and Aizawa made eye contact with their homeroom teacher. Vlad King rolled his eyes and sighed. Skipping the assembly to expel a whole class again, Eraserhead. Only if none of them have potential to be heroes, Aizawa shrugged. Vlad King grunted and continued on. While passing, Midoriya saw both the silver-haired girl with psychic powers and the black-haired girl with shrinking powers he met in the entrance exam in that line. Midoriya excitedly gave them a smile and a small wave. The silver-haired girl blushed and turned away, and the black-haired girl gave him the smallest nod in return. Once outside, Aizawa explained how the quirk assessment test would work, having Bakugo throw a ball with and without his explosive abilities. Everyone seemed excited to be called up, even the ones like the girl with invisibility whose quirk didn't really help anything physical. Her nervousness just got worse when Aizawa threw out the stipulation that whoever came in last would get expelled. All right Midoriya Izuku, you're up, Aizawa yawned. Midoriya walked up and grabbed the baseball, thinking about if he could use a burst of wind and lighting in his arm to make the ball go further with his Asgardian strength. But before he could, Aizawa cleared his throat. Wait, do you have Mjolnir with you? Midoriya raised his right hand and the hammer zipped to it. Truthfully, he had left it at home because he knew it could be summoned at will. Yes sir. Murmurs went up around the class. Some of them were unfamiliar with the name. Asui and Uraraka, having been told, exchanged looks. Aizawa pulled a thermos of coffee out of his sleeping bag and sipped it. All right, do it with and without the hammer, for my records. Without first. Midoriya blinked and nodded, setting Mjolnir down. He had gotten so used to having to hold his strength back in day-to-day life, he'd already smashed a few alarm clocks by accident. With all his power and a burst of wind, he threw the ball just under 1,000 meters, which was second in the class outside of Uraraka's infinity. Most of the class gasped in awe, but Aizawa just nodded and wrote the number down. All right, with the hammer then. Midoriya nodded, picking up Mjolnir. He tossed the ball into the air and swung his weapon like a baseball bat. Electricity crackled off of it as he smacked the metal against the baseball at full power. 2,500 meters, Aizawa nodded, writing down. Very good. Whoa, wait a minute, why does Greenie here get to use support equipment? A small, purple-headed boy with a lisp argued. I demand a robot arm for this challenge. Actually, I could probably get a lot more done with a robot arm. Midoriya turned to Aizawa, who just gave him a dry, blank look. Well, Aizawa stated, dryly, you said you were going to be upfront about it. Why don't you tell your classmates? Midoriya shifted his feet uncomfortably. For some reason, the demand felt passive-aggressive. He couldn't turn it down if he wanted to. He turned to look at the class. Most of them looked confused. Uraraka and Asui were looking at him expectantly, and Bakugo. Well, it was the normal look Bakugo had for him. My power isn't actually a quirk, Midoriya confessed. I'm the god of thunder. I've inherited Mjolnir, the hammer, and my powers from Thor. Yes, that, Thor. The pitch where the test was held fell silent for a few seconds, and Midoriya could almost feel the tension fall over the crowd of students. All at once, shouts came from the crowd of them. That's bullshit, you quirkless nerd, was the loudest shout from Bakugo. If you're god of thunder, I'm the next Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, the boy with black hair and big elbows shouted. Believe it. No way, Thor died hundreds of years ago from sheer manliness. The red-headed boy shouted. That basically is like my power but way better, the blonde boy with the black lightning bolt sighed. Isn't that like a myth? The girl with short hair and earphone jacks in her earlobes asked. Aizawa blew a whistle. I'm sure you all have questions. Well, too bad. Figure it out on your own time. Iida Tenya, you're next. Izuku paused briefly before walking back to the class, trying to ignore the questioning looks. He hadn't given much thought about how he'd reveal himself to his class, or anyone, as God of Thunder, but considering how blunt and matter-of-fact Aizawa made it, he was somewhat thankful. He didn't have to answer a bunch of questions. At least, not right now anyway, as Aizawa commanded attention from the class. The rest of the exercises went pretty well for Midoriya. Mjolnir didn't help him much with the long jump, but he was able to use a wind burst to propel himself to a decent third place in that event, and his enhanced muscle structure had him getting top 3 or higher in nearly every other event. Despite this, Midoriya still felt shocked to see himself sitting ranked number 1 at the end of their assessment test, having scored a few points higher than the 2 recommendation students, Todoroki Shoto and Yaoyorozu Momo. Bakugo himself was sitting in 4th place, and Midoriya could practically see the smoke coming from his ears. A sob came from the floating pair of gym clothes that outlined Hagakure Toru. She had come in dead last. As he realized this, Midoriya looked between her and Aizawa. The teacher was tapping his clipboard in a pen, looking a bit conflicted. Ashido Mina ran up and embraced the invisible girl, the two loudly sobbing. His body moved without realizing, and Midoriya raised his hand. Aizawa looked up at him, tired eyes betraying just a hint of surprise. Yes, Midoriya. If I may, sir, Midoriya began, flying by the seat of his pants. Being invisible would be a quirk with massive potential for an underground hero such as yourself, wouldn't it? When he was met with a blank stare, he hastily added, it would make sense for a transformative quirk that refracts light wouldn't really do anyone any good in a matter like this, but it would hardly be a good measure to evaluate someone's, hero, potential. I think, she should, stay. His speech fizzled out, and immediately felt nervous about being in the spotlight again, his heart racing and palms sweating. To his great surprise, no one seemed to notice that. Instead, inspired by his bravado, other students began to voice protest to Hagakure's impending expulsion as well. Uraraka, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu all chimed in until Aizawa raised his hand to silence them. All of you relax, he sighed before putting on what Midoriya could only describe as the most evil, shit-eating grin he'd ever seen. The expulsion part was just a logical ruse to get you to perform your hardest. No one was getting expelled. What? Practically the whole class shouted in unison. Except for Bakugo and Hagakure. She was too busy crying, and Bakugo didn't care about anyone who wasn't himself. Aizawa paid the outburst no mind. Good work today. Change back into your uniforms and we'll get classes started. Oh man, he's going to be one of those tricky senseis who teaches us in riddles, Shiro grumbled to Midoriya. I wish we got a teacher more like Jiraiya sensei who would teach us the Rasengan. Ah, right, Midoriya chuckled. He leaned down and picked up Mjolnir, walking towards the changing rooms, when he felt an arm tug on his sleeve. He paused and turned to see, or not see, really, Hagakure had stopped him. Oh, yes. I just wanted to say thank you, Hagakure said, voice still cracking. The moisture hanging from where her face would be told Midoriya she was still trying to calm down. For standing up for me. Midoriya felt his face heat up in embarrassment. Oh, it's not a problem. I'm glad you're still here. Hagakure was particularly glad Midoriya couldn't see her blushing. Thanks Midoriya, she took on a teasing tone. Or should we call you God of Thunder, or Highness or something? He scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Ah, please don't. Midoriya is fine. The whole God of Thunder thing is still kind of new and it makes me feel pig-headed to have people call me a god. Hagakure snickered. Totally get it. Thanks again, Midoriya. Retreating to the classroom, the students of 1A were surprised by how mundane the rest of their first day was. Their first class of hero training would be taught by All Might the next day, so they met all the various pro-hero teachers and what subjects they taught. Present Mike was ready to teach them English through the power of Shakespeare, much to everyone's chagrin. Well, not Midoriya's. Meeting all these pro-heroes was a dream come true for him. Lunch rushes was as good as he could have imagined, and he'd never met so many pros at once before. At lunch, Tenya Iida, the tall blue-haired kid with glasses, apologized for how he'd been behaving before, and commended Midoriya about the hero points in the entrance exam. He was actually a pretty cool guy when he let his guard down slightly. The final bell came before he knew it, and it was time to grab his bag and Mjolnir and head home for the day. As he got up and walked toward the door alone, something different happened to him. Something that had never occurred to him in middle or elementary school. People were wanting to walk and talk with him. Asui, Iida, and Uraraka were all waiting for him in the hallway. Hey Midoriya, Uraraka greeted cheerfully. That was some impressive stuff today. I guess, he rubbed the back of his neck. You sent the ball to space though. And Iida beat everyone in the race. And Suyu's long jump was unrivaled. Thank you, Iida said, pushing up his glasses. So, I think we all want to ask, if you are truly the God of Thunder, how did that come to be? The looks on Asui and Uraraka's faces told Midoriya they were wondering the same thing. In fact, a few other classmates were nearby and had begun to listen in too, including Hagakure, Kirishima, and Kaminari. He didn't notice Bakugo lingering in the classroom listening as well. Well, to be honest, it happened like this. He went over the story, omitting the part where he met All Might, about being quirkless up until about a year ago, what happened the day he found the hammer, and meeting Thor. Oh man, I remember seeing the news about that sludge villain. Kaminari snapped. Wait, hold up, Bakugo told you to unalive yourself. The one in our class. Ashido gasped. Midoriya blinked. He hadn't given any thought to telling that part of the story, and he was beginning to wonder if he should have. Well, I mean, lots of people did that because I was quirkless. Bakugo did it all the time. Dude, that is not Hokage behavior. Shiro exploded on Bakugo, who had stepped out the door. Who cares, elbows, the blonde grunted, pushing past Shiro. Once I'm the #1 pro hero, all you extras will be sorry you badmouthed me. Hero, Asui croaked as he stomped off. I'm not sure how he expects to be the #1 pro hero with an attitude like that. Are you okay, Midoriya? Izuku blinked. That was not a question he was asked a lot, if he recalled. Oh, yeah, I'm fine, thanks. So, do you still meet with Thor? Asui asked. Again, everyone's attention had turned to Midoriya. Yeah, he shrugged. I'm meeting him and Valkyrie right now to spar. Bro, can I meet him? Thor is super manly. Dude, no way, I wanna meet Thor. That's so cool. Midori, can we come too? Midoriya gulped as just about every classmate save for Bakugo, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro were clamoring for him to introduce them to the legendary Thor. Well, I'll have to ask him if that's okay. Alright, give him some space. Iida barked, chopping the air wildly. This unruly mob has no place in the hallways of the prestigious UA. We are not an unruly mob, Sato retorted. We're an enthusiastic gathering. The hallway still isn't the place for that, Asui replied dryly. Still, the students of 1A finally had begun to disperse. To his amazement, Asui, Uraraka, and Iida all walked and talked with him as he left the building, and said goodbye to him as they went their separate ways. Almost like, is that what having friends is like? He muttered to himself, almost giddily. That's really cool. I haven't had friends since, ever. His thought was interrupted as the Bifrost summoned him, sweeping him into the halls of Asgard once again. Thor was there, at his throne, leaning forward with hands on his knees. He looked like he'd been waiting for this all day. Midoriya, tell me, how was your first day at the hero school? Izuku beamed back at his mentor. This was maybe one of the best days of his life so far. This was not shaping up to be a very great day. It started off exciting, if nothing else. The second day of classes meant that All Might would begin teaching their heroics training, where the real meat of the matter began. At least, in the eyes of the students. Everyone had been on pins and needles as All Might finally entered the classroom, telling them to suit up and head to ground beta for a little heroes versus villains training. They were diving right into the matter, and they had been looking forward to hands-on training since they applied for UA. Even Midoriya's complicated feelings towards All Might didn't bring him down. Uraraka, Asui, and Hagakure all complimented his Norse getup, and he tried not to stare at their skin-tight costumes or get too caught up in the fact that Hagakure was legitimately just a naked girl with a pair of gloves on. But then they were divided into pairs of two. He was paired with Shiro Honta, which was not by any means a bad thing, it's just that they were taking on Mineta Minoru and Bakugo Katsuki. I want nothing to do with Bakugo, he found himself sighing as he thought that. He was snapped from the thought as Shiro walked over to him. Hey man, glad to be working with you. I'm Shiro. Midoriya shook his hand. You too. So, let's talk strategy. What's your quirk? Hey, all business with you, huh? Shiro snickered, holding up his arm. I shoot an extra strength tape from my elbows here. It's useful for swinging around and capturing people. He rubbed the back of his neck, confidence waning a bit, although, if I use it too much, the adhesive gets kinda weaker. Izuku's funk lifted almost immediately. Oh wow, that's so cool. You make the tape on your own. You have so much mobility and capture potential. Shiro chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. So the God of Thunder thinks my quirk is cool. Feels kinda weird, Midoriya. I can't wangdoodle the snot out of someone with an ancient magic hammer. I'm not. I don't think I like being called a god, Midoriya blushed, scratching his cheek. Besides, a quirk like yours is really good for ending a fight before anyone has to get hurt, and saving people. I think that's really cool. Well, thanks man, Shiro grinned. So we're up against your old school rival and the grape guy. It's almost like a fated battle of rivals. Are you the Naruto or the Sasuke, you think? Wah, never mind, you're too friendly and quiet to be either of them, Shiro laughed. At least pre-time skip. Thanks, Midoriya replied. Anyway, let's stick together. If I can stun them long enough with Mjolnir or lightning, you can probably capture them pretty quickly. I'm sure we can tag team this if we try. Whop 'em and wrap 'em. Shiro cried, love it. The two watched as Bakugo and Mineta went inside to set up their bomb, with their 10-minute head start. As they did so, the blonde and the purple head had their own talk. You okay man? Mineta asked, eyebrow raised as they placed their bomb on the top floor. Or are you just really twitchy and sweaty all the time? It's that shitty Deku. Bakugo barked. I hate that imposter bastard and his stupid fake hammer. He's no god. PFSHFBT, Mineta scoffed, it's dorky, but come on. You saw him take down that giant robot. Saved Uraraka's luscious body, lucky bastard. I don't know how you can sit here and say he isn't Thor. I knew that weak little shrimp for 15 years, you idiot, the taller boy scowled. Totally quirkless. Then he just shows up with some stupid hardware store garbage and thinks he owns the place. Thinks he's better than me. Bakugo punched a wall. He's always thought he was better than me. Hey, can you not do that when the exercise starts? You'll give away our location, Mineta requested, but he was interrupted by the buzzer, signifying the exercise was starting and the heroes had entered the building. I'm going to kill them. Bakugo screamed, running out of the room to meet them head on. Oh cool, I guess I'll just stay here and guard the bomb, Mineta grumbled. Bro needs some therapy so he can be cool and suave like yours truly. So what do you think their strategy will be? Zero asked. I mean neither of us know Mineta, but you know Bakugo. He doesn't, usually, play well with others, Midoriya replied. I think he's bound to charge off on his own, and attack us head on, if I'm being honest. We're already on the 3rd floor, and there's only 5, so I'm sure we'll find him. He stopped as he saw a spark of fire around the corner in a split second. He turned and pushed Zero back. Look out. The two of them narrowly avoided an explosion that rocked the corner they were approaching, the walls of the 3rd floor groaning. You got lucky there, you shitty Deku. Midoriya and Zero were already to their feet, and Izuku spun Mjolnir at his side, charging electricity. Bakugo charged forward, rearing his right hand back. The same way he starts every fight, how he's always started every fight, Midoriya thought. He pulled Mjolnir back as though getting ready to throw it, and he saw Bakugo's eyes drift towards it. Perfect. Midoriya stepped his left foot forward and threw a perfectly executed left-hand jab, channeling all the electricity from Mjolnir to his left hand. His fist connected right between Bakugo's right eye and nose, and a crackle of electricity burst through the blonde. It was a controlled amount, not enough to be lethal, but enough to send Bakugo into a twitching mess on the ground as he collapsed in a heap. Quick, tape him, Midoriya commanded, and Zero nodded, tapping Bakugo's arms and legs to the floor, covering him with enough layers of tape. By the time Bakugo recovered from the taser punch, he was completely immobilized by Zero's tape. Let me out of here and fight me like a man, you pussy-ass pieces of shit. Oof, I think maybe I should tape up his fragile masculinity, Zero quipped, drawing a laugh from Izuku. Come on, let's get a move on. The two ignored the enraged shouts of Bakugo as they moved on to the next floor. I thought for sure you were about to hit him with Mjolnir. I was worried you'd kill him, Zero said as they walked off. Everyone always looks at the hammer, Midoriya nodded as they walked into the stairwell to the 4th floor. It's as good of a distraction as it is a weapon. Wait, you hear that? Bakugo, come in. Did you turn off your headset? Why would you do that? The frantic voice of Mineta could be heard through the door to the 4th floor. Midoriya and Zero nodded to each other. This was it. Midoriya kicked in the door to the 4th floor, causing Mineta to turn and let out a high-pitched scream. He was standing directly in front of the decoy bomb. Immediately, he began pulling the purple balls off of his head and began throwing them at Midoriya and Zero. Get graped, nerds, Mineta yelled, his panic evident as he began to immediately cry. Yo what? Zero cried out, using his tape to swing around the pillars to dodge the purple balls the shorter boy was throwing. Midoriya dived behind a pillar as well to avoid them, and noticed that they didn't bounce at all. Once the grapes hit something, they stuck there. Zero, look out, I think those stick anything they touch, Midoriya said into his headset. Yeah, I figured that out, Zero said back sheepishly. Midoriya glanced from behind his pillar to see Zero pinned to a different post by a host of purple balls. He gave a sheepish wave. Hey man, my bad. Ha 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 ha. Mineta yelled triumphantly, ego boosted from trapping Zero. Let's see you deal with my sticky balls, hammer pants. Gross, Midoriya flinched. He spun Mjolnir at his side as he could hear Mineta's waddling footsteps charging. He turned to face his minuscule attacker and as he predicted, Mineta threw a flurry of balls his way. Midoriya spun Mjolnir in front of, creating a pocket of air for a blast of wind. The powerful gale pushed the balls and Mineta back towards the bomb, knocking the boy over. With his opening in hand, Midoriya unleashed a blast of lightning from his hammer that knocked Mineta unconscious. "Good job, Midoriya," Zero cheered. "Now go get the bomb and we're done." Midoriya sighed with relief and began to walk towards the bomb. He couldn't believe how well this was going, which probably should have been his first hint at what happened next. "Midoriya, look, oh you." Kaboom! Zero's yell was drowned out by the sound of an explosion from close behind Midoriya that sent him sprawling across the floor in front of him, dropping Mjolnir on the ground with a bang. Despite the ringing in his ears, the smell of his burnt skin and the ash in his nose, he rolled onto his back to see Bakugo zooming towards him, pointing a massive gauntlet his way. Bits of tape were all over his body, and it didn't take much for Midoriya to realize he had managed to explode himself out of Zero's tape. Bakugo tried to get on Midoriya to unleash a close-range explosion, but Midoriya pushed his legs to his chest and kicked the blonde off of him, sending Bakugo sprawling onto his back. Midoriya kicked up to his feet in a swift motion and held out his hand for Mjolnir, which came rushing back to his open palm. Bakugo likewise had sprung to his feet, enraged by Midoriya's quick recovery. 5 minutes remaining. All Might's voice buzzed through the intercom. "If that were a real bomb you'd have killed us all," Izuku sniped, spinning the hammer at his side. "It'd be worth it, you useless piece of shit," Bakugo shouted, lunging forward. Midoriya threw Mjolnir at this attacker, and Bakugo ducked. Midoriya recalled the hammer for the boomerang attack, but Bakugo was a bit smarter than an undead dragon. The blonde threw his left hand to the side and used a blast to diver himself in the air, dodging the hammer as it returned to the new god of thunder. The blonde rushed in, but as Mjolnir met Midoriya's hand, he spun around to try and hit Bakugo with a spinning backhand attack with the weapon. Bakugo managed to stop himself in midair, just short of the attack, put both hands at Midoriya's eye level, and unleashed as big of an explosion as he could. But as the smoke cleared, his eyes widened in shock as Midoriya stood there, nonplussed by the move save for some burns on his shirt. "Good try," Midoriya grunted, electricity cracking off his hair and eyes beginning to glow blue. "Probably would have hurt someone who wasn't an Asgardian. You're nothing but a quirkless Deku. You're no fucking Asgardian, you dumbass." Bakugo lunged again, using larger explosions due to stored sweat than he had before to blitz Midoriya with lightning speed. But he was stopped in mid-air as Izuku grabbed him by the collar with his left hand, despite Bakugo being slightly taller. Only perturbed for a second, the blonde reached forward with his longer wingspan and latched a hand onto Midoriya's face, unleashing a point-blank explosion. "Got you, you damn nerd." But the hand clutching his collar did not give way, and as the explosion faded, blue eyes filled with lightning bore into him. "But when it comes to hurting me," Midoriya growled, "you just don't have what it takes." Bakugo's chest was met with Mjolnir as it was smashed into his ribcage, driving the air from him. Electricity exploded out of the hammer, stunning the blonde and sending white-hot needles of pain through his entire person. Flung through the air, he landed right on a heap of Mineta's sticky balls. He regained his senses just in time to see Midoriya turn and touch the bomb. "We win," Midoriya said calmly as the buzzer sounded. "Hero team wins," All Might bellowed excitedly. "Woo!" Zero cheered meekly from where he was bound to the wall. Both from being captured and the impressive display of power he'd just witnessed from Bakugo and Midoriya, he felt a little out of place. Believe it. After awkwardly waking Mineta so that he could free Zero and Bakugo, the students wordlessly left ground beta, mainly because the sound of Bakugo's teeth grinding was making the other three feel incredibly uneasy. Midoriya paused as left the building as he looked at his classmates. The air around the rest of them was different. Some of them wouldn't make eye contact with him as he looked around. He felt anxiety creep up in him. Am I imagining this or did I do something wrong? Excellent. All Might clapped, not really noticing the horrible tension hanging over the air for the class. You all performed quite admirably. Now, can anyone tell me where the villain team went wrong? The growl Bakugo made when Yaoyorozu raised her hand made Zero and Midoriya raise an eyebrow at each other. Yes, young Yaoyorozu. All Might laughed. Well, they didn't play to each other's strengths, she surmised. Both teams were made of a capture specialist and a powerhouse, which I assume was on purpose, sir. Midoriya and Zero did their best to use their abilities in tandem to quickly neutralize a threat, although they failed to keep Bakugo from using his quirk. The villains didn't seem to be on the same page and they lacked any strategy. Yes, you noticed my plan. All Might laughed, all while thinking, didn't even notice the capture and powerhouse thing, she's a smart one. And what about any pointers for the heroes? Iida raised his hand and was called on. Going off what Yaoyorozu said, if they knew Bakugo used explosions from his hands, taping his hands shut might have helped. They appear to have overlooked this in haste. Additionally, when Mineta struck back against them, they didn't seem to have any team strategy. Midoriya and Zero nodded along with the criticism. It was true, though having never worked with each other before they didn't take it too hard. With that, All Might dismissed them to watch the others. Bakugo stormed off to as far as he could without drawing the ire of their teacher, with Mineta comically waddling after him. Midoriya and Zero walked over to a nearby bench and collapsed on it. Man, I'm so beat. When the adrenaline wears off, that kinda stuff hits you hard, Zero sighed. Yeah, I feel you. Even if it's not the most physically draining, it's mentally exhausting, Midoriya nodded. Zero laughed. You must be in way better shape than me. I'm already kinda spent. I think I slept for a week after the entrance exam. Do you get trained by Thor every day? Yeah, he really wanted me to live up to the title. To be honest, it's kind of intimidating. Speaking of, I feel like everyone's trying really hard to not look at us. Midoriya replied in a hushed tone. Zero looked up and noticed how uneasy some of Class 1A seemed. Ashido and Hagakure glanced over at them and quickly looked away, and the rest of the class seemed like that too as Kirishima and Iida teamed up against Jiro and Sato. Yeah, I can see it. You got kinda scary in there, man. Midoriya looked at him, alarmed. I did. You kidding me? The black-haired teen chuckled. You started glowing blue, you had electricity crackling all over you. You come off kinda meek when we talk, but in battle you were full-on looking like old-school comic book level god. I'm glad you were on my side, not on the side of the Akatsuki. Believe it. Ah, great. Midoriya sighed. Don't worry about it. Here, Zero said, pulling his arm. Midoriya didn't resist letting the taller team pull him over to where Uraraka and Asui were waiting for their turn. You guys strategizing over here? He asked, beaming at them. Me and this guy were just thinking maybe we'd have done better as villains. Zero nudged Midoriya with his big elbows. Right, pal? Oh, yeah, Midoriya agreed, rubbing his chin. We could have set up some neat traps with your tape in that room, actually. I'm actually surprised Mineta didn't do that. As Midoriya began to think about the quirks, the girl's expression softened and they both giggled. Wow, Midoriya, you're kind of a totally different person when you aren't in a fight, aren't you? Asui asked with a croak. Right, you got like this when talking about our quirks, Uraraka laughed. It's like you've got like a light switch in you that goes from shy to intense. Midoriya felt a weight lift off his chest as the tension, at least with those two, lifted. He gave Zero an appreciative look. Why yeah, I guess I get a little carried away in action. My bad. He gave a grin and rubbed the back of his neck. Hero, well, it worked for you guys. Do you have any pointers for us? Asui tilted her head towards them while tapping a finger to her chin. Oh man, well, depends on if you're hero or villain team, Midoriya said, eyes turning intense as he went back to rubbing his chin. You guys have really versatile quirks, so you'd want completely different strategies depending on what you'd be doing. Zero laughed as Midoriya went on his analytical spiel. Both Uraraka and Asui were listening intently, and they'd drawn some of the attention of the others. He was glad his plan to ease his classmates' tension worked. Midoriya seemed like a cool guy, even if he was scary powerful. And it didn't hurt to be buddies with a god. Thor was delighted to hear the tale of Midoriya's first real heroics exercise. That'll show Kachao to underestimate you. Good work, lad. Thor had met Midoriya outside of his apartment that day, which was a welcome surprise to the usual summoning of the Bifrost. I'm glad to know the gear we picked for you held up and withstood the blasts from Kachao as well, the Norseman added. I'm afraid I won't have any time for a classic Thor adventure today. I've been summoned by your school to discuss some things. Midoriya immediately felt his anxiety hike up. Am I in trouble? No, nothing like that. Don't worry, Thor assured him. Just some business so they can adequately train you. I just wanted to see how things went before I left. He clapped Midoriya on the shoulder. We'll catch up tomorrow. Oh, Thor, said a feminine voice from a few feet away. The two turned to see Midoriya's mother Inko was standing at the landing of the apartment complex to get the mail. Good to see you. Would you like to join us for dinner? Thor smiled but shook his head. I'm afraid I'm just stopping by. Perhaps another time though. Your cooking has captured my tongue as I'm sure your beauty catches many an eye. Izuku blanched as his mother giggled and rolled her eyes. Oh, you and that sharp tongue. Inko laughed. The door is always open. As she shut the door, Izuku grabbed Thor's arm before the Viking could leave. Why you gotta stop flirting with my mom? Seeing it feels really weird. So come by and flirt with her when you're gone. Thor asked, jovially. Izuku glared. Thor, come on. That just feels weird. Your mother is a charming woman, young Midoriya, Thor replied. But I suppose I can try. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, the two departed, Izuku shaking his head the whole time. About an hour later, the king of Asgard made his way to UA, drawing a few looks from what students will remain in the halls for after-school activities. But he made his way to Principal Nedzu's office unimpeded. Good afternoon, Nedzu Mousebeardogson, Thor greeted as he entered the office. Not my last name at all, but I don't mind, the principal chuckled. Would you like some tea? Sounds great. Oh, Thor deflated as he closed the door and saw All Might and Eraserhead were there as well. I see we are joined in this meeting. Nice to see you again, Eraserhead said with all the enthusiasm of a man who had 2 hours of sleep. Apologies, but in addition to reviewing our curriculum for Midoriya's circumstances, we wanted to ask for your input on a matter, Nedzu replied. Regarding All Might's successor, he placed 4 cups of tea on a coffee table in the middle of his office and plopped on one of 2 couches that were facing each other. He pat the spot next to him. Come, sit and get comfortable. The rodent has trapped me in Midgardian social convention, just like the Dr. Doofenshmirtz on that cartoon Midoriya showed me. Thor winced, but sat down and grabbed the cup of tea anyway. It was delicious. I'm not sure what All Might's successor has to do with me. One for All is about the only quirk active right now that can rival your own power, Thor. All Might replaced as he sat across from the other blonde. And I have no metric for worthiness like Mjolnir. I only have one chance to pass it down, so picking the only person whose power comes close to yours and Midoriya's is no small decision. Due to the stockpiling nature of One for All, they may even become stronger than you in terms of sheer power. Thor said nothing, though his look turned stern. He had seen All Might in action, and his power was comparable to the Hulk's. He didn't doubt it, though there was more to his and Midoriya's abilities than raw power. If you two insist on my aid, what would you have me do? Well, we have a few candidates. I'd like you to observe and discuss with me your thoughts, All Might replied. How would I do that? Thor snarked. I'm the king of Asgard, I don't go stalking children. About that, Nedzu replied. I have a proposition for you. It had been a week later on a Wednesday, and Midoriya was shocked to find that Aizawa was in class on time, before the bell and half the students. He double-checked his phone just to be sure. He was early, as was the teacher. While it was only the second week of classes, Aizawa had yet to be on time once. He waved to Iida, Uraraka, Asui, Aoyama, and Shiro, who had become something of his friend group, and took a seat behind Bakugo like he usually did, setting Mjolnir next to his desk. Once the bell rang, Aizawa began immediately. All right, you all need to pick a class president by the end of homeroom hour today. I'm going to nap while you do so. The yellow sleeping bag around the teacher was closed and he fell to the side, a light snoring sound emanating from the pack before he even hit the ground. It was impressive how fast he could fall asleep. Immediately, the more loud students of the class began to argue for their case of being the class president. Shiro turned towards Midoriya. Hey man, you should be president. Aren't you going to be like king of Asgard one day? Mon Amy, you seem fit for leadership. Aoyama added. Not for a very long time, Midoriya said, scratching his cheek. I really don't want all that kind of attention. But why not? Uraraka asked, pumping her fists. You'd make a great president. If you don't go for it, I will. Hiro. I think everyone wants to go for it but Midoriya, Asui added dryly as she looked around the room. Iida and Yaoyorozu took charge as far as organizing a discussion and a vote, which, despite his many protests, Midoriya won with 6 votes with Yaoyorozu being in second place at 3. Nervously, he stood in front of the class, with a disappointed Yaoyorozu next to him. Well thanks, you guys. He said, scratching his cheek. I promise we'll do our best. Right, Yaoyorozu. Right, the taller black-haired girl sighed. Before either of them could talk further, a loud alarm made everyone jump, even Aizawa. Metal panels slid down over the windows, which is usually a universal sign of things being bad. Eraserhead shed his sleeping bag almost immediately and ran for the door. We're on lockdown. Don't move, he growled as he left the room. But no sooner had he left did Kaminari stand up and scream, "Oh God, we're gonna die, let's book it." We were told, Midoriya began, but it was too late. Kaminari, Ashido, Kirishima, and Hagakure had already gathered up the louder students and made for the door. The more timid students, like Kota and Sato, left with them. Bakugo and Mineta also left, though no one was quite sure why. Should we go with them? Yaoyorozu asked him. Midoriya looked to his friends, who were still there, for support, as well as Iida. You were responsible for their well-being in the teacher's absence, Iida said. It may be wise to at least try and round them up. Why, you're probably right, Midoriya replied, holding up his hand to summon Mjolnir. Let's go get them back here. As Midoriya opened the door, he was met with the view of a literal stampede of students, a sea of gray UA uniforms making an impenetrable wall blocking the hallway. Asui croaked. Well, that makes it a little more difficult. For Hero students they all seem pretty jumpy. Hero. Yeah, maybe I could. Wait, was that frog pun? Midoriya asked, turning to the other green-haired girl. She gave him a small smirk as he snickered. Good one. Maybe I can fly over them and get a look through one of those big windows. Those aren't covered. Wonder why. Looks like bulletproof glass, Aoyama commented as Midoriya held Mjolnir aloft and used it to slip over the heads of the crowd. Take caution, Midoriya. Midoriya gave his friend group a thumbs up as he zipped overhead into the window. Shockingly, in the panic, no one seemed to notice the flying teenager with a hammer and green hair overhead. His friends watched him peek out the window, give a nervous chuckle, and fly back over to Class 1A. A reporter snuck in and triggered the alarm, he said to the others. Well, not much of a reason to panic, Uraraka laughed. Yaoyorozu, you should make him a megaphone so he can tell everyone to knock it off. The new vice president nodded, and did just that, pulling one from under her shirt and handing it up to Midoriya. He then spent the next few minutes awkwardly flying up and down the hall, letting everyone know it was just a reporter and to go back to class. It mostly worked, save for a few stragglers who were enjoying the chance to walk the halls. Once, at the very least, Class 1A was back at their desks. Midoriya landed and rejoined Yaoyorozu at the front of the class. No sooner had he handed the megaphone back to her did Aizawa re-enter the classroom. Did any of you leave this room? He asked, a deadly serious look in his eye. Attention swept over the classroom as everyone could feel a chill run down their spine. He seemed ready to commit murder against any who dare answer incorrectly. And no, Midoriya replied. Oh, okay, good, Eraserhead sighed, going back to normal, low-energy speech. He looked up at the vote tally on the board. So you two are in charge, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu glanced at each other. Why yes, sir, it appears we are, the taller girl answered. Well, no difference to me, Aizawa yawned. The lockdown was a false alarm. Oh, and before I pass out here, I was told to let you know you were going to have a new history teacher for the semester. They'll be focusing on the early study of heroics and how it applied to a society that just began regulating heroics. An excited murmur went up around the class, but a look of horror dawned on Midoriya's face. Wait, no, it can't be, right? Refusing to elaborate further, Aizawa again collapsed on the ground, snoring as soon as he finished zipping himself into his sleeping bag. The door swung open and Midoriya felt his blood run cold. At the sight of Thor in a polo shirt and khaki pants, Midoriya, look, it's me, Thor, in the school. Class 1A lost their minds at the revelation, perhaps too blown away to appreciate the tall blonde Viking hugging Midoriya. You let's go, Kaminari shouted, while Kirishima was having some sort of manliness-related meltdown. Yes, Thor shouted, raising his fists to the sky. Let us go. To a journey into the past, a journey, can you two take your seats? He asked Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. The taller girl nodded meekly and retreated in a nervous rush, while Midoriya turned on his heel and wished he could be anywhere else in the world right now. A journey to the first heroics of Midgard. The next hour of Midoriya's life felt like the longest he'd ever been through. Though Thor's lessons were unorthodox, they learned about Captain America through Thor's knowledge of the man, how he developed his abilities, and whether or not they would qualify as a quirk by today's standards. As much as he hated to admit it, Thor's teaching methods seemed at the very least in line with present mics, which were unorthodox but effective. As the bell rang, Thor looked distraught as well. Blasted schedules, always in my way. All right, young children, I shall see you all on the morrow. To Class 1B. The rest of the day at the very least carried on as normal, hero training, math, etc. At the end of the day, however, Aizawa asked Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to come to the front. Before you leave, as the new class reps, I need you to attend a meeting with the other class representatives and bring in these forms to the office about your new positions. You'll have these meetings once weekly as part of your duties. Dismissed. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu nodded, Midoriya taking the small stack of papers and leaving with the taller girl. He waved to his friends as they left without him, as Yaoyorozu said goodbye to Jiro, Mina, and Hagakure. The two headed towards the office, but not before bumping into Thor. Ah, young Midoriya, where are you heading to? I was about to come get you for your spar with Valkyrie. Thor chuckled, though I don't know how you do it every day after these classes. I'm bushed. Oh, I have to go to a class representative meeting. I'll let you know when I'm done. Midoriya answered, embarrassed. Well, congratulations then, you two. I'll let Valkyrie know so she doesn't run you through for being late. Fare thee well, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. The Viking nodded. Sorry about that, Midoriya muttered. And today. You don't really need to apologize, Yaoyorozu said with a sigh. Vice President is better than nothing, I guess. And I'm sure it's probably uncomfortable to have your mentor be a teacher. I'd feel an immense amount of pressure. Yeah, I feel something all right. Dunno if I'd call it pressure, Midoriya replied, drawing a small giggle from the taller girl. If it makes you feel any better, I was one of the people who voted for you. This took the vice president by surprise. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought you were the best person for the job. Yaoyorozu looked away so that Midoriya wouldn't see her blushing. Why do you say that? Well, when we did that villain and hero exercise with All Might last week, you broke down everyone's strategy, and had a really good one for your own team. And you always seem to know the answers in class. I know we don't know each other super well, but you just seem really smart, like a natural leader, he replied, as they turned the corner. I'm sure whoever else voted for you feels the same. He was too busy skimming the forms Aizawa gave him to realize just how flustered he made the taller girl. Thank you, Midoriya. You seem like a natural leader as well, so I'm sure we'll work well together. The two made small talk as they walked the halls. Midoriya was ecstatic to find out who had recommended her. Midnight was an old family friend, and they were both a bit geeky when it came to quirk analysis. They dropped the forms off with Nedzu's secretary, and met in the student council room. It looked like they were the last two to arrive. A third year with a head shaped like a croissant looked up at them. Oh, did 1A finally assign class reps? We sent Mr. Aizawa a memo a week ago. Both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu blushed, feeling a bit put on the spot as they nodded. Well, take your spots, the older boy advised. This should be a quick one, not much happens until the sports festival and the culture festival anyways. They did as told, essentially just listening to the older students go over expectations and duties of their position. It didn't seem too bad, thankfully. After half an hour, the meeting concluded and Midoriya and Yaoyorozu left the room, ready for the day to end. Hey, you two, hang on. The two Class 1A reps stopped and turned to see a girl with an orange ponytail and a smaller boy following them from the room. Sorry, I just wanted to have us introduce ourselves. I'm Kendo Itsuka, class president of Class 1B. Shoda Narangeki, the smaller boy added. Vice president. Yeah, we're the other hero class, Kendo continued. So I wanted us to at least know each other a little since I'm sure we'll probably do some joint training later in the year and stuff. Oh cool, Midoriya replied, shaking their hands, as did Yaoyorozu. Nice to meet you guys. You too, Shoda replied, although Kendo wanted to ask something else. The two turned towards Kendo, who went a little red. Ah well, I mean, Thor, like the old school Thor, showed up today talking about teaching at UA so he can mentor his successor. That's you, right? It was Midoriya's turn to blush. Things at UA had gotten a little more complicated. No one had expected a field trip, but it was certainly a welcome surprise, leaving all of Class 1A in a giddy mood as they piled onto a bus to an off-site location. Hey, how come Class 1B isn't coming along? Hiroshima asked the ever-exhausted Eraserhead. They'll be making the same trip tomorrow. We only have a limited space and resources, so we wanted to keep the class size small. Eraserhead explained through a yawn. I'm so hyped for rescue training. Uraraka cheered. That's exactly the type of hero I want to be. Hero, you have the perfect quirk for it, Asui agreed. Don't you think, Midoriya? Oh for sure, he nodded. You and Zero both have quirks really useful for this sort of thing. Sue, yours would be really good too, I think. I think your skill set could really be great for rescue and combat, actually. Asui and Uraraka both blushed a bit. Thanks, Hero, Asui added. Being able to cling to walls and use my tongue probably will come in handy a little, but it might be a little gross for some people. This might be the only type of hero work where you're at a disadvantage, Midoriya, Zero chuckled, only slightly envious of how he always managed to get a reaction from the girls. Like fire jutsu in a rainy area. Yeah, I can't fly unless I'm holding Mjolnir, and then I only have one hand. I'll have to figure out what I can do, Midoriya agreed. None of what Thor and Valkyrie have taught me have really been about this part. Hey, you're better off than me, Kaminari sighed from the seat behind Midoriya. I'm like the dollar store version of you. I can't even do big lightning blasts without frying my own brain. But I don't think anyone's quirk is worse for rescue stuff than Bakugo. They'll need to rescue you when I'm done with you, Sparky sack of bitch. Bakugo screamed from the backseat. Hero, can't really see how far he'll climb in the rankings with a mouth like that, Asui quipped, drawing a laugh from Midoriya, Zero, and Uraraka. Even Iida smirked, despite himself. Who do you guys think will be teaching us? The fourth Hokage, Zero cried out, drawing a laugh from the others. I'll crap myself if it's 13, Uraraka declared, far too proudly for someone who just said they'd crap themselves. She's been my favorite my whole life. Whoever it is, we'll need to make sure we absorb as much knowledge from them as possible, Iida said. Yeah, whoever it is, I can't wait to learn about their quirk, Midoriya replied, looking at his latest notebook that he had filled with all the quirks of his classmates. Zero rolled his eyes. The whole class had been subject to Midoriya's quirk analysis by now. Just try not to mutter, Asui teased, causing him to blush and his other friends to laugh. No promises, he joked. It was still a new feeling, joking around with friends. And while it felt natural, it still was something he felt he needed to get used to. Just, poke me really hard if I start. So, you're not actually gonna crap yourself, are you? Midoriya asked Uraraka as they all saw 13 waiting for them in the USJ. Shut up, too excited, Uraraka said, bouncing up and down from excitement. Midoriya had to try not to stare at, parts of her that were bouncing along in her costume as well. Focus, Midoriya. He turned and his eyes landed on Yaoyorozu, and he gulped. Focus harder, Midoriya. 13 began to lecture all about rescue training, and the various ways she applied her quirk, which was quite lethal, to the art of saving others. Midoriya took out his notebook and began to scribble notes, not really bothered by the fact no one else was doing the same thing. In fact, he was so in the zone, it took him a minute to realize 13 had stopped talking and some of his friends had started shouting, and it only really sunk in once Uraraka stopped bouncing and tapped on his shoulder. He looked up to see the look on her face had changed to one of panic, and she had pointed to a swirling purple and black portal opening far down below in the open area of the USJ. Is this part of the exercise? He asked, nervously, turning to Yaoyorozu. A group of people exited the portal, and a man covered in hands, including one on his face, began to laugh maniacally. I'm going to guess no, Yaoyorozu replied in a tone that matched his. Aizawa stepped in front of the students. Stay back. This is bad. We need to call the other teachers. Communications are down, 13 replied, hand on an electronic device on her helmet. Something is signal jamming in here. Aizawa turned to Iida. You're fast enough to get far enough away from the signal block and call for help. Go. Iida turned to leave, but a voice boomed. Oh, I think not. Portals began to open all around the ground of students, one blocking the exit. Midoriya raised Mjolnir to defend himself, but it was too late, he was already falling through a portal on the ground that had opened below him. Before he knew it, he was falling through the air towards a small lake below him, having dropped Mjolnir in the sudden drop. Splash! Finding himself in the water, Midoriya righted himself and looked up towards the surface, glad he could get his orientation almost immediately. He began to swim upwards when he saw, to his shock, a shark zooming towards him in the deep. Wait, that's not a shark, that's a person with a shark head quirk. He didn't even have time to try and summon Mjolnir before the jaws of the villain were upon him, and he was able to grab the chin and snout of his attacker before getting snapped in half. He held the wriggling villain in his grip, thankful he had enhanced strength, but he couldn't breathe forever or launch a counter-attack in this position, and any lightning attack could. Wham! While he was pontificating, Asui delivered the biggest underwater dropkick he'd ever seen to the side of the sharkman, knocking him clear out of Midoriya's field of view. The attack was probably the most attractive Midoriya had ever seen a woman do, and he wondered what that said about him as a person. Hey Midoriya, Asui blubbed to him, prompting him to give her a small wave in return. Without warning, she stuck her tongue out, wrapped it around Midoriya's waist, and pulled him towards the surface. Before he knew it, they emerged from the water and she clung to the side of a ship in the middle of the lake. She hoisted Midoriya onto the deck of the boat before climbing up herself. As he caught his breath, he gave Asui a smile. You're really good at coming to my rescue, Suyu. He opened his palm as Mjolnir snapped into it. You aren't the only one she saved. Midoriya turned to see Yaoyorozu and Hagakure were on the deck as well. She pulled us out as well, which is pretty lucky since all you can see from Hagakure is her gloves. She's totes incredible, Hagakure gushed. Midoriya looked back at the frog-quirked girl incredulously. You saved all of us that quickly. She nodded. I might not be that fast on the ground, but you should see me in the water. Perks of the frog quirk, hero. The four students looked down to see the shark-headed villain, and other similarly themed aquatic thugs poking their heads out of the water, staring up at the students on the boat. What are they doing? Hagakure asked. They all backed away. Sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance, but on the lake, the villains seemed to be behaving cautiously. They're waiting to see what we do. Which means, Midoriya snapped his fingers. They don't know what our abilities are. That's true, hero. Anyone who knows my quirk would put me in a cold environment, Suyu added. Then we have surprise on our side, but we don't know how long they'll wait. Can you fly out to land, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked. He sucked his teeth. My flight isn't all that fast yet, and I only have one free hand. If I fly out one at a time that leaves two of us stranded and the others might follow us. Can you make something to transport us? The vice president shook her head. Anything big enough would take too much time, and this ship wouldn't hold it with its structural weaknesses. So we just gotta take out the bad guys and we can take our time getting back to Mr. Aizawa, right? Hagakure asked. There's gotta be at least 20 or 30 aquatic bad guys down there, Asui replied. More than I can handle, and you guys aren't really built for aquatic combat. Midoriya, can't you just zap them? This boat is mostly metal. If I zap the lake, I'll zap you guys too, he replied. Unless. Midoriya snapped his fingers and locked his eyes with Yaoyorozu, who apparently had the same idea as him, as their faces both lit up. In unison, they exclaimed, "Unless we lay down some rubber to insulate ourselves." Yaoyorozu grabbed the edges of her vest, but then blushed. "Midoriya, can you, look away a bit?" Oh, he nodded, turning away with a bush on his face. She pulled her vest further apart and began to create an insulated, rubber tarp to protect them from any electrical shocks. After a few moments, she called, "Ready," to them. She, Hagakure, and Asui all took their spots on the insulated rubber mat, and Midoriya nodded. Spinning Mjolnir overhead, he flew over the railing and looked down at the scene. Multiple villains were clambering over at the side of the boat, planning an attack. At the sight of them, one of them pointed at him and hollered something in a foreign language. Midoriya stammered out, "Well, for Asgard, I guess." He pointed Mjolnir down and let out a blast that lit up the whole lake with lightning. Yells went over the whole area. The villains in the lake stopped moving, and Midoriya quickly flew over to Yaoyorozu, Asui, and Hagakure on the ship. "Are you guys okay?" To his relief, the three were just fine, sitting on the rubber mat, none the worse for wear. "We should round up those villains and secure them before anyone drowns," Asui croaked. "I can round them up if you want to fly these two to shore." "I'll make a cage for them," the class vice president suggested. "Good plan," Midoriya replied, offering her a hand to fly her to shore. "We'll make for the center of the USJ and see if we can find anyone else from there." The good news of that plan is that they did indeed find someone at the center of the USJ. The bad news of that plan was that the person they found was Mr. Aizawa, getting absolutely beaten to a pulp by a great, hulking beast, or a person, though Midoriya was unsure he could even call it that, and watched by a rather slender teenager covered in hands. The four students ducked down, having seen the carnage happening on a rocky platform in the center of the stadium, near the lake. They had taken to the water to hide and get lower. The creature, Midoriya couldn't think of a better term for it, towered over Eraserhead, seemingly immune to its gaze. "That must be some sort of mutation quirk if Eraserhead's quirk isn't working on it," Momo whispered, terror evident as her voice shook. As the creature slammed Aizawa's head into the rocky floor, the creepy-looking teen covered in hands stared down at the teacher, stringy white hair draped over his face. "I always thought you were so cool, Eraserhead." He bent over, and as his bare hands touched Aizawa's goggles, they disintegrated away in his fingers. Midoriya had to hold in a gasp. The ability to rot away something at your touch was about as deadly as quirks could get. He'd take notes if it wasn't terrifying. "We need to get out of here," Hagakure whispered in terror. "Yes, you scrubs shouldn't be here." Midoriya felt his heart leap into his throat. That reply came from the stringy-haired teen himself. How he had heard them or see them, he didn't know. As the villain walked over, the four students backed up into the water instinctively. All those hired weaklings couldn't even get rid of a few noobs. "How disappointing," the villain scoffed. Midoriya gripped Mjolnir tightly. "Might have to fight my way out of this one." "Let's see," the hand-ridden creep muttered in a raspy tone. "Eeny, meeny, miny, you." He reached a hand forward and a portal opened up for him. He stuck his hand through it quickly, almost inhumanly quickly, and another portal opened up in front of Tsuyu's face. Midoriya could see it unfolding in his head, Tsuyu just decomposing into dust and blowing away before his eyes. Immediately, his feet sprang into motion, and he jumped from the water, swinging his hammer towards Handyman's head. As he did, the monstrous quirk user ran from Aizawa's limp body and charged towards Izuku. "Midoriya!" All three girls cried in unison, Asui completely forgetting her own peril that she was in, and shot her tongue out towards him to try and reel him in towards her. No one was particularly successful in their endeavor. As Midoriya swung Mjolnir, the beast got in the way and the hammer slammed into the side of the creature, who did not budge. Asui had snagged Midoriya and pulled him back right after, but just as the teen had grabbed her head. And nothing happened. The villain turned away and glared angrily to Aizawa had lifted his head, stopping his quirk. Frustrated, he stood up. "Hey, Eraserhead, you just have to be so cool, don't you?" He turned to the hulking beast. which was still peering down at the two students in the water. Nomu, finish him off. The beast, Nomu, as it were, took a flying leap in the sky, looking to land and crush the four students. Time seemed to slow down as Midoriya looked to his side. Yaoyorozu's eyes were frozen in terror. Hagakure turned and was trying to run. Asui had ducked underwater to try and swim away, tongue still wrapped around his waist. Ooh, crap. He muttered. Guess I'm doing this. He pulled himself free from Asui's tongue in one swift motion and lunged upwards into the sky, taking flight at high speeds, meeting the Nomu in midair. Before it could react, he spun in the air and backhanded the beast with Mjolnir, electricity crackling off the impact. Without the ground under it, the beast was knocked back towards the forest zone. Without warning, a portal opened up to his back left and a hand from the other villain shot out towards him. Midoriya weaved forward in the air, just dodging the villain's grasp. More portals began to open, other hands shooting forward to grab at him. Midoriya flew around the air, trying to make his pattern unpredictable. He was so distracted by doing so, he missed that the Nomu had leapt for him, launching itself from the forest zone, and met Midoriya in the air with a huge right cross that sent the student flying back towards the shipwreck zone. Midoriya tumbled back through the air for a long time before he was able to right himself. The Nomu had landed by Aizawa and the hand villain. They seemed to turn their focus back towards the teacher, so Midoriya flew back down towards them, spinning his hammer ahead of him to generate electricity. But before he could act, "Students, fear not, for I am here." Everyone froze and turned towards the entrance, seeing All Might flanked by the various other UA staff and teachers. Midoriya could feel the sigh of relief hit his chest almost immediately. All Might took a flying leap towards the center of the USJ, landing by the hand-covered villain and the Nomu, shaking the ground as he landed. Midoriya landed, cautiously, by Asui, Momo, and Hagakure. Young students, All Might boomed in a deadly serious tone, positioning himself between the students and the villains. Thank you for holding them off. Please get your teacher to safety so I can handle this. Asui snagged Aizawa with her tongue. No resistance made by the villains, this was what they wanted. As she did this, a realization struck Izuku. Steam was rising from All Might's shoulders. He was running on borrowed time. He robotically began following the girls as Momo placed a hand on his shoulder. But as he turned away from All Might, his heart began to race. That Nomu was bad news, and seemed to be able to absorb blows. It only budged in the air, but when it was on the ground even Mjolnir didn't seem to affect it. His heart began to race. What am I doing? All Might needs help and the teachers are busy with the other villains. Hey guys, he began, drawing the attention from Asui, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure. Can you get Aizawa out of here without me? Momo and Asui exchanged a glance while Hagakure made an eep sound. Hero, you're not thinking of going back, are you? Asui said, gently setting Aizawa on the ground. Those guys were bad news, Midoriya replied, holding his hands up. If All Might needs backup, my lightning might be the only thing that can hurt that Nomu. You saw it tank a hit from Mjolnir. Yeah, but no offense, you're no All Might, Hagakure replied. You have the coolest powers in the class, but this is All Might. He can do anything. For some reason, the sentiment made Midoriya's eyebrow twitch. It's more than that. I think that thing has a quick that nullifies physical attacks. It could be bad news for All Might, even. I can provide distance support with my lightning. That is a sound strategy, Momo said, rubbing her chin. But you have to promise us you'll get out of there if it looks bad. Midoriya knew for a fact he couldn't keep that promise, but he nodded. Okay, I'll bail for help if it gets bad. Tsuyu frowned, but turned and shifted to carry Aizawa on her back. Please be careful, Kiro. Right, Midoriya agreed, and turned to take back off towards the battlefield, heart pounding in his ears already. His knees shook. This was the real deal. It was time to be the god of thunder. Midoriya crept through the bushes as he returned to the center of the USJ, hoping to keep the element of surprise on his side. As he got close, he was surprised to see he wasn't the only student who had arrived to help All Might. All Might had hit the Nomu with a picturesque German suplex with a bridge. Any pro wrestling commentator would surely lose their mind at All Might taking a monster to Suplex City, but alas, there were none present. When the move landed, a sheet of ice encased the Nomu, a trail of ice leading back to its source, Todoroki Shoto. When did he get here? Midoriya pondered, looking to see if there were any openings. Before he could act, a portal opened up underneath the Nomu, the same ones that had plagued Midoriya earlier. The Nomu fell through it and landed next to the hand villain, as another portal opened up by them. A man made entirely of purple smog emerged, dressed in a rather sharp suit. Todoroki backed up in surprise and tried to use a sheet of ice to encase the three villains, but the Nomu slammed its fists to the ground, shattering the ice altogether. "Get back, Todoroki," All Might growled. "I'll handle this." Uneasily, Todoroki heeded the command, backing up a few feet as the hand villain took a step towards All Might. "Master Shigaraki," the smog man said to the hand villain, who must have been Shigaraki, "I implore you to consider a retreat. This is looking bad." "But this is the final boss Kurogiri," Shigaraki replied in his raspy voice. "Why would I stop now, at the last level? Stop speaking in video game references, you creepy fuck." Midoriya jumped from his hiding spot and grimaced. Such rage could only mean one thing. Bakugo was rocketing towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri, ready to unleash explosive fury upon them. Kurogiri opened a portal in the air, and Shigaraki reached his hand through as another portal appeared in the air in front of Bakugo. Shigaraki was trying to use the same trick to get Bakugo as he had attempted on Asui. Bakugo was expecting this though, as he thrust a hand upward, and used an angled explosion to propel himself under Shigaraki's hand and in front of Kurogiri, unleashing a second explosion with his free hand. Kurogiri, taken by surprise, was thrust backward, his portals failing. Shigaraki was only just able to pull his hand free in time. "I've been watching you, you smoky shit ass. Your body is your weak PR'd." Bakugo, despite having taken down Kurogiri, learned that talking is not a free action. The Nomu had sprung forward and uppercut the blonde student into the air, and the boy landed against the terrain with a hard thud. As the Nomu advanced for a further attack, it was intercepted by All Might with a cry of, "Detroit SMAAAASH." But the Nomu barely flinched, absorbing. Bakugo was still reeling as Shigaraki approached him. "What a nuisance you are," Shigaraki scoffed. "I'll show you what I do with nuisances." As Shigaraki leaned forward to erase Bakugo from existence, Midoriya sprang into action. Leaping from the hedges, his eyes glowed blue as he cried, "I say thee nay." A blast of lightning surged from Mjolnir at his words, hitting Shigaraki on the side of the head, and sending him sprawling across the rocks and dirt. The hand that was mounted on Shigaraki's face went flying off and landed a few feet next to him. The Nomu roared in an enraged state and leapt towards Midoriya. Midoriya was barely able to leap backwards, spinning his hammer beside him. As he hit the ground he pointed Mjolnir up at the Nomu and unleashed his largest blast of lightning yet, hitting the Nomu directly in the face as it roared in pain. All Might took the chance to attack. Ducking in front of the Nomu, he took its legs out from under it in a double leg takedown. Then, grabbing both of the Nomu's feet, he began to swing it around in a circle. "You may be able to absorb my blows, but let's see how you like a hammer toss." Louisiana toss. After spinning the Nomu around for no less than 30 rotations, All Might threw the behemoth towards the ceiling of the USJ, where it smashed through the glass dome on top and went flying until it was completely out of sight. Panting, All Might turned to Shigaraki, who was still sprawled out on the ground, and Kurogiri. "Boss, this is bad, we need to pull out." Shigaraki wasn't listening though. He was clawing towards the hand that had been blown off his face, muttering, "Father, Father," as he finally reached it along the ground. Gingerly, and with one pinky extended, he grabbed the severed hand and placed it back on his face. He raised his head and glared at Midoriya through the fingers of the hand, sending an icy chill down Midoriya's spine. Midoriya had never seen that much hatred in someone's eyes before, even Bakugo on his worst day. It froze him in his spot and he nearly dropped Mjolnir at his side. "Let's get out of here, Kurogiri," Shigaraki scowled, turning his back on the heroes. "Not so fast," All Might cried, dashing for the two head villains, but it was too late. A portal opened beneath the two, and they had vanished. "Damn," he cursed under his breath. I've lost a step or two, haven't I? With them gone, Midoriya dropped Mjolnir to the ground and placed his hands on his knees, exhaling loudly in relief that it was over. All Might turned to Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Thank you for your help, students. I was glad to have had your backup in this matter. Bakugo made a scoffing noise out of embarrassment, clearly upset about having to be rescued by Midoriya. Are the lads okay? Midoriya turned to see Thor land, an axe he had never seen before in the Viking's hand. Indeed, Mr. Odin-san. All Might chuckled. Can I trust you to see them back to the entrance? I have something, urgent to attend to. All Might grabbed at his stomach for just a moment, and to Midoriya's surprise, Thor seemed to understand what was wrong. Thor gave All Might a nod, and the symbol of peace leapt away. Thor turned to the other students and grinned. Well done today, lads. Come, let's away and rejoin your classmates. Dash 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 dash. As the students all gathered and reconvened, Midoriya was surprised to hear how all of his classmates had fared when they all became separated. Uraraka regaled the class with how they distracted Kurogiri long enough for Iida to escape. Kaminari bragged about how he, Tokiyami, and Jiro took down a big group, though Jiro kept interrupting to advise how he was mostly useless until because he couldn't use his electricity without hurting either of them. Everyone seemed to have run into a struggle, but no one in the class was any worse for wear, other than Aizawa, who would be in a body cast for some time. Of course, Midoriya was also thoroughly embarrassed when Tsuyu talked about how awesome his own plan to escape the shipwreck zone while simultaneously frying an entire squad of aquatic villains was. I mean, I could never have done that on my own, Midoriya assured the class through a terrible bout of blushing. I'd have been dead in the water without Asui. All right, class, Thor boomed, standing in front of the rest of the teachers, sans All Might. Let's get back to the bus. This has been a harrowing ordeal, and the Mousebeardog principal will surely have lots of paperwork to deal with once he knows you are all safe. Dash 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 dash. Later, in the safety of Midoriya's apartment, Thor had a lot of questions about the leader of the villains that Midoriya had encountered. So his mask was a hand, and he kept calling it father. Thor asked, biting into Inko's cooking as the three of them sat around the table. Trust me, from all my years in battle with Loki, whoever that villain is must be plagued with what you Midgardians call daddy issues. Izuku snorted into his bowl, rice going into his nose. Izuku, Inko scolded, though she was smiling at Thor's comment as well. I can't believe something like that happened. The USJ is a renowned facility. And here I thought UA was a safe facility. The USJ is an off-site facility, Mom, Izuku assured her, and they've tightened security a lot since the incident with the reporters. Not to interrupt, Thor added, but young Midoriya here has chosen a life of many hardships and dangers. Both as a god and a hero. I know that, Inko admitted, reluctantly. I just was hoping I had some time before he actually encountered real villains. He's just a boy. A boy who made sure no one got hurt, Thor replied, gently. That is why I took a job at the school, to keep an eye on him. I will make sure Izuku is all right. I appreciate that, Inko sighed in relief. I do admit, I feel better when you're around. She reached over and placed her hand on top of Thor's. Midoriya gagged. All right, none of that, I can't stand the flirting. Inko retreated her hand and blushed. Izuku, I was doing nothing like that. Thor merely laughed. As Izuku cleared the table, he whispered to Thor, can I talk to you about All Might in a little bit? Thor gave a discreet nod. Later, as Thor walked out of the apartment to leave, Midoriya joined him, assuring his mother he just needed some last-minute words of advice. Is something troubling you about All Might, young Midoriya? Well, yeah, I know All Might is fighting an injury and can't fight for long. But did you know about it? How? Thor blinked. You're incredibly observant, aren't you, lad? Izuku blushed. I mean, yeah, I like to think so. Well, Thor began with a long sigh, the truth is, I've known Toshinori for a long time. I met him not long after he first started his heroics, calling himself the symbol of peace. Even as God of Thunder, I figured that title is a bit of a brag, to be honest. How did you meet him? Thor turned and gave another long sigh. He was able to lift Mjolnir the same way you did. Izuku's jaw dropped. What? Thor sighed, closing his eyes and looking downwards. After a few moments' pause, he turned to a bench nearby and sat. I don't think I explained properly, but Mjolnir is not bound to just one soul. Well, you said I could lift it because I'm worthy, right? Midoriya asked. Does that mean more than one person can be worthy? You learn quickly, Thor replied with a smile that flickered across his face. If only you could have met Loki, he'd have liked you. Thor looked to the setting sun, the orange and pink hues of the sky further illuminating how out of place the Viking looked in modern Japan. Yes, it's exceedingly rare for someone to be worthy. But even as I wielded Mjolnir, I knew a few others who were worthy. Captain America included. I see, so even now. Midoriya frowned. Even now, there could be someone out there more worthy than me. No, Thor cut him off bluntly. There was a pregnant pause in the air before Izuku replied, can you elaborate? There is no one more worthy than you, Midoriya Izuku. I know you, and I trust your heroic spirit. All Might may be able to lift Mjolnir, but he is not who I would choose to be my successor. A blush crept up Midoriya's cheeks. Oh, thank you. So what happened when All Might found Mjolnir? Well, I offered him a chance to be my successor. And he turned me down. Turned you down? Lad. Thor nodded. He had just emerged onto the hero scene, and his abilities and drive to make the land a better place resonated with me. I appeared before him and his own mentor one evening, and tested him to see if he was worthy. When he lifted Mjolnir, I assured him he could have the powers of the God of Thunder at his disposal. And, Izuku asked, gently. The topic seemed sensitive. He said no. Thor answered, trying to keep his cool, but Midoriya could see from the Asgardian's clenched fists that he was still bitter over the whole ordeal. Said he didn't need it, and that he believed it was too much power for one man to hold in addition to his own abilities. Oh, it was about all Midoriya could think to say, and it was a lot to process. Do you think he had a point? Thor laughed. Well, truth be told, maybe. He's the only mortal who I believe could come close to my might. With Mjolnir, he'd be unstoppable. But he was so callous, so sure he didn't need my abilities. It seemed an insult. I can understand that, Midoriya nodded. So I have kept abreast of his career ever since. No doubt, part of me hoped he'd fail, but alas, he was right. He did not need my power to become a hero. But now he's in the state he's in, and I have found a new successor. All Might is much more like you than I am though, Midoriya argued. Thor laughed again. Good. The absurdity of the answer made Izuku chuckle. Good. Yes, good. Thor turned to him and smiled. I was a big oaf. Unprepared for the responsibilities my power brought. You have taken this seriously, have been studious. I made many mistakes in my life as a hero, zapping first and asking questions later. I trust that you will be much more than I ever could be. Midoriya was rendered speechless as he felt his eyes well up with tears. He tried to stifle him with a sniffle and wiped his eyes. I'll do my best, Thor. I should head back. Our next assignment is thinking of hero names. I need to pick a good one. Half the class thinks my real name is Deku. Thor scoffed. Isn't that the thing Kachou calls you? Why yeah, Kachan has been calling me that since we were kids. Midoriya sighed. His way of calling me a quirkless nobody. Well, you've shown him up plenty. Now, Thor replied. As far as a hero name, I think I have an idea. You know that axe I was carrying today. The news media was relentless as it tried to find out more about what had happened at the USJ. No less than 15 reporters had tried to ask Izuku questions on his commute to school in the last week. Young man, young lady, aren't you part of Class 1A, the ones that were attacked? The 16th reporter asked, shoving a microphone towards both Midoriya and Asui, who had run into each other during their commute to class. No comment, they said in unison. Hero, it can't be this slow for news, Asui croaked. It's all that they've been talking about since it happened. I mean, it is a big deal though, Midoriya sighed in annoyance. Stuff like this doesn't usually happen to Ua. Especially to All Might, and they just got done reporting about Thor re-emerging as a teacher of all things. That must have been fun for you, Asui laughed. They haven't made the connection between us yet, Izuku replied as they entered the gate to Ua. Probably because I leave the hammer at school. I just want things to be normal again. Ever since the USJ incident, a few things had changed for the kids of Class 1A, and the media attention was the biggest of those changes. While Aizawa and their principal encouraged the children to leave any media contact to the school, a few classmates seemed to revel in the spotlight, Ashido, Hagakure, and Kaminari in particular. Get that microphone out of my face before I blow it up your ass. Asui and Midoriya looked up to see Bakugo entering the gate, threatening the reports as he had every other day that week. Uraraka, Shiro, and Iida joined Midoriya and Asui at the door as Bakugo stormed past them. Is it just me, or has Bakugo used that threat already? Uraraka asked, drawing a laugh from all the others besides Iida. There's only so many places one can shove a microphone, Midoriya deadpanned, earning a chuckle back from the group. It's highly unbecoming of a student of this institution. I understand his frustration, but I wish he could contain himself, Iida added as they walked into their classroom. Once inside, more exciting news awaited them. You may need to deal with the press a bit longer, Aizawa yawned from his sleeping bag. They're going to resurge, I'm sure, as we begin preparations for the sports festival. Midoriya's heart jumped into his throat as the class cheered. He loved the sports festival. It was his favorite televised event of the whole year. He and his mom usually splurged on takeout and watched the whole thing. Watching the students of UA showcase their quirks and fight each other was one of the reasons he chose UA over the other hero schools in Japan, after all. No doubt the rest of the class probably felt the same way. The excitement hung over the class the rest of the day, and it was all anyone could talk about as the day ended. Midoriya was packing up to leave as Shiro relayed his plans for it. I think I've got a good chance depending who I'm paired against. I'm a capture specialist, as long as I don't gotta fight you. Shiro laughed. Well, if you did, I wouldn't sell yourself short, Midoriya replied. But I won't go easy on you. Midoriya. The voice came from a voice Izuku wasn't used to hearing. He looked around to see Todoroki had called out to him from the back of the class. Oh hey Todoroki, what's up? I am going to crush you in the sports festival, the two-toned hair boy answered in perhaps the iciest tone Midoriya had ever heard in his life. The students fell silent at the declaration, the only sound being Bakugo huffing and leaving the room. This was some fresh drama for sure. Izuku was stunned. He'd never said more than 2 words to Todoroki, at least he didn't think so anyway. Me. You're the god of thunder. The next Thor. If I make an example out of you, I'll prove myself as the next #1 hero. Todoroki delivered that response plain as day, as if he was talking about the weather. With that, he grabbed his bag, threw open the door, and left, only to be blocked at the door by the 20 students of Class 1B. So, this is the famous Class 1A, is it? A blond boy towards the front said, feigning admiration. The talk of the whole school. What's your problem? Todoroki replied in an icy tone. That's kind of hypocritical, right? Midoriya whispered to Shiro, Uraraka, and Tsuyu who were by his desk, drawing a snicker from them. Our problem is how much stock everyone is putting into Class 1A. The blond boy exclaimed, pointing dramatically. No one is even talking about what we can do in Class 1B. Monoma, this is stupid, sighed Kendo in the back of the crowd. Realizing that as class president, he was probably the person who had to deal with this, Midoriya sighed and approached the crowd. Now guys, no one here is happy about what happened. I'm sure there's a way we can resolve this without hostility. Yeah, the redhead added, moving to the front. Come on guys, you know better than to let Monoma rile you up. Let's get out of here. The group dispersed, muttering all the while. Uraraka, Shiro, Iida, and Tsuyu joined up with Midoriya, and they left before anyone else could try and voice their displeasure with anyone else. Great, now we're all going to have targets on our backs compared to the rest of the first years, Uraraka sighed as they reached the front of the school. It sounds like we already do, Iida said. I don't think Monoma is the only one who thinks we're glory hounds after our first real encounter with real villains. Speaking of targets, did something happen between you and Todoroki, hero? Tsuyu asked. Midoriya shrugged. Nope, we've never talked before today. I don't know what his deal is. Prison rules, clearly, Zero snickered. He wants to take out the biggest dog in the yard. You did finish first in Aizawa's assessment at the beginning of the year. Iida added. Perhaps he took that personally. You can take him. Uraraka cheered with a big grin. And then I'll beat you and win the whole thing. Tsuyu laughed. If only confidence was how the whole thing worked. The friends laughed and went their separate ways as they reached the front of the school. Still, the confrontation lingered in Midoriya's mind. I'm definitely going to train some more with Valkyrie. Midoriya Inko nervously sat down in the stadium, seated firmly between Valkyrie and Thor. So this is a joust of sorts? Valkyrie asked. Midoriya explained this, Thor replied. It ends with a tournament, but there are some preliminary rounds with strength and agility and such to even qualify for the tournament. Does winning grant some kind of rank promotion? Valkyrie asked, reaching over to grab some popcorn from Thor, much to Thor's annoyance. It's more about scouting and public exposure so that companies will want to hire them out of school as heroes and such. Thor answered. And a monetary prize, Inko added, digging a hand in Thor's popcorn tub. Thank you for the tickets, Thor. I would have never been able to afford this on my own. I'm so glad I can watch Izuku in action. I just hope he'll be alright. Thor beamed happily. With how much work he's put in lately, I'm sure he'll be more than alright. Yeah, he better win the thing, Valkyrie laughed. The first stretch of the sports festival was the big race. Midoriya was warming up at the starting line, already anticipating his first move, because he knew damn well what Todoroki's first move was going to be. The siren blared and, as Midoriya expected, Todoroki charged forward, thrust his right arm backwards, and sent a wall of ice behind him to entrap as many first years as he could. Right, Midoriya thought, swinging his hammer down and sending a shockwave through the ground. The ice shattered against the pavement before it could hit Midoriya, and he leapt up, taking to the air and soaring over Todoroki and Bakugo's heads. Bakugo had managed to explode his way out of the ice, and was yelling a string of obscenities as Midoriya soared above him. Midoriya turned a corner as he flew low to the ground, and halted in the air in shock. Hidden from sight due to the curvature of the landscape was a valley full of zero-pointer robots. They use these for sports now, Kaminari cried from a few feet away. Below him, Todoroki didn't stop at all. He used his ice to create slides and ramps, hitting sick X Games-style moves between the legs of the robots. Midoriya would be impressed under any other circumstances. Come on, man, Zero called to him as he began to use the legs of the robots as bases to swing from. Right, Midoriya shook himself and took off, weaving between the legs of the robots, Mjolnir thrust out in front of him as he flew. He was soon dead even with Todoroki as they came to the next challenge. A canyon full of various pillars that needed to be crossed. Considering he was airborne, Midoriya just kept flying right over it. A few other students began to boo him and throw things at him, but he was soon out of their reach. Below him, Bakugo told a group of kids to suck it, nerds, as he propelled himself from pillar to pillar with explosions. He could also see a support student with pink hair use a grappling hook of some sort to cross the pillars. It looks like something out of a video game. Dash 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 dash. Huh, did I make this obstacle course too easy? Power Loader muttered in the teacher's viewing box. No, I don't think so, Vlad King replied. We usually don't have applicants who can fly. Speaking of people who can fly, why isn't Thor here? He wanted to sit in the normal stands, All Might answered. Said something about having a hot date. And this set of first years must be particularly emboldened after facing the group of villains at the USJ. Class 1B had hesitated at the zero-pointer robots, and some of them have just now only caught back up. Dash 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 dash. Since when can Izuku fly? Inko nearly spat out her popcorn in disbelief. He didn't tell you. Thor chuckled. I think it was during the entrance exam, at least from what he told me. It's not an easy feat to master. You must harness the wind energy within yourself and Mjolnir, and that feeling is indescribable. I'm glad he figured it out on his own. I don't know if it's something I could have taught him. Inko gave Thor a look that said, "Are you shitting me?" But otherwise kept her mouth shut. What else could Izuku do that she knew nothing about? As Midoriya continued to soar, he came to the last obstacle. A minefield. Already with the lead, he soared over it, somewhat anticlimactically. In the teacher's box. Son of a bitch, power loader cursed. Just made me look real dumb. Izuku looked behind him for a moment as the other students in the race slowly made it past the minefield. He entered the stadium to applause as Aizawa and Present Mic announced him winner of the preliminary race. And Midoriya Izuku makes it to the arena first. Present Mic screamed to the crowd, who cheered along with him. Luck was on his side for this first stretch, Aizawa relented. Flight is an incredibly power and gave him an advantage for 2/3 of this race. We'll see how his luck runs going forward, Present Mic added. In the stands however, Thor scoffed. Pencil Man is nothing but negative all the time, he said to Inko. Midoriya worked hard to master his abilities, there is no shame in using them. Oh, I don't think he meant it that way. Inko replied. Izuku isn't the first person to ever have flight as a power. You think they'd have accommodated for that? If anything, it's more on the person who designed the race. Back in the stadium, Izuku watched as Todoroki barely beat Bakugo in, making them the second and third place contestants in the race. Bakugo made a beeline for him, but was restrained by Midnight and Smentos, who were at the stadium to coordinate the next part of the event. Midoriya took a few steps back and rubbed the back of his neck. If they both made it to the tournament stage, a fight was going to be inevitable. Students began to run in larger flocks now. On a screen over the stands, rankings and names began to pop up as the last desperate push of first years emerged. Midoriya, we made it, came the familiar voice of Uraraka behind him. He turned to see her, along with Iida and Asui. Great job guys, he beamed. Iida nodded, but clearly had no happiness in how he placed, despite being in the top 20. I suppose, I would have thought my quirk gave me a greater advantage, but the canyon and the minefield were admittedly something I had not expected. Hero, well not all of us can just fly over stuff like that, Asui teased, causing Midoriya to blush and rub the back of his neck. All the rounds are supposed to be designed with every student's abilities in mind, so maybe the next round will be harder for you. Uraraka pondered. We'll have to see I guess, Midoriya stuttered. So now they have a tournament with the top 40 students? Thor asked Inko. No, they have to narrow it down now to 16. If you listen, Midnight, the one in the weird white bodysuit, is about to announce the next round. Inko explained. Ladies and gentlemen, Midnight cried, as if on cue. What a race. Give it up for the top 40 first years. On the pitch, most of classes 1A and 1B stayed put, while a few support students and one general studies student stayed as well. The rest all left for the student stands, dejected, as the crowd cheered the remaining winners. Now, to narrow the competition down further, we move on to our next event, go-kart races. Go-kart races, the students all seemed to exclaim in unison. Smentos put his hands down outside the arena and used his quick to sculpt a 10-lane track around the arena. Students will compete in 4 3-lap races of 10 participants. The top 4 students of each race will advance to the tournament. The screen at the top of the board selected the first 10 races randomly. Midoriya fought back a groan when he saw that he would not only be racing first, but against Bakugo, Todoroki, Hagakure, 5 students from Class 1B, and a support student. Quirks are allowed in the race, but no targeting other racers specifically. Racers will have 10 minutes to make any adjustments to their go-karts. Alright racers of Race 1, go pick a kart. Midoriya blinked as go-karts were wheeled onto the track by Power Loader and some older support students. I don't think I've ever seen go-kart races before, he said to Iida, Uraraka, and Asui as he began to walk over to the karts. Me either, Hero, Asui replied. Good luck. Midoriya flocked to a kart that caught his eye, the big green 01. It seemed, Like a good go-kart. Probably. He didn't know anything about vehicles in the slightest. He climbed in and strapped himself in, putting on the helmet that came with the cart. Before he knew it, Midnight was standing with a flag at the side of the track to signal the start of the race. Ready, students. On your mark. Get set. Go. Midoriya slammed on the pedals, and went nowhere because Todoroki iced the track next to him. Probably why he picked the one on the end, so he could just lean out and freeze everyone. Thankfully, everyone else was stuck, except Bakugo, who used an explosion to propel himself off the ice. Midoriya summoned Mjolnir and slammed the ground outside of his cart, smashing the ice, allowing him and the other 7 stuck competitors to go. Immediately, the pink-haired girl from support department sprouted rockets from the back of her go-kart and went blasting off, surpassing Bakugo and Todoroki. I can't get shown up by the support department. How did she even trick out a go-kart in 10 minutes? Midoriya panicked, flooring it around the turn. Still, the rest of the go-karts and participants didn't seem to have any advantage, and he was struggling in 6th place when he got a crazy idea. He just hoped it worked. He focused, channeling as much electricity into his hands as he could, and charged up the go-kart. At first it seemed to backfire, but then the engine roared to life and went zooming almost out of control. He nearly spilled out of a turn on the 2nd lap, and Bakugo tried to level him with an explosion that he just barely dodged. In the end, he finished in 2nd place, just behind the support girl, and in front of Bakugo and Todoroki. Hatsume Mei, Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, and Bakugo Katsuki will advance to the finals. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief as he took off his helmet. Uraraka and Asui ran up to him, with Iida and Zero not far behind. Great job, Midoriya, Uraraka said, holding her fist out for a fist bump, which he gladly returned. I'm gonna try my luck with the big green 01 too. Wish me luck. Midoriya looked up at the screen to see Uraraka was racing against Mina, Yaoyorozu, some kid from the General Studies Department, a few kids from Class 1B, and Mineta. Why, you've got this, Uraraka. I have total faith in you. Uraraka blushed. Thanks. Why don't you come watch the race with us, Kiro? Asui suggested, offering him a hand out of the cart. He took it and climbed out. Thanks, Suyu, he said, keeping his hand in hers perhaps a little too long before blushing and pulling away. That sounds great. The 4 wished Uraraka luck in her race and took to the student section of the stands, Midoriya thankful to be done until the finals. He watched the races proceed until the contestants were whittled down into a tournament bracket. Some of the ways quirks were incorporated were interesting. A student with vine-like hair from Class 1B used them to tangle up the opponent's tires. Kaminari used a version of what Midoriya himself had done to create a boost. Iida stuck his legs out of the side of the cart and used his own quirk to propel his way to victory. As the final race wrapped up, with Kendo Itsuka from Class 1B pulling out a victory by literally swatting a support student away with a giant hand, Midnight took the microphone and directed everyone's attention to the matches that would begin the tournament phase. Midoriya Izuku vs. Iida Tenya, Hatsume Mei vs. Ashido Mina, Monoma Nieto vs. Hiroshima Eijiro, Todoroki Shoto vs. Zero Honta, Kendo Itsuka vs. Yaoyorozu Momo, Asui Suyu vs. Kaminari Denki, Uraraka Ochako vs. Aoyama Yuga, Bakugo Katsuki vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Iida and Midoriya made eye contact and Midoriya couldn't help but gulp nervously at the look of steely determination that Iida was giving him. He gripped Mjolnir's handle tighter. He had to outpower the speed of Iida, which would certainly be no easy feat. Students in the tournament will have half an hour to prepare for the fight. Midnight enthusiastically cried into her microphone. Better start strategizing, young ones. Smentos had hit the stands and was gathering the contestants to go into waiting rooms. There were a few different waiting rooms, and the students were instructed not to be in the same one as their next opponent to avoid high tensions. Iida and Uraraka headed for one room while Midoriya and Asui began to head for another. You're going to be up first, Hiro, Asui said. Does that make you nervous? Not any more nervous than I have been this whole day, Midoriya replied, scratching his cheek. How about you? You seem calm. Oh, I just have a good poker face, Asui shook her head. Kaminari might not be smart, but I'm not sure how to avoid his quirk. Midoriya put a hand on her shoulder, hesitantly. I'm sure you'll figure something out. She blushed slightly and looked away. Thanks, hero. As he opened the door to the waiting room, Midoriya noticed that Todoroki stormed off down the hall. I think I'm going to take a short walk, he said. Don't be too long, you don't want to get lost before your match, hero. I won't, Midoriya assured her. His face fell into a frown as she entered the waiting room. Now let's see if Todoroki can tell me why he was targeting me. He followed the path he'd seen his taller classmate take, trying not to be too loud so that he could overhear footsteps. However, as he rounded the corner, he picked up on two voices. One, he recognized as Todoroki's. The other was recognizable as well, though he couldn't quite place it. You've been holding back, the second voice said, the tone full of disapproval. It's my choice to hold back, Todoroki responded, audibly seething. The second voice responded with a laugh that was full of condescension. It made Midoriya squirm with discomfort. Who is this guy? You're denying the power that is your birthright, Shoto. The word gave Midoriya pause. Birthright, what is this guy on about? I can be the #1 hero on my own, father. Todoroki spat, with just my left side. It finally clicked to Midoriya that Todoroki was talking to his father, Endeavor. He'd heard rumblings from Ashido and Hagakure that they were related, but Midoriya never expected their relationship was anything like this. His thoughts were interrupted and he jumped as a voice came over the hallway's intercom. 5 minutes to round 1. Midoriya Izuku and Iida Tenya to gates 1 and 2. That was midnight. Turning away from the conversation, Midoriya went back down the hall as quietly as possible towards the signs pointing for gate 1. Smintos was there waiting for him. The teacher eyed Mjolnir. I'm not sure if you can start with that, Smintos said suddenly. No one is supposed to have any gear. Part of my power is summoning Mjolnir to my side as the god of thunder, Midoriya replied, feeling a bit of panic for some reason he wasn't sure of. It's part and parcel for my abilities. Smintos clicked his tongue and rubbed his chin. Well, I can't stop you from summoning it. But you have to leave it outside the gate. Regulations. Midoriya sighed in frustration. Alright. That's going to cost me valuable seconds against Iida. He grit his teeth. This was going to be a little harder than he thought. Midoriya suddenly heard Present Mike's voice from just outside the gate. Introducing first, the successor to the throne of Asgard, Class 1A's president, Midoriya Izuku. He stepped outside the gate and set Mjolnir down. Somewhere in the stands, Thor, Valkyrie, and his mother were there cheering with the rest of the crowd. He smiled and gave a small wave as he walked towards the platform. Okay, he thought to himself, it's showtime. His opponent, from the Iida family, the speedster from Class 1A, Iida Tenya. Iida stepped out of Gate 2 at the opposite end of the arena. He had the same steely-eyed expression that Midoriya was used to seeing when the stakes were high. There's no way I can summon Mjolnir before he reaches me. He began to formulate a counter-strategy as Midnight explained the rules to the audience. Okay, Midoriya muttered to himself. Here we go, Midnight yelled, signaling the start of the match and catching Midoriya off guard. Recipro boost. As he predicted, Iida took off at full speed, closing the distance between himself and Midoriya in the blink of an eye. Midoriya didn't even bother summoning Mjolnir, but instead jumped and used his mouth to blow a blast of wind below him. It was weak, but just strong enough for Midoriya to vault completely over Iida, leaving him skidding to a halt just in front of the out-of-bounds line. As he hit the ground, he held out his hand and began to summon his hammer. But as it was about halfway there, he felt a kick at the back of his head. He rolled forward on the cement, thankful he was far more durable due to his ongoing transformation into an Asgardian. He rolled to one knee and saw Iida charging for him again. He channeled an electric current to his fist and punched the taller boy in the gut, sending shockwaves through the taller boy's body. He followed up by jumping off his chest and repeating the strategy of propelling himself upwards by blowing down towards the ground. In mid-air, he finished summoning Mjolnir and hovered in the air, out of Iida's reach. The crowd was already cheering raucously at the action. Midoriya shot a blast of lightning at Iida to attempt to knock him out, but his opponent had recovered and was now weaving around the course, dodging the attacks. Can't hit him like this, he's too fast. As Iida went to dodge under Midoriya, he dropped from the air and slammed Mjolnir into the ground, sending electricity all around him in a dome. Iida was unable to get out of the way and screamed in pain as he was shocked. It's over, Midoriya yelled, throwing Mjolnir at Iida's back. The hammer hit dead center and kept flying through the air until it had pushed Iida out of the combat field, depositing him onto the grass below. The crowd roared with excitement as Midnight called the match to a close. Whoa, a quick match with non-stop action from start to finish. Present Mike crowed. What do you have to say about your students, Eraserhead? Their forms are sloppy, Aizawa critiqued, but the no-nonsense approach is a good attitude to have in a fight. Ending things quickly is always the right strategy. Ooh yeah. Present Mike added with his best Macho Man Randy Savage impression. Haha. Yes. Thor fist pumped in the stands, cheering wildly with the rest of the crowd. Inko, however, could only breathe a sigh of relief. She was panicking ever since Iida had kicked Izuku in the back of the head, but at least it was over, for now. His tactical mind is as sharp as ever, Thor said as he sat down. Inko gave him a small smile. She just hoped her heart could handle the rest of the tournament. Midoriya hopped down to the grass and approached Iida, who was now sitting on the grass. He offered his friend a hand up. As the two made eye contact, Iida said, I didn't know you could make a lightning sphere. Well, I didn't know about Recipro Boost, Midoriya replied, mouth twitching into a grin. After a small pause, the two friends both began to laugh. Iida clapped his hand into Midoriya's and Midoriya pulled him to his feet. The crowd roared in approval at the show of sportsmanship, and the two began to walk off through Gate 1. Well, I'll just have to try some different strategies next year, Iida said, holding his head high. It's not every day you have to fight the God of Thunder. Midoriya gave a small chuckle. I look forward to it. As they got back to the hallways, Iida's cell phone began to ring. Oh, he said, looking at the receiver, I have to take this, I'll catch up to you later. Cool, see you, Midoriya said to his friends retreating back. As he turned to head towards the waiting room to watch Ashido take on Hatsume, he was stopped by a voice from around the corner. Hey, Midoriya, he turned to see Todoroki leaning against a wall, waiting for him. He stiffened a bit, not anticipating anything good coming from this, essentially when he just caught a glimpse of the family life Todoroki had. Yeah, what's up? Can we talk a minute? He hesitated. This was already more amicable than the taller boy had been a few days ago. So Midoriya nodded and followed Todoroki a bit further down the hall. Is Thor your father? Todoroki asked abruptly. What? No, of course not, Midoriya laughed. Why would you think that? We look nothing alike. Just seems random that some kid from Japan would become his successor. Well, that's just how it is, I guess. When were you going to tell the class that Endeavor is your dad? Todoroki's tone shifted almost violently. Don't bring him into this. Midoriya stepped back and raised his hands. Sorry, I just overheard you guys talking earlier. Stuff about being the #1 hero and all that. What's that about? Todoroki's expression softened a bit, but he shook and his fists remained clenched at his side. You really want to know? I can't believe they wasted a match with the pink girl just modeling tech gear for the girl with the goggles, Thor complained through a mouthful of popcorn. I wanted combat. Yes, that was, well, something. Inko admitted. That seemed like a sponsored commercial break more than a sports festival fight. Present Mike announced that the next match would be Mono Manito from Class 1B taking on Kirishima Eijiro from Class 1A. The two students made their way to the stadium. So do you know what these two students' quirks are? Valkyrie asked. Indeed, the Avenger-turned-teacher replied. The redhead can make his skin really hard, and the blonde can copy the quirks of anyone he touches for 5 minutes. Should be an interesting fight. More satisfying than the infomercial we just saw anyway. The match began and Monoma ducked a punch from Kirishima, tagging the redhead's stomach and stealing his quirk. That was when the slugfest began, drawing cheers from the crowd. Dash 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 dash. And that's why I have this scar. Todoroki seethed, shaking. That's why I have to be the best and destroy you. He walked off, not waiting for Midoriya to respond. Which was probably for the best, as Izuku himself was shaking in anger, a million thoughts racing around his mind. Like many pro heroes, Izuku grew up thinking Endeavor was pretty cool. He had more wins on record than almost anyone. But while he always seemed rather dark and impatient, he had no idea what lurked in his home life. He knew in a heartbeat that while he had his own childhood struggles being quirkless, he could always turn to his mom for love and acceptance. His home life had been his reprieve from any injustice in the world. And now Thor was around, always offering him guidance. He never felt alone while at home or outside of school. He's determined to take me down and only use his ice side just to spite his dad, Midoriya thought. The realization just sent more mixed feelings through his head. While it was easier to counter ice as opposed to ice and fire, he felt insulted. He was the god of thunder. No villain would have half-assed it against Thor. Aggravated, he walked back to the waiting rooms to join the rest of his class while they watched the rest of round 1. He had missed Hatsume and Ashido's match, though Shiro told him as he was going to his own match that it had been more of a commercial than a fight. He did catch the end of the Monoma vs. Kirishima match, where the blonde's quirk thief ran out of time and Kirishima was able to get a well-timed left hook to win the bout. "Kiro, are you alright, Midoriya?" Asui asked as the match ended, catching the look on his face. "You look upset." Midoriya shook the scowl off his face and forced a smile. "Why yeah, I'm fine. Just in the zone I guess." Asui scoffed. "You're not a very good liar, you know that." He blushed. He hadn't expected to get called out like that. Alright, sorry. Todoroki and I ran into each other and some stuff he said kinda has me heated." Asui's expression softened. "Well, maybe he's trying to get in your head. Want to watch him take on Shiro with us?" She pat the chair that was between her and Uraraka. "Yeah, Midoriya, watch this next one here." Uraraka agreed. He blushed slightly, nervously taking a seat between the two girls. As he did, Present Mike's voice on the television announced the two competitors. "I'm not liking Shiro's chances, Kiro," Asui said. Without thinking, Midoriya began to mumble in defense of his friend. "Shiro is a capture specialist with great maneuverability, but there isn't anything for him to use in the stadium to swing on. He won't be able to move around on this terrain to get the jump on Todoroki. If they start far away he won't be able to snare Todoroki either, which means he'd have to get in close. If he gets in close, Midoriya," Asui said, "that gives Todoroki time to use his ice powers and that will just completely overwhelm him. I guess his best shot would be to..." "Stop mumbling, nerd," Bakugo shouted from the other side of the waiting room. Midoriya jumped. "Ah, crap." He looked between Uraraka and Asui. "I was being creepy again, wasn't I?" "Yes," Uraraka replied bluntly. "No," Asui argued, "just mumbling. Don't worry about it." "Sorry. Either way," Midoriya grumbled. "Either way, you guys are totally wrong," Uraraka replied, leaning forward. "Always bet on an underdog. I've got a good feeling about this one." Midnight announced the match's beginning, and Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive wall of ice, freezing Shiro solid, save for his face. "Well crap," Uraraka pouted. "Maybe not." Present Mike awkwardly called the match. Some people in the crowd chanted, "Good try," at Shiro as Smintos began to chisel the teen out of the ice block. Shiro just looked more embarrassed by that than anything else. "Man," Kaminari laughed. Midoriya's mumbling took longer than the match. "Kiro, I figured it'd go something like that," Asui croaked. Todoroki left unceremoniously, and Yaoyorozu entered for her match with Kendo. Dash 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 dash. In the stands, Inko was beside herself. Does Izuku stand a chance against that? That was terrifying. Thor scoffed. Of course he does. That ice boy is formidable, but he is no Asgardian. Still he looked to the side and gulped. Come on Midoriya. You can do it. Dash 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 dash. So Kendo's quirk is to grow her hands and they increase in strength with proportion to their size, Midoriya explained as the two girls made their way to the fight pitch. That sounds like she won't stand a chance against Yaoyorozu, Uraraka scoffed. She can make anything. Unless Kendo can get to her first though, Asui retorted. The match started and the Class 1B president charged at Momo, who seemed to hesitate. What's she doing? Shoji exclaimed. Within Yaoyorozu dwells an infinite realm of choices. To which manner will she combat her foe? Polearms, blades, staves, or is the matter to conjure defense from the stores within her person? Truly the depths of her abilities have left her frozen in nightmarish indecision during the heat of battle, Tokiyami began. During his rant, Momo had conjured a bow staff and swung for Kendo's head, but Kendo grabbed it with her own quirk, which was to grow one of her hands. With an enlarged left hand, Kendo grabbed the staff, ripped it away from Momo, and punched her with a giant right hand. Momo was flung from the ring. Well, shit, said Tokiyami. The crowd cheered on the screen, and from the next waiting room over, some other students from Class 1B could be heard cheering as well. If that nerd had acted faster, she'd have thought of something better to fight with, Bakugo scoffed, drawing a few dirty looks from his classmates. He's right though, Ashido sighed, quietly. She got into UA on recommendations, she must be insanely powerful. I hope she's alright, Uraraka said, worriedly. Well, wish me luck, hero, Asui said, getting up. You'll need it, facing me. Kaminari piped in, jamming his thumb into his chest with pride. As he took off, Midoriya met her gaze and smiled. You got this, he said quietly, so Kaminari wouldn't overhear. You're too awesome to let him get the best of you. Asui blushed, nodded, and took off. Uraraka sprang up to her feet. I'm going to head to the hallway to prepare for my next match. Stretch out. Gotta psych up. Midoriya laughed. Alright, well, good luck to you too. I'll be sure to cheer you on. She beamed. Thanks Midoriya. On the screen, Midoriya heard Present Mike announce Asui, who walked out to the field with a spring in her step. Dash 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 dash. Oh, that's one of the girls he was talking to after the entrance exam, Inko pointed out. Are they friends? Midoriya and Asui eat lunch with a few other students every day. They seem close, Thor replied. Inko smiled. Growing up, Izuku didn't have many friends. It was good to see things had changed since he had found Mjolnir. Well then I hope she wins. The fight began and Kaminari unleashed his 10 million watt overload, but Asui avoided it by jumping straight up, right out of the range of the sparks. As she landed, it was quite clear that Kaminari had fried his own brain with the attack. Asui shot her tongue out, wrapped it around Kaminari's knee, slingshot herself forward, and drop-kicked the blonde boy out of the ring. Well, it looks like you got your wish, Thor chuckled. Dash 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 dash. Midoriya stood up out of his chair in the waiting room and cheered. Sit down, nerd, Bakugo scowled, but he couldn't be heard over Kirishima, who also gave a whoop as well. Asui left the arena to a round of cheers, as Recovery Girl came out to help Kaminari to the back while his brain reset. Midoriya looked around and realized he still hadn't seen Iida since their match. He must have gone to watch in the stands, right? He figured. Still, he turned to Kirishima and asked, Hey, did you see Iida at all? No man, can't say I have. Not since your fight, the redhead answered, which by the way, was awesome. Yours too, Izuku grinned. Way to outlast Monoma. By now, it was time for Aoyama to come out and fight Uraraka, and Present Mike had announced both of them. Aoyama made his way out to the pitch with some flamboyant peacocking, as one could expect, but Uraraka went out to the ring with a steely determination. If anything, she looked almost scary, which, for some reason, Midoriya found incredibly attractive. Oh man, what does that say about me? Midnight flagged the beginning of the competition and Uraraka took off like a bat out of hell. She's just gotta get one hand on him and he's Denizo. Ashido yelled, excitedly. With a side of Dun Ion rings. Hagakure added, narrated by Dunzel Washington. Mineta added as well, but was met with a glare from the two girls. Apparently he wasn't allowed in on the joke. Midoriya was a bit torn on this fight, leaning forward in excitement. Both were his friend, so it was hard to pick a side, watching as Aoyama fired of lasers left and right, trying to ward off the incoming brunette. Uraraka, to her credit, kept low to the ground and dodged them all. Aoyama jumped straight up as Uraraka got close and fired a laser right at the ground to launch himself up and over her. Uraraka was barely able to roll out of the way from getting torched. Yuga landed sloppily on the ground and rolled to his side, aiming his laser at Uraraka from close range. "You're mine now, Mon Amy." "Hey, that kind of looks like what you did in your fight with Iida, Midoriya," Kirishima pointed out. "Yeah, he's totally using your move," Ashido agreed. Bakugo made a disdainful snort that was just barely noticeable. Next to him, Mineta imitated it for good measure. Midoriya blushed. "I'm sure he would have figured out to laser jump on his own." "Nah, you totally inspired him," Kirishima argued, "with your manly moves." On the battlefield, Uraraka slapped herself on the stomach and began to float straight up as Aoyama just barely missed her with a laser. She released the float from herself and pounced downwards towards Aoyama. The boy was able to jump up and fire off another laser, thrusting himself backwards to create space while Uraraka was forced to dodge again. As he did though, he began to slump forward and place a hand on his stomach. "Looks like his quirk usage is getting to him, Hiro." Midoriya jumped as Asui returned to the seat next to him. "Yeah, Uraraka has had him on defense the whole time. The longer this goes on, the more she has the advantage since she hasn't had to use her quirk much." He turned and gave her a big grin. "Your fight was awesome, by the way. You really showed camaraderie." She smiled back. "Thanks Midoriya, Hiro. Don't go telling him I said this, but once I figured out what he was going to do, it was a pretty easy fight." The two snickered to each other and turned back to the fight. On the field Aoyama looked nervous but, as Uraraka closed in, he decided to pull off a rather tricky attack. He jumped into the air, spun at an angle so his laser made a sweep across the arena floor where Uraraka was, and sent chunks of concrete everywhere. He landed, clutching his stomach, but grinned, thinking he had to have gotten her. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Uraraka had grabbed a larger piece of concrete, made it float as she climbed up, and leapt off of it. She came crashing down, drop-kicking Aoyama in the face and knocking him out. "Ouch!" Midoriya and Asui hissed at the same time, wincing. "Man, she really got him," Midoriya replied. "That was pretty clever." As Present Mike announced her as the winner, Uraraka helped Aoyama to his feet in a show of good sportsmanship. The two walked back together, drawing more cheers from the crowd. Finally, it was time for the last match of the first round. As Present Mike announced Bakugo Katsuki's name, he used explosion to fly out to the pitch instead of walking. "Man, Bakugo sure showed walking who the boss is," Asui croaked sarcastically. Midoriya let out a loud snicker and covered his mouth. All his life, people had worshipped Bakugo for his strength, so it was nice to see someone who didn't seem all that impressed with him. It was something of a reality check. "Yeah, walking is one of our worst enemies," Midoriya replied. "Right up there with good manners." His attempt at humor paid off as Asui, Ashido, and Hagakure all laughed. Present Mike then announced the sole representative of the General Studies students, Shinso Hitoshi. "Hey, Yaoyorozu told me about this guy," Ojiro said, leaning forward and talking for the rest of the class. "This guy's got a brainwashing quirk. He used it on some people in the preliminary race and got some people in the go-kart race to slow down with it." "Brainwashing," Hagakure exclaimed. "That's like, totally a villain quirk, isn't it?" "Hagakure, that's so mean," Ashido scolded. "It's not like he got to choose it." "I'd get all the babes with a quirk like that," Mineta said, wriggling his eyebrows at literally everyone in the room for some reason. Everyone responded by glaring daggers at him, which finally got him to stop and shrink down into his seat. As midnight signaled the start of the match, Shinso cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled out, "You're a weakling." Midoriya fully expected a scream of anger from Bakugo. However, the blonde stayed silent, propelled himself forward with an explosion, latched a hand onto the purple-haired student's face, and unleashed a point-blank explosion. The crowd gasped as Midnight immediately called off the match. Shinsho was knocked out from the blast and suffered heavy burns. "As if I'd fall for something like that," Bakugo scoffed. The crowd began to boo him heavily as he stormed off. "I expect more of a fight than this." He stomped off angrily, already bored with his victory. Dash 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 dash. Boo. Thor yelled from the stands. Ka-chow sucks. Should you be booing a student like that? Inko asked, nervously. What? Oh yeah, probably not. Thor conceded, and he sat back down, looking discontent. Valkyrie snorted and held back a laugh as Thor glared at her. Dash 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 dash. Back in the waiting room, Midoriya stood up to stretch, realizing he was back out first for the next round. As he did, he locked eyes with his opponent, Ashido. You better be ready, Midori. Ashido crowed to him, making him blush with the nickname. I won't take it easy on you just 'cause you're cute. Hagakure swatted her arm as she giggled. Midoriya's face turned red and Asui let out a croak of disapproval. Alright, I won't take it easy on you either. Even though you think I'm cute. Ashido winked. Midoriya's face turned an ever deeper shade of crimson. I'll go stretch in the hallway. Great, he thought to himself. Now I'm even more nervous. And coming out, the hammer man with the hammer plan, Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike screamed. Midoriya grimaced at the introduction. He set Mjolnir down at the entrance and stepped into the sunlight, being greeted with cheers once again. And the acid queen that can melt hearts and steel beams, Ashido Mina. Midoriya chuckled at that one and made eye contact with Ashido. She winked at him and blew him a kiss, drawing a squeal of delight from Midnight. He blushed again, but shook his head. He couldn't let these mind games get him flustered. He tried to formulate a game plan. She could use her acid to slide around, sure, but she was nowhere near the mobility nightmare that Iida had been. He just needed to summon Mjolnir and give her a good zap. Midnight signaled the beginning of the match, and Ashido charged at Midoriya, using her acid to grate a slide for herself. For as fast as she was, Midoriya was still able to summon Mjolnir and fling a bolt of lightning right towards her. Ashido halted and curved the flow of her acid upwards, creating a wall of gel-like acid in front of her. It was thick and rubbery, and the lightning hit it ineffectively. Crap, Midoriya muttered, realizing this would not be as easy as he hoped. She immediately jumped to another slide and began making towards Midoriya again. He tried another bolt of lightning, but she again created a shield of a thick, rubbery basic solution to stop the lightning. She got in close and sent a wave of acid towards him, but Midoriya took to the air and began to circle around her in the sky, looking for an opening. Come on Midoriya, you didn't think I'd figure out a way to counteract your lightning? Ashido yelled teasingly, sliding around so as to not leave herself open. Midoriya said nothing and suddenly dove at her. He sent a bolt of lightning at her again, causing her to raise a gelatinous shield once again, and he threw Mjolnir at it, hoping it would break through the acid and strike her. It did not. It instead got sucked into the acid and stuck there with a loud, SHLORP sound. Crap, he repeated as he landed on the pitch. He tried to recall Mjolnir, and it slowly began to unstick itself from the acid. As he did, Ashido had already slid up to him and ducked low. She attacked with a breakdancing leg sweep kick. Midoriya was able to backflip over it and send a gust of wind out of his fists that both knocked her away and pushed him backwards. Landing a good 20 feet away, he continued to summon Mjolnir until it freed itself from the muck, and came rushing back to him. As he did, Mina broke out into a slide and tried to uppercut Midoriya. As she did though, Midoriya pivoted out of the way, hooked her arm with his left arm and hit her with an arm drag that sent her sprawling across the pavement instead. Seizing the opportunity, he hit her with a large blast of lightning, knocking her out. And Midoriya Izuku with that electrifying victory. Present Mike screamed for the crowd, who cheered. Midoriya let out a big sigh of relief. All that training with Valkyrie paid off big time there. Recovery Girl came out to help Ashido to the back, with Smintos still unconscious. Midoriya waved to the crowd and made his way backstage, ready to rest in a waiting room while he watched the rest of the semifinals. He wasn't expecting to find the Endeavor, waiting for him backstage. If it had been any other day, he'd go into fanboy mode, but for now, he could only seize up and look at the pro cautiously. Hello, he stuttered out apprehensively. Good work out there, the pro said, though his tone oozed in condescension. Midoriya wondered if he was imagining that bit though. Thank you, sir, Midoriya replied in a shaky tone. She was tough. The rumors of a god of thunder, it appears they're true. Endeavor chuckled. You probably think you'll just breeze past this whole thing, don't you? That was definitely not something I imagined, Midoriya thought, his eyebrow twitching in annoyance. No, I don't. All my classmates are tough and… Sure. Endeavor interrupted with a scoff. Just give my boy a good fight. Fighting someone like you will really help him become number one. As the pro turned to leave, Midoriya suddenly blurted out. You know I'm not Thor. Endeavor turned and looked the boy up and down. Clearly. Yeah well, Todoroki isn't you either. Midoriya added, a steely calmness to the statement. He has more potential than you ever could. He turned and walked down the corridor towards the stands before Endeavor could answer, fuming. Meanwhile in the stands, Inko was sobbing hysterically that her son had won another perilous fight. Thor was trying his best to console her. Maybe this was too much for her, Thor thought, guiltily. He made it past the quarter-final. This is a good thing. Midoriya hit the waiting room to find Uraraka back at her seat where she had been before. By now, it was far emptier, the students who had lost taking positions in the stands instead. She gave him a big grin. Pretty awesome fight. You showed Ashido who was boss. Thanks, he replied, breathing a sigh of relief. Where's Asui? She's up after Todoroki and Kirishima, she answered. She's getting herself ready to take on Kendo. Midoriya felt a twinge of disappointment. He had been hoping to wish her luck before her bout. Your fight with Aoyama was really cool too. You think Kirishima will have better luck than Zero? She clicked her tongue. Hard to say. He might be able to plow through an ice wall, but… On the television, Present Mike had called both competitors to the stage. Kirishima was stretching out, looking ready for a scrap. Midnight yelled out, go. And go they both went. Todoroki sent wave of ice with his foot, looking to make a wall to trap Kirishima in. But what he, and half the crowd, was not expecting was for the laid-back and calm Kirishima to make a roaring sound and begin charging through the ice, fully hardened. Don't underestimate me, man. Kirishima screamed, that's not manly. Todoroki's usually composed face briefly flashed with concern as Kirishima continued to smash through the ice he sent his way. His brow furrowed and as Kirishima approached, he threw out his hand and froze Kirishima's legs. Kirishima punched the ice around his legs as Todoroki slid away. The crowds roared to life, and the Class 1A students in the stands were yelling for the action. Ashido could be seen cheering at the top of her lungs. As he watched the action, Midoriya noticed that Todoroki seemed to be slowing down, and his face seemed to be turning blue. Does Todoroki look off to you? He asked. Uraraka squinted at the television. A bit, it's hard to tell from here. On the fight pitch, Kirishima was pressing the attacking, lunging for Todoroki, who was backpedaling away as the hardening user smashed through wall after wall of ice. Stop running away, he yelled. He threw a right hook right for Todoroki's face, but Todoroki caught his fist with his left hand and froze their arms together. He instinctively raised his right hand to strike, a small ember emerging as he did. But Todoroki recalled the flame just as soon as he had conjured it. The redhead grunted in frustration and broke free, causing Todoroki to slide backwards to create some distance. The crowd was at a fever pitch. While Todoroki was a favorite to win the festival, according to the betting odds, seeing him on the ropes was exhilarating. Kirishima punched through another wall of ice. When Todoroki made a desperation move, he launched himself forward, grabbing Kirishima's face with his left hand and freezing him from the top down. Midoriya could tell, through his zoomed camera, that Todoroki's left arm, all the way up to his jawline, was starting to frost up. The ice covered Kirishima completely, though Todoroki left a hole for his face. He struggled, but he couldn't bring his body to harden enough to break free from the hold. Damn it, Kirishima groaned, you got me. He looked Todoroki in the eye. I'm out of juice, man. You win. That's the match. Present Mike screamed for the crowd, and they exploded with excitement. Wait, Inko said, confused, so the ice user Todoroki can also use fire. Thor confirmed, but he refuses to do so. I've tried to talk to him about it, but he just gives short answers and says he'll think about it. It's a real mystery. Well, I certainly hope he doesn't use it against Izuku, Inko replied, clearly nervous. I do, Valkyrie piped up. That'd be in hell of an awesome visual. Midoriya and Uraraka were on pins and needles in the waiting room as Present Mike announced Kendo first for the next round, then announcing Asui as the fleet-footed frog heroine. Class 1A and 1B could be seen in the stands cheering for their respective classmates before the camera panned back to the fight pitch. You okay, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. You look a bit red. Just really hoping Asui can pull it off, he blushed a bit. Why, you know, because she's our friend. Uraraka hummed in agreement. All we can do is believe in her. The match began, drawing everyone's attention to the arena itself. Asui started things off the way she finished the last match. She shot her tongue out and wrapped it around Kendo's knee, and used that to repel towards her opponent. Though Kendo's knee buckled, she was prepared, enlarging both her hands and covering her body with them. Asui's dropkick was blocked by Kendo's hands and the president of Class 1B flung them apart quickly, sending the frog heroine flying. Tsuyu was almost flung out of the ring but was able to shoot her tongue out, catch the side of the ring, and pull herself inside of it as her classmates cheered. That was a great defensive move, Midoriya conceded. Kendo is at all the class representative meetings and she seems really smart. Yaoyorozu and I have trouble keeping up with all her ideas. Back in the ring, Kendo had already closed the gap between her and Asui, hoping to knock her out of the ring with a giant punch. Asui jumped to the side, clearing a good 10 meters away from Kendo, who had to stop herself from stumbling over the side of the ring. Tsuyu took the opportunity to grab her opponent's leg with her tongue again, but Kendo immediately turned, grabbed Tsuyu's tongue with her enlarged fists, and pulled her in with a large tug. Asui left her feet, unprepared, and got clubbed with a giant right hook from Kendo. Asui bounced across the pavement to the middle of the ring. Uraraka winced in pain as she watched. That could not have been pleasant. Kendo had charged the center of the ring and slammed down her right hand down towards Asui, who had just barely managed to roll out of the way and position herself on all fours. The frog-like girl leapt forward, thrusting her feet forward and drop-kicked Kendo in the chest, throwing the Class 1B president back across the ring. Kendo bounced off the pavement, turned in the air, and enlarged her hands against it to catch herself in a handstand as Tsuyu charged towards her. Kendo flipped forward onto her feet and then used both hands to grab Tsuyu. Asui's head poked out from the top of Kendo's clenched hands, struggling. Kendo throttled her violently, with a demand of, "Give up." Asui gave a croak of defiance. Midoriya, from the waiting room, clicked his tongue. This would be a lot easier for Asui if we could use our hero costumes. Why do you say that? Uraraka asked. Well, as a frog, her body would be able to naturally lubricate and slip out of the situation. He explained, blushing at how the explanation sounded. She can't lubricate the gym clothes. I'm sure Mineta would have something gross to say about that, Uraraka shuddered. Why yeah, even the explanation sounded weird, Midoriya admitted. Wait, your match with Bakugo is next, shouldn't you be preparing? Realizing he was right, Uraraka stood up and fist pumped. After my first match, I'm ready for him. But I am gonna go stretch out. Wish me luck. You got this, he assured her as she left the waiting room. He looked around. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. He must have either gone to another waiting room or was in the hallway prepping himself. He turned his gaze back to the television, where Kendo still had Asui gripped tightly. Asui, however, gave a ribbit of attitude, reared her head back, and spit some poison right in Kendo's face. The sickly-looking liquid hit Kendo in the face with a splat, causing the Class 1B president to drop her prey and try to wipe off the poison in desperation. Asui landed on all fours, and Kendo began to swing wildly, not wanting to leave herself open for attack. Asui, however, was given an idea on how to deal with the blinded opponent. Down here, hero. Kendo instinctively slammed her fists down onto the pavement, dislodging chunks of cement as Asui jumped backwards to dodge. Asui used her tongue to grab the biggest chunk of cement she could and, with a spin, threw the piece of pavement back at Kendo. It struck the president of Class 1B's legs and sent her face first onto the ground, her hands shrinking momentarily. That was all it took though. Asui shot her tongue out and wrapped them around Kendo's forearms, picking her up and tossing her a few feet to the side, out of the ring, and out the grass. "Ring out," Midnight called. "That's the match." The crowd erupted into cheers as Asui sighed in relief. "What a riveting match, wouldn't you say, Eraser?" Present Mike shouted. "I hate you," Aizawa sighed. "This is worse than the beating the Nomu gave me." Midoriya, now alone in the waiting room, stood up off his chair and cheered loudly, before realizing how silly he looked and sitting back down. Glad no one was here to see that. Asui helped Kendo to her feet, and was giving her advice on how to get the poison out, leading her to the back along with Recovery Girl. As they left, Present Mike called for the next match. "And for our next match, the girl that will be defying gravity, Uraraka Ochako." Uraraka marched out to the ring, practically looking like a different woman. She was poised and determined, a scowl on her face that would give anyone pause. It was very jarring for Midoriya, but if she was going to fight Bakugo, he reckoned she needed that grit. And the student with the explosive personality, Bakugo Katsuki. From the hallway to the back, Bakugo used a single explosion to throw himself into the ring. Midnight signaled the match to begin and Uraraka took off running, keeping low to the ground, just as she had done against Aoyama. Bakugo took a defensive stance and raised his hands. As Ochako approached, Bakugo unleashed a blast, sending rubble and debris everywhere. Uraraka dodged out of the way with blinding speed and kept the assault coming at impressive speeds. Midoriya had no clue she could run that fast. Dust and concrete began to fly around the arena, making it hard to see as Bakugo did his best to keep Uraraka at bay. The action had Midoriya on the edge of his seat, not used to seeing Bakugo on the defensive. At one point, she had thrown her jacket into the air as a diversion and tried to tag Bakugo, but he was able to see through the tactic. He nearly jumped out of his seat as Asui sat down next to him. "How's she doing, Kiro?" "Oh hey I mean Suyu," he replied, blushing at his jumpiness. "Pretty good so far, she's got him on the defensive. Your match was so great." "Thanks, Kiro." Kendo was a tough opponent. Asui smiled, turning her attention to the television. "Uraraka is looking great out there." After an unrelenting attack from Uraraka, she suddenly sprang back and put her hands together. Release. The camera panned up to see that Midoriya wasn't the only one who create weather. Uraraka had spent the match making as much rubble and rock levitate as possible. At her command, cement began raining from the sky down towards Bakugo in a makeshift meteor shower. "Whoa! That's so cool," Asui riveted. They watched in awe, expecting Bakugo to get pelted under the concrete. Boom! But instead Bakugo unleashed a flurry of explosions, bigger than Midoriya had ever seen him use before, blasting the chunks of rock from the sky. By the time the debris got to him, it was too small to even make a dent on him or scrape his cheek. The enraged blonde turned to Uraraka, who collapsed from exhaustion. Midnight waved off the match. Uraraka was done. Bakugo cackled darkly, sending explosions in the air to show off. "PFF'd. He thinks he's so scary." Asui scoffed. Midoriya looked at her in surprise as the ring was cleared for the next round, which would begin after an intermission and some side events. "I mean, isn't he kind of scary?" "I guess a little," Asui admitted. "But if he thinks I'm going to let him get to me, he's got another thing coming." She turned to Midoriya and gave him a smile. "I know you two grew up together, but cheer for me to kick his butt, okay Kiro?" This drew a laugh from Midoriya. "I will absolutely be pulling for you to win," he assured her. "That way we can meet in the finals, if I make it past Todoroki." "You will," Asui croaked. "I believe in you." This sent some heat rising to Midoriya's cheeks. He wished he had the confidence to just say stuff like that, the way she did. "Thanks Suyu. Well, I better go get ready." He stood up, butterflies in his stomach. Now the fun really began. Midoriya watched the side events of the sports festival wrap up. They always looked like a lot of fun, and if he wasn't about to have the fight of his life, he would have even participated in them. But as they wound down, he found his breath to be shaky. He'd fought frost giants, dragons, and even villains at the USJ. But he never remembered ever being so nervous for a fight before. He pondered if maybe it was because he had some insight into what this fight meant for Todoroki. "Doesn't matter," he muttered to himself with resolve. "If he doesn't come at me with his all, I'm not going easy on him. Now it's time for the man who brings the thunder, Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya set Mjolnir down in the grass as he stepped into the sunlight, the sound of cheers greeting him. It still felt weird to get that kind of adulation, but he certainly didn't mind it. He's hot then he's cold, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki made his way out, never once taking his eyes off Midoriya with an icy glare. The malice in his gaze was almost palpable, but it sparked a new feeling in Midoriya's gut. You know, I never asked for him to take out his daddy issues on me, he thought, rage bubbling up in him. If he thinks for a second. Go, Midnight shouted, his thoughts interrupted. The sound of rushing and crackling ice came towards Midoriya as he held up his right hand to summon Mjolnir. He stared right through the ice, not taking his eyes off Todoroki as he heard the whir of Mjolnir snapping to him through the air. Icicles snared his feet and climbed up his legs, enclosing his body and ensnaring him in place. He gasped for air as the atmosphere around him began to solidify, encasing him in a sheet of ice. His body temperature lowered and he felt chills run through his body. His legs were already going numb. But with a satisfying crack, Mjolnir shattered some ice and found its way to his hand. Lightning welled up in his soul. Midoriya was the god of thunder. He was more a master of the elements than Todoroki Shoto. The crowd audibly gasped as a bolt of lightning fell from the clear blue sky and shattered the ice prison that Todoroki had made. It exploded into ice chunks and mist as Midoriya stepped out, blue electricity crackling off of him as he spun Mjolnir at his side. Nice try, Midoriya snarled at his opponent. Todoroki glowered right back at him, throwing his left hand forward again to unleash another mountainous blast of ice. Midoriya roared back, slamming Mjolnir to the ground as the ice wall got close, causing it to explode and shatter again. Todoroki looked back at Midoriya in frustration. But Midoriya had already acted, throwing Mjolnir at the chest of his adversary. The weapon smashed Todoroki in the chest, flinging him backwards. Midoriya charged forward, re-summoning Mjolnir to himself, eyes glowing blue as he began to get worked up. As it hit his hands, he jumped into the air and gave the hammer a few spins to charge up. He swung the hammer down towards Todoroki for an electrified smash. Todoroki's eyes widened as he rolled out of the way, and he brought up an ice dome around himself for protection. Midoriya smashed through the barrier, electricity crackling off Mjolnir as he shattered the ice. But Todoroki was standing on the other side and shot a pillar of ice out of his left hand. It grew jagged and splintered, pushing Midoriya into the air, cutting up his gym clothes and cutting his shoulders. With a groan of pain, Midoriya smacked Mjolnir into the side of the pillar and sent lightning through it, zapping Todoroki and causing him to drop the attack as he collapsed to the floor in agony. Midoriya smashed the pillar with his hammer, taking to the air as he flew towards Todoroki. From the ground, Todoroki locked eyes with Midoriya and the two exchanged death glares. Todoroki flung his arm and flung a spike of ice at Midoriya. The god of thunder easily swat the projectile away. That won't work, Todoroki. Two more ice spikes came zipping towards the green-haired hero, who again swatted them aside. That won't work, Todoroki. In frustration, Todoroki stomped down, creating another ice prison to hit Midoriya with. Midoriya dropped down to the ring and smashed Mjolnir against the pavement, sending electricity across the ice, zapping Todoroki instead. Todoroki screamed out in pain as the ice around him fell apart. Stop holding back, Midoriya screamed. I don't need my father's power to beat you, Todoroki replied defiantly. The frostbite on your arms and face say otherwise, Midoriya retorted in a haughty tone. Besides, it's not his power. It's yours. By now, he had approached Todoroki. In that split second, Todoroki reared back and spat in Midoriya's face, drawing gasps from the crowd and a loud, boo, from Thor. Midoriya snapped. He dropped Mjolnir and balled his fists up. He ran up to Todoroki, who was too slowed down from ice to stop him, and began to pummel him with his bare fists. Electricity crackled off each punch, one to the stomach, one to the cheek, one to the temple. Todoroki lifted his hand weakly, but Midoriya grabbed it and performed a judo throw, smashing the taller boy to the cement. He held onto the arm of Todoroki and smashed his knee down into it, a crunch telling him he had broken the arm of his opponent. The crowd groaned sympathetically. Midoriya raised a fist, preparing the knockout blow when their eyes locked once more. You know what? Todoroki seethed. Fine. He raised his other hand, his right hand, and fire erupted into Midoriya's face, throwing the shorter boy back in shock and pain. As he recovered, he summoned Mjolnir to his side again. You don't know anything my father put me through. Todoroki scowled, his left arm hanging limply at his side. You're right, Midoriya said, spinning Mjolnir in his hands. I don't. But is that what you want to be? Some hero who only half-asses things? No, Todoroki replied, a maniacal grin forming on his face. He raised his right hand, a pillar of flame forming on it. No, I'm going to be the greatest hero. With all my power. Maybe this was a bad idea, Midoriya thought as a wall of flame began to rush towards him. He took to the air, just barely dodging the wall of flame as the fire licked at his ankles. Todoroki punched the ground, and a circle of flames surrounded him, reaching up into the sky. It moved outward, giving Midoriya nowhere to escape. Can't fly up in time, he panicked, which just leaves. Midoriya flew straight down towards the arena grounds, smashing Mjolnir into the pavement. Chunks of debris and rubble the side of chairs flew up from the ground. Sorry to steal your idea, Uraraka, but, spinning Mjolnir in front of him, he created a horizontal wind vortex that pushed the rubble through the wall of fire, cutting a safe opening for him, and pelting Todoroki with the debris. The taller teen staggered backwards. Midoriya unleashed a lightning blast towards Todoroki, who was prepared. He raised an ice wall in front of him and jumped back from it, avoiding getting zapped as the ice exploded. He countered with a stream of fire that Midoriya was unprepared for. The fire washed over him and he screamed out in pain. He fell to his knees in pain as the fire subsided. I'm going to be the greatest hero, with my own power, Todoroki repeated, stepping forward. And no amount of flying, wind, or lightning can stop me. As he stepped forward, Midoriya noticed he had stepped on one of his ice slicks. Midoriya slapped his left hand down on the ice and sent a jolt of electricity up it. Todoroki realized what his opponent had done, but it was too late as the electricity zapped him. He let out a howl, recovering just in time to see Midoriya charging at him with Mjolnir swinging at his side. Oh, he said, too stunned from the jolt to raise his hands to defend himself. Midoriya swung Mjolnir, the hammer coming down across Todoroki's cheek and sending the taller teen sprawling across the cement, out cold. We have a winner, Present Mike screamed as the arena erupted into cheers. The crowd thundered in approval. That had been one of the anticipated matches of the day, and the crowd did not feel that it disappointed. Recovery Girl waddled out to the pitch in a huff. You, help me get him to the infirmary. Me, Midoriya asked. Yes you, I have to check you out for those burns anyway. Recovery Girl snapped. Honestly, I hate this foolhardy event. Sports festival my bony, old keister. She continued to grumble as Midoriya picked Todoroki up, gently, in a fireman's carry and followed after her, the crowd still cheering at the absolute slobberknocker. I wouldn't worry too much about my burns, Midoriya assured her. A few months ago. Ah, Midoriya hissed, clutching his arm as he collapsed on the ground. Valkyrie had left a deep gash in his left arm with her sword, and she looked down at the boy guiltily. Whoops. Thor. Midoriya panicked as he looked at the blood dripping down his arm, beginning to lose feeling in it. Thor, what do I do? Mom is gonna kill me. Thor ran up to the two and picked Mjolnir off the ground. Hold the hammer. But take it now. Thor cut him off, a sense of urgency in his voice. Letting go of his wound, Midoriya took up Mjolnir in his right hand. Slowly, the gash began to close itself off. Midoriya looked down at it in bewilderment. Are you all right? Thor asked. I mean, it still hurts really bad but it's getting better. How? Mjolnir accelerates the body's natural healing process and removes foreign toxins. Thor explained. It's not a perfect healing factor by any means. It won't regrow limbs or save you from death. His tone darkened. Once, I knew someone who was suffering from cancer and the hammer removed the effects of her chemotherapy because it was considered a foreign entity in the body. So it's not a perfect healer. Midoriya had never seen his mentor so melancholic as he added that last bit. The king of Asgard's gaze had drifted to the floor, and Valkyrie had looked away as well. Whoever they had been talking about clearly had meant a great deal to Thor. "Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that." "Thank you, young Midoriya," Thor replied. "Consider it something like a brute force healing factor. If you break any bones they'd have to be set properly, but then it would heal them quickly. Just don't go shattering all the bones in your body or something like that." Midoriya laughed. "Yeah, that would be terrible. Shouldn't be an issue." He looked down at the now closed gash on his arm. "I think it's done. Give it a few more minutes to be sure, and then right back to sparring. Before long, normal blades won't be able to even pierce your skin as you finish becoming Asgardian." "Wow, that's so cool. Dash 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 dash. If you insist," Midoriya said to Recovery Girl, awkwardly picking Todoroki's body up in a fireman's carry, doing his best not to move Todoroki's broken arm, and followed her off the pitch, Mjolnir in his left hand. By the time Todoroki was secured in a bed, the burns had mostly been healed off Midoriya, to Recovery Girl's amazement. "Well, looks like that hammer made me obsolete. All the better. My quirk would leave you sluggish heading into your next match anyway." She added, in a dry voice, "Try not to kill each other, whoever you end up fighting." Midoriya nodded, hurrying off back to the waiting room, hoping he hadn't missed any of Bakugo and Asui's match. As the last student with a match, besides those two, he was alone in the waiting room as he heard Present Mike introduce Asui. "Good luck, Suyu," he muttered to the television. He had a feeling she might need it. Bakugo once again opted to propel himself to the ring with an explosion instead of walking. It certainly made a flashy impression for the crowd. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and Bakugo propelled himself forward while Asui crouched down to all fours. Bakugo threw his hands down towards Asui, unleashing a huge blast, but Asui hopped as far as she could to the right, dodging the blast as debris and dust were kicked up instead. Bakugo repeated this, getting frustrated as Asui dodged again. Midoriya could recognize that she was trying to tire him out, but the strategy was risky. The sweatier and more prolonged a fight got, the more dangerous Bakugo's quirk was. By the third attempt, Bakugo wised up. As Asui hopped to the side, he instead used an explosion to his side to follow after her. It worked. He was able to trail after her, slap his left hand on her leg and unleash a blast that left her tumbling to the pavement. Bakugo pursued while she was down, as Asui landed on her back. She tucked her knees into her chest as Bakugo drew near, and kicked him in the face with her powerful legs. The force of the kick had put Bakugo in the air, and Asui shot her tongue out, wrapping it around the blonde's neck, and slammed him down into the ground as well. She scrambled to her feet as he did, the impact seemingly doing nothing but enraging the boy. "You'll pay for that," he growled. Asui was taken aback by the malice in his voice, and as he propelled himself towards her, she realized she had to try something different. She jumped over his head, narrowly dodging his explosion, turned in the air, and wrapped her tongue around his midsection. She pulled him back towards her in the air and hit him in the head with a roundhouse kick. Bakugo collapsed on the ground, reeling, and Asui thrust herself downward, looking to finish him off with a diving double stomp. But at the last second, Bakugo put his hands out in front of his chest and blew her away with a huge explosion. Asui was thrown several feet back, rolling across the cement and dangerously close to the edge of the fight pitch. Bakugo sprang to his feet and charged towards Asui, tackling her to the ground as she tried to get to her feet, placing a hand on her face. "I've got you, ow," he screamed as Asui spit poison directly in his face. Gathering her legs under her, Asui booted Bakugo off her once more, and sprang to her feet. She lined herself up so that Bakugo was between her and the outside of the ring, wrapped her tongue around his midsection, and went to dropkick him out of the ring. She was not expecting Bakugo to pivot his hips, catch her out of the air, and slam her head down into the pavement with an explosion. Midoriya audibly gasped as Asui's head hit the cement. She was out cold, and blood was trickling down from her hair. His blood began to boil immediately. Bakugo placed a hand on her head again, but Midnight ran over to call him off. "Get off her. I want her to yield. She's out cold," Midnight yelled back. "Get off her right now, young man, or I will disqualify you." The teacher and student made eye contact for a few solid seconds before Bakugo pushed himself off of her, with a "fey" of disregard. Present Mike announced a short intermission before the final match, but Midoriya was still on his feet, heart pounding in his ears. Recovery Girl and Smentos were already taking Asui to the back, so Midoriya left the waiting room, hoping to intercept them on the way to the infirmary. He caught them just as they were getting to the infirmary itself. Recovery Girl, is she okay? The older teacher turned and glared at Midoriya. I need time to make sure. You stay out here. She shut the door to the infirmary behind her firmly, leaving Midoriya in the hallway, the look of concern still plastered on his face. Slowly, his hands curled into fists at his side. He replayed the image of Asui's head hitting the ground in his head a few more times, before remembering all the awful things Bakugo had ever said to him. Why don't you kill yourself? Quirkless, loser, shitty, useless, Deku. He began to shake, angrily. Oh dear, that was Izuku's little friend, Inko said. Katsuki really has turned into a violent young man. Kachao is a piece of work. Difficult to teach, hot-headed, but unfortunately with a promising amount of power, Thor surmised. Don't lose control of yourself, Midoriya, he thought to himself. Remember what I taught you and you'll be fine. Midoriya's breathing was oddly calm as he stretched out by the entrance to the arena. The anger had boiled over into a sort of tranquility, a zen state where his mind felt clear. His fingers barely shook. Whereas he had felt nervous for his fight with Todoroki, he was perfectly calm anticipating this fight with Bakugo. It's time for the first year's final round of the sports festival. Midoriya looked at Mjolnir and listened to the roar of the crowd. As Present Mike called his name, he allowed himself a small grin. He was going to enjoy this fight. About a week prior to the sports festival, All Might, Thor, and Nezu had a meeting. I need to say, I cannot recommend this any less than I do, Thor advised All Might in the teacher's lounge. If there was a Hall of Fame for bad ideas, this would be it. This would be the worst idea in the Hall of Fame of bad ideas. All Might gave a boisterous chuckle. Sure, he's a little rough around the edges, but I think he was what it takes to be a great hero. Thor turned to Principal Nezu. Surely you don't mean to let this happen. After all that boy has done to Midoriya Izuku, you must be in agreement with me. Nezu gave a shrug. I am merely a confidant and advisor to All Might. This is his decision and his decision alone. Even if I agree it seems, well, ill-advised. Thor stood up, irate. There is no one less deserving. I don't know how you can't see that. Why not that Mirio boy you had me look at? Mirio is great, but I have a good feeling about my decision. All Might assured Thor. With the right guidance, I know he'll be alright. He turned to Nezu. Bring me Bakugo Katsuki. He may be lightning, but he's no McQueen, it's Midoriya Izuku. The crowd let out a collective groan, that one just sucked. Still, they began to cheer again for the young god of thunder. He's facing off against the explosive one from Class 1A, Bakugo Katsuki. As the cheers grew louder, Bakugo once again emerged. However, this time, he walked, slowly, from the entrance tunnel to the pitch, maintaining eye contact with Midoriya the whole time. Midoriya stared right back, eyes full of eagerness that were usually only reserved for hero training or sparring with Valkyrie. Eagerness for a measure of payback, eagerness for a chance to prove he was not the useless Deku he had been taunted as for years. Bakugo's eyes, however, were full of contempt. Disdain for someone who dared rise above his station, hatred for someone who could possibly prove him wrong. It was an offense for which Bakugo could not stand. Fight! Midnight cried. Midoriya raised his hand for Mjolnir, but no sooner had the hammer hit his hand, had Bakugo's own hand latched onto Midoriya's face. Midoriya, who had tanked a Bakugo explosion before, nearly scowled through Bakugo's outstretched fingers. Do it. You'll regret that, Bakugo laughed. Without warning, orange lightning seemed to crackle off the blonde-haired boy. Midoriya felt the air shift as he began to smell smoke. Something was different. At the last second he swung Mjolnir, hitting Bakugo's hand off of his face just as the biggest explosion Midoriya had ever seen was unleashed. It screeched into the sky, shattering the Jumbotron screen that hung over the arena. Midoriya backed up, horrified. You could have killed someone. Kachan, what did you do to yourself? Bakugo stared at his hands in pain, his own fingers a mangled, broken mess. But he grinned through the pain. The only person I'm going to kill is you. Bakugo, surrounded by orange lightning, propelled himself forward faster than Midoriya had ever seen him before, and unleashed another massive blast. Midoriya had to fly straight up over it to dodge. Not so high and mighty now, are you Diet Thor? The blast's kickback had broken Bakugo's hand. It was swollen and purple, and Bakugo was clearly cringing in pain. Midoriya threw Mjolnir down at Bakugo, and the blonde used a regular explosion to pivot himself away, wincing in pain as he did. Midoriya landed on his feet and recalled Mjolnir, but was met with Bakugo throwing a punch at him. It hurt. It hurt a ton. The force of the impact knocked Midoriya a good 20 feet away. How do you like them coconuts, Deku? Midoriya rolled through the impact and propped himself up on a knee. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, determination renewed by the pain. I hate them coconuts. Baku propelled himself again, but slower this time due to his broken hands. He swung for Midoriya's head again, but Midoriya ducked down and hit an uppercut with Mjolnir, knocking Bakugo into the air. He followed up with a blast of lightning directly to Bakugo's chest. Bakugo crumpled to the pavement in a heap, and Midoriya pressed the attack, leaping into the air to bring Mjolnir down on his opponent's chest. But Bakugo raised broken hands and unleashed another huge explosion, sending Midoriya into the air. Before Midoriya could right himself into the air to fly, Bakugo had already rocketed over him, and used another massive explosion to send Midoriya crashing down into the pavement. Midoriya coughed up blood as he bounced off the cement. Bakugo zoomed down to attack the fallen god of thunder, but Midoriya thrust Mjolnir up to the sky and let out a blast of lightning, zapping the blonde and knocking him out of the sky. Coughing and in pain, the two crawled to their feet, glaring daggers at each other. What did you do to yourself? Midoriya asked, panting. Bakugo sneered. You can't look down on me now, you prick. Bakugo used explosions to rocket to Midoriya, his arms now completely swollen and purple. Midoriya threw Mjolnir to meet Bakugo, who was forced to duck to dodge. Midoriya was there in a flash, throwing electrified haymakers. His fist connected with Bakugo's left eye, lightning crackling off his fist as the blonde hit the pavement. He recalled Mjolnir and swung down into Bakugo's chest, driving the air out of his opponent. But as he did, Bakugo raised a battered left hand onto Midoriya's side and let loose another blast. This one didn't have the same power in it, but still sent Midoriya flying a few feet off of his opponent. As they both began to crawl to their feet again, Midoriya spat, I never looked down on you, Kachan. Bakugo responded with a rueful laugh. You always thought you were better than me. The statement made Midoriya freeze. Then, lightning began to crackle off his whole body. You think I what? Bago didn't respond, but raised his hands and unleashed another blast that covered most of the fight pitch. But Midoriya had jumped over the blast, and was looking to slam his weapon down onto Bakugo's head. You blonde idiot. Gray clouds began to form over the fight pitch. Bakugo blasted himself backwards to dodge the attack, but that was as Izuku had expected. Midoriya landed on his feet instead and sent a huge blast of lightning that sent Bakugo flying backwards towards the edge of the arena. You absolute idiot, Midoriya roared. Looked down on you, with your powerful quirk and all the praise. Bakugo collapsed down to one knee, and Midoriya charged him, swinging Mjolnir down towards his head. In desperation, Bakugo blasted himself to the right, rolling across the ground as the hammer just narrowly missed him. You were the strongest person around. Why do you think I always followed you around, Bakugo? Bakugo aimed an explosion up towards Midoriya, but the greenhead smashed the blonde's hand away with Mjolnir, causing Bakugo to yell in pain. He looked up at Midoriya with malice and spat, shut up. Why should I care why your quirkless ass followed me around? Thunder rumbled overhead as Midoriya booted Bakugo in the chest, knocking him back. Bakugo recovered, pushed his hands into the pavement and used an explosion to dislodge a chunk of concrete, just like Izuku had done in his match with Todoroki. Using another explosion, he sent rocks and shrapnel towards his green-haired foe. Midoriya's eyes widened and he spun Mjolnir in front of him to push the shower of cement away with a gust of wind. As he did, Bakugo was suddenly approaching from his left again, too quick for Midoriya to change strategies. You should have never underestimated me. Bakugo seethed as his hand hit Midoriya's cheek and ignited. This one hadn't been as powerful. Bakugo's battered arms were beginning to give way, and the power in his explosions reflected that. Still, it sent Midoriya towards the edge of the ring, but he was able to stop himself from rolling over the side of the ring. As he got to his feet and looked at the struggling Bakugo, he seethed. I never underestimated you. He charged, and so did Bakugo. Should we be stopping this? Smentos asked Midnight. Midnight shrugged. Let's see where they go with this. As the two collided, Midoriya dropped Mjolnir, ducked under Bakugo's arms, and tackled him to the ground. Bakugo looked up at his foe in horror as Midoriya yelled. I spent my whole life looking up to you. Wham! Midoriya slammed an electrified fist into Bakugo's nose. You had everything. Wham! A quirk. A father who was there. A nice home. Thud, thud, thud. Each statement was punctuated by a fist in Bakugo's face, blooding up the blonde. I wanted to be you, you fucking prick. Midoriya growled. Through the blood, Bakugo scowled back up at Midoriya. Well, you'll never reach my level now, you useless Deku. Bakugo unleashed another huge explosion, shocking Midoriya with his durability, the blast throwing Midoriya back onto the pavement. The crowd gasped in shock at the sheer size of the blast. Midoriya crawled to his knees as Bakugo leapt into the air, and began spinning horizontally. Midoriya recognized the move from their childhood drawings, howitzer impact. Midoriya stood to meet the attack head-on. He summoned Mjolnir and spun it at his side, charging electricity. That's just it, Bakugo, he muttered to himself. No matter what you do, I've surpassed you now. From the gray clouds overhead, lightning crashed down from the sky and struck Midoriya, surrounding him in a crackling blue glow. As Bakugo flew down at him, Midoriya leapt up and met him, swinging Mjolnir and connecting with the side of Bakugo's head. Two explosions, one of fire and one of lightning, erupted from the middle of the arena, blinding the crowd for moments. When they were able to see again, one boy was standing in the fight pitch, the other collapsed out cold. Midoriya raised Mjolnir, triumphantly. That's it. That's the match, Midnight called, relief evident in her voice. Midoriya collapsed to one knee as the arena roared in approval at him. Dash 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 dash. Yes. Thor fist pumped and jumped to his feet. Yes SSSSS. YESSS, are you okay? He had turned to Inko, who appeared to have fainted in her chair. Uh-oh, Thor muttered to himself. That's no good. A few rows down, Bakugo Mitsuki, who had been in attendance, cursed, fucking bullshit. Dash 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 dash. Midoriya was led through the arena by Midnight to the infirmary, Bakugo being carried by Smentos. Once there, Midoriya breathed a big sigh of relief to see Asui sitting up on her bed. Asui, sorry, Suyu. You're okay, he exclaimed, having to stop himself from running over to her. Hero, nothing recovery girl couldn't fix, she beamed at him. Just in time for me to see how cool your win was. The smile she gave him sent his stomach flipping. For a second, he thought to himself that he didn't need a medal. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a huff from recovery girl. She had opened one of Bakugo's eyelids to examine it and had said, looks like a nasty concussion. Nothing I can't handle but, well, I'll fix him up for the winner's ceremony, but they need to change some of the rules for this awful event. Midoriya looked to the ground guiltily as she rounded on him. And look at these awful burns. Sit down, let me heal you. He did as he was told, and looked around the room. Asui gave him a rather cheeky grin as recovery girl worked her magic on him. And then he and Todoroki, who was also up, made rather awkward eye contact. The taller boy still had his arm in a sling. The two looked away almost immediately. All right, he's as good as I can get him, recovery girl said to Midnight. Take these three, and I'll bring this other one down as soon as I can. Got it, Midnight nodded. All right you three, come along. Midoriya took one last look as recovery girl began smooching Bakugo's wounds, which was a little bit awkward to watch. He had definitely let out some pent-up aggression, and was worked up about what the blonde had done to Asui. Still, if things had been different, or if he had missed his last attack, it would have been him sitting there. He didn't know what had happened to Bakugo, but he needed answers. Midnight began to lead Midoriya, Asui, and Todoroki down a different hallway. Midoriya, who had always hated hospitals, was more than happy to leave the sterility of the medical room. As they walked, Todoroki slowed down and walked next to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya said to him awkwardly. I just wanted to apologize for spitting in your face and forcing my family's issues on you, Todoroki said. Well, I mean, I broke your arm, Midoriya replied sheepishly. I'm sorry too, so maybe we can just call it even. Todoroki gave a small smirk and nodded. That sounds good. I also wanted to thank you for helping me realize my quirk isn't my dad's. Midoriya grinned back at him. No problem. I mean, you're really strong, Todoroki. You're going to be a great hero with all your power. Todoroki blushed slightly. Thank you, Midoriya. Next year, I'm not taking anything lightly. I'm coming at you with my full power. I look forward to it, Midoriya exclaimed. Until then, let's get stronger together, so we can give everyone a good show. He held out a fist for a fist bump, which Todoroki returned with his good hand. Asui rolled her eyes. Boys get excited for the silliest things, hero. Guys, it's them. Todoroki, Asui, and Midoriya turned to see the rest of Class 1A had been looking for them and caught up to them in the hallways. Midoriya, my man, Zero screamed, practically bouncing. That was the coolest fight I'd ever seen. You practically tore the house down. Uraraka added, next to the taller boy. Most of his classmates added similar praise, and Midoriya could do no more than turn crimson and rub the back of his neck in embarrassment. He looked around to see Iida was still missing from the group. Thanks guys. I kinda just let myself go during that right. Alright. You kids will have plenty of time to talk later. Midnight waved them off. I have to get these three down to the winner's ceremony room. Make your way back to the stands. There was a groan of disappointment as Class 1A dispersed. There was supposed to be a match for third place between Asui and Todoroki, Midnight explained as they walked towards another room. But Recovery Girl refused to clear either of you for another round. So you'll both be considered the third place winners for the sports festival. Fine by me, hero, Asui riveted. I had no counter for the ice anyway. Todoroki and Midoriya both chuckled. Midnight led them down a flight of stairs, explaining that a podium was going to rise up from under the stadium. Oh yeah, I remember that from last year, Midoriya said. That's pretty cool, Asui said. I can't wait. Midnight left them there to go check on Bakugo, so Midoriya turned to Asui and Todoroki. You guys don't know what happened to Iida, do you? He took a phone call after our match and I haven't seen him. He wasn't with the rest of our class either, Asui observed. Maybe he took the loss hard. Todoroki shrugged. I was in the infirmary or a waiting room the whole time. I have no clue. Well, I'm sure it's nothing, Midoriya shook his head. The students jumped as Midnight made her way back, quietly. Bakugo followed behind her, looking down at the ground, silently. Now, everyone get in your places. Todoroki and Asui, you go to that platform. Midoriya, you in the middle. Bakugo, that one, if you would. As everyone took their spots, Midoriya tried to sneak some looks at Bakugo, trying to figure out what was going on with him. He'd been expecting Bakugo to come in here screaming for a rematch, enraged at the things that had been said. Instead, Bakugo stood, unmoving and silent, as the platforms began to rise to the cheering crowd. All Might jumped from the stands to the adoration of the crowd, and gave a small speech about the bright future these students inspired as heroes. Midoriya only caught bits and pieces of it, the feeling of being in a dream returning to him as he looked around to see the cheering crowd. It had been a moment he had dreamed of since he had first watched the UA Sports Festival as a boy. But when All Might was passing out medals, Midoriya saw that All Might had stopped and was saying something to Bakugo, who looked increasingly irritated. The two embraced, and Midoriya pondered something. The way Bakugo had fought, and the way that punch had hurt him. Had All Might done something to help Bakugo increase his power? Did it have something to do with what All Might had told him on the rooftop that day, so long ago? Midoriya. All Might stood in front of him now, interrupting his thoughts. You fought just as one would expect from the God of Thunder. I have no doubts that Thor is just as proud, if not more than I am of you right now. All Might crowed. Midoriya beamed, feeling his eyes tear up as the words touched him. Thank you, All Might. All Might put the medal on him and raised his arm, the crowd roaring and chanting, Midoriya. Midoriya. Midoriya grinned as the confetti rained down on him. He'd remember this day his whole life. Dash 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 dash. The rest of the closing went by in a blur. And before he knew it, Midoriya was back in his casual clothes outside of the stadium. Midoriya. Midoriya turned around just in time for Thor to scoop him up in a bear hug. Ah, hey Thor, Valkyrie. Those were some amazing battles. Thor beamed, setting his protege down. But I knew you'd win. Right, Inko? Inko, however, was just relieved that it was over. That was great, son. Good job. Izuku laughed, able to tell his mom had maybe bitten off more than she could chew for this. Thanks guys. I'm really glad you were able to come to this. It was a heartwarming scene for all who had witnessed it. All except Bakugo Katsuki, who watched the whole thing with clenched fists. I'm going to surpass you, Deku, he growled to himself. No matter what. Midoriya collapsed on his bed after the sports festival and immediately fell asleep in a nap. The exhaustion of the day proved to be too much, and he fell into a slumber to the smell of his mother cooking his favorite meal in celebration. Sure, Asui, you can see my hammer, he muttered in his sleep, a light string of drool forming on his lips. He was awoken from this dream by his phone suddenly ringing, jumping up in his bed. He checked his phone in disbelief to see Asui was calling him. He blushed but answered the phone, still somewhat embarrassed to get a call from a girl. Hello. Hero. Midoriya, it's terrible. Asui's voice came through the receiver end, sounding distraught. Whoa, Suyu, what's wrong? Midoriya asked, feeling a sense of urgency himself. Remember when you couldn't find Iida earlier? Yeah, what about it? Is he okay? I just heard from Uraraka. It was his brother, Ingenium. He had a run-in with the hero killer, Stain. Asui explained. Midoriya gulped audibly. Stain. Oh man. That's awful. Is he? He's alive, Asui responded quickly, knowing exactly what the question was going to be, but, well, they don't know if he'll ever return to hero work again. It sounds like he was left crippled from the attack. Crippled, Midoriya replied. That's horrible. No wonder Iida took off. I mean, he's lucky to be alive, but that's awful. Yeah, Stain has murders in the double digits. Asui replied. Who knows why he let Ingenium live, but I'm not going to question it. There was a pause in the conversation before Midoriya asked, has anyone heard from Iida at all since this happened? Uraraka and I have both tried to call him. Maybe you could give it a try. Sure, I will, he said. I'll let you know if I get him. Alright, bye Midoriya, bye. No sooner had she hung up did Midoriya call Iida, with the call going to voicemail. Hey man, it's Midoriya. We heard the news and we're all just worried about you. Let me know you're alright. He hung up, texting Asui to let her know he couldn't get through either. He opened his laptop and looked up some news stories, to see what he could find out about the hero killer Stain. He had a gut feeling this would not be the last he heard of him. The next day, Uraraka called him. Hey Midoriya, I was going to see if we should swing by Iida's place and check on him. I dunno about that, Midoriya replied. That seems like a family matter. I want to be there for him too, but they're probably all still at the hospital, you know. I guess you're right, she said. I just am worried about him. Me too, he admitted. I wish he'd get back to us. But the ball is in his court. We've done all we can to reach out to him and let him know we're here. He's gotta reach back at this point. Yeah, I guess so. How are you holding up after yesterday? Still a little sore, Midoriya had to admit. Mjolnir heals me, but the aches and pains take a long time to pass. How about you? Oh, all I needed was a nap. Anyway, I gotta go, if we're not going to Iida's, my parents probably need some help with their construction stuff. Alright, I'll see you Monday. Bye Midoriya. Midoriya felt proud of himself for not stuttering once in the whole exchange. Talking to girls on the phone was easy. Dash 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 dash. No one heard from Iida at all until Monday, when he showed up last to school, just barely beating Aizawa to the classroom. Alright, with the sports festival out of the way, it's time to talk about internships, Aizawa advised, the exhaustion ever present in his voice. You will spend a week tailing a pro hero, learning the ins and outs of their work. This is where we see a lot of transfers to the general or support courses. And that's fine, you might learn hero work isn't for you. Now, some of you already have offers from the sports festival. Whoa, look how many internship offers Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki got. Hiroshima said loudly in class after Aizawa had finished his explanation. Midoriya sank into his seat, embarrassed at the attention. Whether you got 1 invitation or 1,000, you will need to tell me who you were interning with by the end of the week, Aizawa concluded. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, hand these out to their respective owners please. The 2 reps stood up and went to Aizawa's desk, each taking a stack. Midoriya unwittingly grabbed Bakugo's stack first. The 2 made uncomfortable eye contact for a few seconds before Midoriya placed the stack down gingerly on the blonde's desk, almost as if the stack of papers itself would explode. Next, he went to Iida's desk to hand a modest stack of invitations to the bespectacled boy. Iida, however, refused to make eye contact with Midoriya, which was perhaps even more awkward of an exchange than his one with Bakugo. The rest of the passing out of papers went without incident, and Midoriya soon sat before his own large stack of papers. How am I gonna go through this? He muttered to himself, flipping through them. He paused. The one at the top was from Endeavor himself, the number 2 hero. Why on earth would he extend an invite to me after what I said to him at the sports festival? It weighed on his mind for the rest of the day. He'd had so many offers from high-profile agencies, and he knew he could learn a lot from many of the pros. Did he go for Endeavor as the highest-ranked one? One that played to his strengths? One that might cover a weakness? One that focused more on rescue since he was more combat-focused? Hero training came and went for the day, signaling the time to go home. Unlike most days, Iida was the first one out the door, practically speed walking out of it as he rushed home. Midoriya grabbed his fat stack of offers and rushed for the door after him, Uraraka and Asui hot on his tail as well. Iida, Midoriya called after him in the halls, but the taller boy seemed to just pick up the pace. Iida. Once they were outside and they saw Iida getting ready to sprint away, Asui did something drastic. She jumped ahead of Midoriya and used her tongue to snag Iida by the arm. He turned at the feeling and tried to shake her off, but it was too late. The others had caught up to them. Midoriya was calling for you, Asui said as she retracted her tongue. Well yes, I heard him, Iida replied curtly. But I was ignoring you guys, on purpose. Yeah well, I stopped you, Asui croaked in a tone that made it clear she was not in the mood for his crap. Also on purpose. Uraraka took a gentler approach as she added, Iida, we're just worried about you. We can't imagine what you're going through, but we just want to help. If there's anything we can do, we want to do it. Midoriya added. Iida's expression softened a bit until it was clear he was fighting back tears. He took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, recomposing himself. Thank you, I guess I've been a bit of a jerk, haven't I? Don't worry about that, we understand, Midoriya assured him. I know you guys are just trying to look out for me. You're all wonderful friends, trust me, Iida sighed. But it's just a difficult time for me and my family. We've all been in the hero business for a long time, and this was a blow. I'm going to go visit them now, but I promise I'll reach out to you if I need anything. That's all we ask, don't shut us out, Uraraka replied. Iida exchanged a fist bump with all of them and took off. The 3 breathed a huge sigh of relief. Well, that went okay, Midoriya said, stretching out. Thanks for stopping him Suyu. Hey, Deku, Midoriya turned at the new voice, seeing Todoroki waving him down from the doors. Oh, hey, what's up Todoroki? Usually only Bakugo calls me that. For a second, Midoriya worried that Todoroki would have some renewed vow to destroy him. But Todoroki squinted with a confused look. Wait, is that not part of your name? Huh, no. Midoriya shook his head. It was something he used to taunt me when I was quirkless. It means useless. The three of them looked aghast. That's terrible, Kiro, Asui cried. Oh wow, I just thought it was a cute nickname from when you were kids, Uraraka replied. I'm so sorry. My bad, I won't call you that, Todoroki mumbled. It's okay, Midoriya assured them, holding his hands up in front of him nervously. You guys didn't know, but yeah, I'm no fan of the name. Well yeah, you kicked his ass. That's pretty far from useless, Asui riveted. Midoriya got a chuckle out of that. Thanks. Anyway, was there something you needed, Todoroki? Well, I saw what you did for Iida. You kind of have a knack for sticking your nose in people's business, huh? Izuku blushed. Well, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess I do. To his relief, the taller boy just grinned slightly. I don't mean it in a bad way. I appreciated it that you did it for me. I actually wanted to ask you about that. I asked my father to invite you for an internship. I wondered why I got one from him. Midoriya exclaimed. That makes more sense. Uraraka and Asui's jaws dropped. You got invited to intern with Endeavor. You're so lucky, the brunette said. His agency is so huge and exclusive. Anyway, I was hoping you'd intern with me, Todoroki asked, sheepishly. I'm going to have a horrible time, so I thought it'd be better with someone I know there. Sorry, that sounds selfish. No, that's fine. That helps me make my decision, anyway. Midoriya laughed. Besides, what are friends for? The statement took Todoroki aback. Friends. Yes, friends. He smiled slightly. Thanks Midoriya. Anytime. Hey, do you guys want to grab a bite? He asked his three friends. I still have some pocket money from winning the sports festival. My treat. Ah yes, Uraraka cried. Let's go get some ice cream. Thor Odinson was a lot of things, and right now, he was a little tired of meeting with All Might and Nezu to discuss One for All. So you gave Kachao your quirk 1 week before the sports festival, and you didn't bother training him with it. To be fair, I didn't know when it would kick in. All Might shrugged, sheepishly. Both Thor and Nezu face-palmed. That was highly foolish of you, Nezu replied. A lot of those powered-up explosions nearly hit the stands, and Bakugo nearly caused irreparable damage to his arms. We're lucky Recovery Girl is on staff. I still don't understand why you chose him, Thor added. He could turn into a walking nuclear bomb. He just has to learn to control it, All Might replied. I have an old teacher of mine doing his internship with him. I've already talked to young Bakugo about it. Did you not struggle to control your quirk at first? Nezu asked. No, All Might said. Bakugo is leaner than I was. I was always a large lad, and my body adapted to the power multiplier of One for All very easily. I'm afraid I don't know where to begin with training him to control it. Oh, this just gets better and better, Thor quipped. You gave him a huge power you can't even train him in. I'll figure something out, All Might assured him. I'm devoting myself to turn Bakugo into a worthy successor and hero. Well, have fun with that, Thor said, standing. Kachao has shown himself to be a bully and a hothead. I hope to actually see some improvement with him in class. Yes, he could certainly do with some polishing, Nezu nodded. But he does have promise. Thank you for your time, Thor. Thank you for the tea, Principal Mousebeardogson. Thor left in a huff, more renewed in his aggravations from the sports festival. Still, he agreed to teach at this school, and that meant playing nice with All Might and Kachao. As he left the building, he saw Midoriya and 3 of his friends at the gate, discussing plans. He waved over to Midoriya, who seemed to say something to his friends and ran over. Hey Thor. Good day, young Midoriya. Do you have training with Valkyrie today? Not today, Midoriya replied. She said she was busy, so I'm going to grab some ice cream with my friends. But I wanted to ask you something. Go for it. We need to pick hero names soon, Midoriya told him. And I am drawing a blank on ideas. I partly wanted to play tribute to you and call myself Midoriya, but it sounds awful. Thor asked, Immediately. It sounds awful. Yeah it does, Midoriya chuckled. Sorry, I've been called Deku my whole life, and I'm kind of tired of it, I realized. I want to shed that identity and find a new one for myself. Thor thought about it for a second. Well, I have an idea. The next day, Aizawa seemed extra aggravated. Well, as you know, today is the day you pick. Hero names. Came the voice of Midnight, who kicked open the door to Class 1A with a stack of whiteboards under her arm. The class erupted into cheers. Hero names, Aizawa echoed, exhausted already. That's right, Midnight continued when the cheers subsided. These will be official hero names, and they can be changed, of course, if you're not sure, but consider them carefully. A good hero name carries your whole brand from start to finish. If you change it, it can be hard for your following, and there's a lot of paperwork. The sound of scribbling could be heard across the classroom. Midoriya looked around at the looks of concentration on his classmates' faces. He thought about his conversation with Thor and smiled. He clapped as Uraraka and Asui picked the names Uravity and Froppy, and held in laughs when Bakugo's names all got rejected. King Explosion Murder, Lord Explosion Murder, Murderface, Lord Murder Explosion 5000, and Murder Boom. For as smart as he wasn't seeing the common link that was getting his name ideas rejected. Iida and Todoroki merely went with their names for the time being, which was acceptable but risky in some ways. Finally, Midoriya was called up. He cursed himself as he realized that he still wasn't great at public speaking. Hi guys. A small wave of chuckles went around the class. Anyway, so I thought about how I'm God of Thunder and all, so I thought hard about this and well. Thor had a different weapon than Mjolnir for a time, and I thought it fit well with who I want to be. He flipped his whiteboard, which read, Stormbreaker, Hero of Thunder. Oh, I like that one. Midnight cooed. A subtle tribute to your mentor, but it gets the point across about your powers. Are you sure about it? Izuku nodded, looking over the approving looks of his classmates. Yes. Relieved, he took his seat as the last few classmates went up to do their names. Overall, it had been an exciting day of hero school. He left school surrounded by his friends, and seemed satisfied with the day. Hey Deku. So of course, the voice of Bakugo called out to him to ruin it. He turned, seeing the blonde waiting for him by the door. What is it, Kachan? Bakugo jerked his head to the side, motioning towards a tree to talk, motioning Midoriya over to it for a private conversation. He walked over to it, expecting the green-haired god of thunder to follow him. Should one of us come with you? Asui asked. Todoroki stepped forward too, not afraid of Bakugo. Nah, Midoriya assured them. We're still on school property. I'll see you guys later. He walked over to where Bakugo was waiting. What's up, Kachan? He asked. Thor, how did you obtain his power? Bakugo asked. His voice was oddly calm. It was uncharacteristic, taking Midoriya aback. Midoriya paused. Well, it was the day of the sludge villain attack. I figured, that was the day you showed up with that stupid hammer. How did it happen? Well, Midoriya began. I was kind of teleported to the middle of a forest, and I found Mjolnir. It sort of called to me. I lifted it, and then I became God of Thunder. Why do you ask? Bakugo stared for a minute, creeping Midoriya out. Never mind. Bakugo scowled, pushing past Midoriya abruptly. Things are different now. I'm going to beat you one day, Deku. Different from what? Midoriya asked. Does this have something to do with how you changed? Kachan, what happened at the sports festival? Without a word, Bakugo turned and began to walk away at a brisk pace. Midoriya watched as Bakugo rushed away. Things are different, Midoriya repeated. What's going on with Kachan? As the rest of the week prior to internships passed, Midoriya pondered what had changed in Bakugo. In hero training, he didn't use the same large explosions that he had used in the sports festival, but he was definitely stronger and was moving faster than ever before. But it didn't explain the huge change in his power he had shown in the sports festival. But Monday morning rolled around, and Midoriya put all that behind him as he got on the train. One day I'll be licensed and I can just fly everywhere, he muttered to himself as he snagged a seat. The train ride was eventful. He had forgotten how watched an event the sports festival was. No matter where he went, people kept pointing or coming up to ask him to sign something. Maybe it was just part of being the god of thunder, but he was not used to this much attention. It made him nervous. Not helping was the fact that, despite growing up in a fairly urban region, he was in Shibuya for his internship with Endeavor. As he stepped onto the bustling streets in his hero costume, he attracted all sorts of looks, especially from a group of students in school uniforms. "Hey Ren, isn't that the kid from the sports festival? It's got to be, look at that hammer. For real. Shut up, Ryuji. Ooh, I wonder if he's single. I dunno, he's kinda plain looking." His face burned a bright red as he looked at his phone for directions, but then another voice called to him, making the point moot. Midoriya. He looked up to see Todoroki waving him down from a good 20 to 30 feet away. He heaved a sigh of relief. "Hey Todoroki." Running up to his friend, the two exchanged a quick fist bump. "I'm not late, am I?" "No, you've got plenty of time. I'd have called you if not. My father is a real ass when it comes to being late." "Sounds like he's a real ass about a lot of things," Midoriya quipped before slapping a hand over his mouth. The comment had sort of just slipped out. Thankfully, Todoroki just laughed. "Boy, have you got that right. Come on, I'll show you to the agency." Midoriya followed the taller boy past arcades, karaoke booths, bookstores and burger joints. The city was such a busy place and nearly made his head spin. "You guys must be crazy busy in a place like this." "Yeah, the Endeavor Agency does a little bit of everything. Combat, rescue, investigation. And even if it gets slow, he lends out sidekicks to assist the police with their work. He literally never stops," Todoroki explained. "It's why his agency has more wins than All Might's agency, which he reminds us of. Constantly, almost every day." Midoriya stifled a snicker. "Wow, have you ever worked at your father's agency before?" he asked. Todoroki's face fell, and Midoriya realized he had probably asked a sensitive question. "I was kept away from here, mostly," Shoto responded. "As part of my training I hardly ever left home." "That's awful, I'm sorry," Midoriya said. "It's okay. Alright, here we are." Todoroki stopped in front of a huge building. He was led inside, and had to stop himself from geeking out. Some of Endeavor's sidekicks were famous in their own right, and he hoped he'd get to work with some of them that week. Finally, after an elevator trip, they arrived at Endeavor's office. The man himself was sitting at a desk, and looked up at the two teenagers with an angry scowl on his face. "Reporting for duty, Endeavor sir," Midoriya said with a polite bow. He hoped that Endeavor had looked past their interaction at the sports festival. "Maybe I'm worrying too much," he tried to assure himself. Internships usually don't do anything more serious than patrols. "Think fast." Endeavor immediately threw a flame spear at Midoriya. With a startled shout of, "Holy crap," Midoriya spun Mjolnir in front of him to create a wind tunnel, blowing the spear into a window. Thankfully it sputtered out instead of spreading. "Father, what the hell are you doing?" Todoroki shouted. Testing his reflexes, Endeavor said plainly, "He's god of thunder, after all. Besides, everything in the office is fireproof." Midoriya is not fireproof," Todoroki said dryly. Midoriya himself placed his left hand over his heart, trying to get his heart rate back down. "I'm fine. I mean, no, I'm not fireproof, but I'm fine." "Of course you're fine," Endeavor scoffed. "That was a small one anyway." Midoriya recognized that tone. Endeavor was using the type of tone adults used to use on him when they found out he was quirkless. It was a type of condescension that came almost naturally when you looked down on someone. He did his best not to let it make him angry. "Well then, you two clearly know how to fight," Endeavor said sternly. "But that's hardly all it takes to be a hero like me. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes work. I'll give you a brief tour, and then you're going to learn about what gets us all paid, the paperwork." Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged glances. "Well, I guess we all gotta start somewhere," Midoriya thought to himself. Dash 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 dash. While the two were busy learning how to file reports to the Hero Commission, a figure sat on top of a building, planning his next moves. If anyone could see him, they would immediately be put off by the angry glare he was giving the city. The plethora of swords and knives on his person were also probably off-putting as well. Probably. This man was Stain, the most notorious man in Japan at the time being. Next to him, a portal opened up in the sky, and Tamura Shigaraki walked out of it. The hero killer, Stain. Funny meeting you here, Shigaraki said in his raspy voice. Funny place to want to meet, Stain grunted, looking over his shoulder. No portal man to save your ass if I decide to slit your throat. I just want to talk, Shigaraki replied, nonchalantly. Have you given any more thought to our offer? Stain let out a laugh that made it clear nothing that had been said was funny. You have some nerve to come to me for an alliance again. Did I not make myself clear? What we want isn't that different, really, Shigaraki reasoned. We both want to eliminate the shitty heroes that plague society. Stain turned his head slightly to give Shigaraki a side glare. My goal is to kill all heroes who don't live up to the standards set by All Might. You would kill All Might if you could. We will kill All Might, Shigaraki vowed. A knife slid out of Stain's right sleeve with a threatening glint. Watch your tongue, boy. Talk like that will lose you a finger. Easy, Shigaraki took a step back. I'm going to fix a society you look to destroy, Stain seethed. And when I'm done, you're next on my list. Faye, Shigaraki grunted. Have it your way. A portal opened up behind Shigaraki, and he walked through it. Once alone Stain scouted his next target. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have killed Shigaraki when he had the chance. Bakugo couldn't believe his rotten luck. Not only did he have to reject all his internship offers at the behest of All Might, but he was getting his ass handed to him. By a senior citizen. A very tiny one at that. Gran Torino cackled. Oh, thought you almost had me that time. Get up and I'll give you 30 more seconds to tag me. Bakugo's eyebrow twitched. He'd kill the old man if he could catch him. I'll tag you, you bastard. Man, Midoriya said, filing another report on Tuesday morning. This agency sure does stop a lot of streakers. This is the 5th one in a row I've seen. Why does Shibuya have a streaking problem? I know, but I don't get it, Todoroki said, confused. Isn't streaking just putting a streak in your hair like Kaminari? Midoriya looked up at Todoroki in bewilderment. Oh buddy, no, streaking is. You too. Endeavor had opened the door to the office they were working with. How would you like to look at a crime scene with me? Todoroki and Midoriya looked at each other and nodded at the number 2 hero. Well, come on then. Within half an hour, the two had followed Endeavor to a rather gruesome scene. The hero killer Stain had struck last night. By the time they arrived, the body of the deceased hero was being covered up. The smell of blood lingered thick in the alleyway, sending the scent of copper up both Midoriya and Todoroki's noses. Blood had splattered all over the concrete buildings and sidewalk, and a chalk outline displayed the mangled position the hero had been in. Midoriya felt his heart drop as he looked around. This was something of a reality check. He'd never seen a crime scene before, and the smell of blood made him gag slightly. A blue-haired detective walked over to Endeavor. Glad to have you here, Endeavor. Another murder for the Stain file. Who's the victim? Endeavor asked. Tortoise guy. Todoroki hissed to Midoriya. The world's oldest hero with an unbreakable shell. He's like hundreds of years old. He was only 97, Midoriya corrected him, sadly. But with Tortoise quirk he could have easily lived a few hundred. What a shame, Endeavor sighed. He turned to his interns. I'm here to get all the information for the profile we're building on Stain. But you two need to take this all in. As heroes, you can't save everyone. If a crime scene is too much for you, then you need to rethink your career. Do I make myself clear? Yes sir, Todoroki and Midoriya replied with bows. For the rest of the morning, they observed the forensics team's findings and what they reported to Endeavor. From what they could gather, Stain was known for using blades to kill or maim opponents. Whatever his quirk was unknown. But whatever it was, he managed to outmaneuver every opponent he came across. And considering one of them was Ingenium, that was saying something. Once all the evidence had been gathered, Endeavor gathered the two and headed back to the agency. Are you any closer to finding Stain? Midoriya asked, trailing a few feet behind the number 2 hero. "This is the closest he's ever operated to my agency," Endeavor advised. "He moves around frequently, making it hard to pin him down. But if he's in the area, I'm going to increase patrols. I'll catch him." Midoriya nodded. Crime scenes were gruesome, and he doubted he'd forget the smell of blood like that for days to come. But he felt a renewed sense of determination. If anything, he wanted to stop the hero killer just as much as Endeavor did. "Look out, a streaker," Endeavor cried. "You too, wait here." "Oh God, that's what that is," Todoroki exclaimed, wide-eyed and horrified. The rest of the day was filled with boring paperwork, and Midoriya felt relieved to be able to go home at the end of it. As he was talking back to the station, he was surprised to run into Iida. "Iida, what are you doing here?" "Huh, oh Midoriya." Iida looked up from his phone as he was waiting for the train. "I'm here on my internship with Manuel." "Oh, that's who you went with," Midoriya nodded. "That's cool, I didn't realize you were so close. What's he been having you do?" "A little bit of everything, paperwork, some investigation stuff, but today was patrol. We stopped a few streakers." "Yeah, us too," Midoriya grimaced. "Pretty gross." "Oh, my train is pulling up. Are you getting on this one?" Iida asked. "No, I'm on a different line." Midoriya shook his head. "I'll catch you later." As he left, Midoriya headed to his line. He looked at some of the news screens in the subway line tunnel. A breaking news bulletin caught his attention. It showed grainy footage of a man who looked like a deformed Ninja Turtle. That was, apparently, the only footage out there of the hero killer Stain, who had otherwise gone unseen in his crusade to wipe out heroes he deemed unworthy. The subtitles on the news report talked about this latest crimes against Ingenium and beloved ancient hero Tortoise Guy, with his rumored whereabouts in Shibuya. "Geez, I hope Iida didn't see that," Midoriya muttered to himself. "Wouldn't be easy to focus on an internship knowing the guy who crippled your brother is in town." But as Midoriya entered the train, he was struck with an awful thought. He didn't plan this, did he? After a long week of paperwork, Todoroki and Midoriya were to be rewarded Friday evening with patrol. Endeavor had told them of this plan Wednesday afternoon, and it helped Midoriya power through the rest of the week. Patrol was where the action happened, where the meat of hero work really took place. Despite his distaste for Endeavor, he had to admit the hero was a good mentor. He answered every question thoroughly, and peppered between the paperwork was always a lesson on some things people never really considered about hero work: employing sidekicks, time management skills, and the reality of the unpredictable hours. Even Todoroki had to admit to Midoriya, privately, that he had learned a lot in the week. Still, even with his dislike of his employer for the week, and the news of Stain lurking in the area, he was excited for patrol. His hours had been shifted that day so they could take an evening patrol, so he bid goodbye to his mother in the mid-afternoon and boarded a train for Shibuya. He was not the only person excited for today either. Deep in a hideout, far from Shibuya, Shigaraki sat at his video game console, pausing his 43rd playthrough of Sonic Mania to go over the plan with Kurogiri. He was practically shaking with excitement, which was pretty gross because his hands would fall off and litter the floor. "Please pick those up," Kurogiri grimaced. "I'm your lieutenant, not your maid. So everything is in place." "Stain, as elusive as he is, uses the same channels to scout his targets as we do," Shigaraki rasped. "He's scouting native, and we tipped off his agency to some bogus crimes happening in the area tonight. Coincidentally, I posted on those same forums stated as that native would be active tonight. It's highly likely he'll act tonight, and his name will get caught up with our Nomu's. The media will no doubt link the incidents together, and our name will be the one on everyone's lips." "Good," Kurogiri nodded, watching another hand flop off Shigaraki's arm. All the Nomu varieties are prepared for tonight." "Outstandings. Now, let me get back to my no-ring challenge run," Shigaraki said, turning back to his console. "Fuck, I grabbed a ring. God damn it, I hate that hedgehog." Sorry to hear that, young master," Kurogiri rolled his eyes. That evening, Todoroki and Midoriya were on the streets, trailing Endeavor down the sidewalks under the neon glow of the city. Nightlife was certainly something, leaving Midoriya's head spinning slightly as he watched the people coming and going. Endeavor's intimidating presence meant everyone gave him a wide berth. But people still stopped and pointed from a distance. "Keep in formation," Endeavor instructed, curtly, to his son and Midoriya. "Keep an eye out for any flashes of steel and keep your ears open for any cries for help. I doubt Stain would act on a night I'm about, but you never know." "This will probably be a boring night," Todoroki whispered. "He's not wrong. People tend to keep in line when father is on patrol." Almost as if on cue, a lady let out a blood-curdling shriek and pointed up to the sky. Midoriya, Endeavor, and Todoroki all looked up and let out a gasp. A Nomu, similar to the one that had attacked at the USJ, was on top of a nearby arcade. This one was slimmer and winged though, and it let out a terrifying screech, startling the populace below. If Midoriya didn't know any better, he'd have thought it was some kind of pterosaur. "I stand corrected," Todoroki muttered. From around the corner, another Nomu emerged from an alleyway, this one similar to what had attacked at the USJ. "Perfect," Endeavor sneered, turning to Midoriya. "Now, watch what the true greatest hero can do." I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop blue hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.